need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. Hello, everybody. It's Dark Side Phil. I need that money to pay my bills, the electric bill, the internet bill. Stupid fucking trolls, man. I just want to chill. I rock back and forth on the X and Y axis. Tip me so I could catch up on back taxes, making large stacks, refunding chargebacks, and my laugh sounds like act. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here, 50 bitch there, 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. I want to have chill streams. No Detractor memes. Bathroom breaks. Playing WWE. Relaxing chill session of Street Fighter 3. Like I'm getting my vibe back from 2017. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. I need that money. I really, really do. I need that money. I really need that money. Really need that money. Really, that money. That money. I'm the one who operated a successful YouTube channel. I'm the one who just filed for bankruptcy. I'm the one who didn't pay my taxes. I'm the one. Me. I'm the one who masturbated in front of children. I'm the one who got 4th place at Evo. I'm the one with a 10-year legacy. I'm the one. Me. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. 50 bitch here. 50 bitch there. 50 bit bitch. Raise your hands in the air. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. The electric bill, the internet bill, the condo fees, my mortgage, my taxes, my back taxes, my current taxes, my state taxes, my federal taxes, my tax attorney, my tax guy, my tax accountant, my bankruptcy lawyer, all of my credit cards, my new setup, and a new laptop, PS5, gin, bowl of ramen.
Let's do it. Do it to it. How's it going, everybody? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do it with this. Yep. Oh, I should need to do that. I do actually have an extra life charity goal. There we go. All right. I know. There we go. I just, you know, whether it is or not, it don't really, you know, it is what it is. Oh, if I have Twitch on there, it's gonna be. There we go. There we go. Oh, oh dear. Hey, Mello, how's it going? Hold on one second. Hey, how you doing? Okay. Am I ready for second? Oh, yes, I am very ready for second. Let me... I'm gonna move my extra life thing over here. Change my name to match my new YouTube name. Ah, okay. That, yeah. Oh, that's confused Dunga Bunga. The neon info off. There we go. Oh yeah, this is gonna suck. There we go. Let's put that. That way we have at least a little bit of music. Yay, music. So. I was like, oh god, no, not a setup stream. Abort. Nah, instead it's actual. Good god, I have no idea what he's. I do know what he's going to talk about. I know he is going to talk about the shooting. And he's going to talk about that. Probably going to blame it on the Democrats or some shit like that. I don't know. The shooting is gonna be there. Then there is I don't know what else. Did he tease anything? Because this is very odd. So when can we watch Shin Godzilla? I don't know. Sometime. Yeah, Shin Godzilla is like, you know, it's interesting. I think one of the biggest issues, though, is that with a lot of things that Hideki Anno has made, he kind of has a, the number of things that Hideki Anno has made, he does have a tendency to get a little lost in the song. Like, if you ever watch his stuff, hope no teases. I don't know either. I didn't see any teases. So I'm just gonna, I guess I'll just play a little Splatoon just to pass the time. The thing about Shin Godzilla that always kind of to be up. Where's my chat? chat is Twitch chat. Where is it? This is one of my problems of like, oh yeah, no. So, but I think one of the things about like he is still offline. I always love that you could kind of tell that he's offline, and it's like, I mean, sure, we are a little early, so, you know. No, but I fucked something up. I got my Twitch chat too high. There we go. That's better. I never cared for the humans anyway. It was. I think the big thing for me about Shin Godzilla is the same thing that I have of a lot of Hideki Anno projects, which is, man, does it drag in the middle. Shin Kamen Rider had a big problem with that. Like, he kills the first two, like the Batman and the Spider-Man and Batman, and then it's just like, oh. Like, I don't understand why he has a tendency of doing that. Like, it really, it just, like, I remember Kami and I were watching Shin Kamen Rider, and it's just like, yeah, this is, it really just became like, oh my god. Just like, there's the idea of, oh, you get these few action scenes at the beginning, and then it's just like, ugh. I'm like, oh my god. Please kick something. And I think that honestly is one of the biggest problems, I think, with I think that's kind of one of my biggest problems that I have with the Hideki Anno. It's like, you really do need to like, Anno needs to kind of understand pacing a lot better. So, and Shin's okay, but I mean, I kind of like, there's a lot others that I really do like. Shin, the thing about Shin is that you can kind of tell this is a being that just is not meant to be. And yeah, that's okay, but I kind of like either Wrathful God Godzilla, where it's like, oh yeah, you are the thing of everything, of all the souls Japan killed in World War II were all melded together into a big dino. I kind of like that. Uh-oh, I think... Move that over there. Bandai made Kaiju #8 model kits. Ooh, very nice. I am just, like, not really doing much in this match. That's kind of cool. And I'm... Fuck. I also need to... I need to pop out my, Hold on, I'm gonna have to quit. I'm gonna fucking... Whatever, okay. I don't know what matter. Alright, oh, 1 minute left. No, not 1 minute left! Okay, so, okay, model... So, Kaiju #8, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm kind of in a place where I can't really buy any new Kaiju stuff because I'm gonna... In a few months, I'm gonna have to move from where I am just because of, you know, changing life situations. Nothing bad, I just, you know, not gonna be able to live here no more. Because the, part of it is the person who owns it is gonna sell it, and I need to kind of get a new place, and I kind of want to before I want to kind of know what I need before I really start getting back into model kits, because the one thing I really would like to do is, if I have room, get a desk that I could, you know, put my computer on that maybe has like a hydraulic thing so I can kind of move it up, maybe make it a standing desk every once in a while. I did terrible smashing. But then what I want to do is that way have my regular desk be set for maybe doing streaming of model kit building or model painting and things like that. Like model creation, like maybe some of the little like 40K and stuff like that. That would be something I would like to do. I don't know if I will do that or not. It's just something I would like to do. But I want to make sure that, like for me, I need to make sure that my situation and all that's stable before I can do that. And it's nothing with anybody. This isn't like a whole thing of, oh, you know, this person, you know, something's bad or anything. It's just, you know, that kind of thing of, oh, it's just life changing, you know. It is what it is. So. But I kind of know that I've got basically about 6 months. So I kind of want to save up to be able to do, you know, a nice deposit, figure out how I want to do that, move a little closer to where I work. So I got a long commute. Yeah, I'll be honest. That long commute is starting to get to me. Man, it gets to you. A long-ass commute will get to you. I'm almost caught up on... Oh, the HUC kit's only one more left to find. Yeah. Oh, and I was looking at that thing you sent me about the new anime with where Char gets the where Char finds the Gundam. I'm like, I'm not really sure about this, because here's the problem. It really is going to take out a lot of what Char... What about the whole thing with Char and the zombies? Like, are we just... Because the thing about the, you know, him on all the red mobile suits is one thing, but really, to me, one of the things that really made his character interesting is how, you know, in Mobile Suit Gundam, how he was trying to, you know, how does he get to his goals of being able to defeat the zombie regime and get revenge on his father? What the hell kind of gun is that this person's using? Alright, fuck you. I'm just gonna... I have like, no fucking idea what kind of gun that was. Directed by Fooly Cooly and Eva Rebirth, though. Yeah. Wait, which Fooly Cooly? Which... Are we talking OG Fooly Cooly or some of the new stuff? If it was some of the new stuff, yeah, that one doesn't really, I like OG Fooly Cooly, but if it's not Sunrise, I'm not so certain about it, because it seems like non-Sunrise, man, they can't get Gundam. And I think part of it is that there's a lot of people who, and kind of like, I think that, like that Netflix thing where it's like, you don't really understand. Gundam is, like, it's a little more complicated. And I'm not going to say like, oh, you got to be super, you got to have a high IQ to watch it. It's not like Rick and Morty. But you got to have the ability to... Oh, I got smushed. Gundam America Black... Gundam Freedom Black Knights. I mean, that goes. I mean, I wish... I guess the whole thing with Jordan... Is Jordan Roberts that... I thought he was going to do a full-on Mobile Suit Gundam live-action adaptation. I was like, what happened to that? I kind of want to see that because I like Jordan Roberts. But I haven't heard a damn thing about that. So, fuck. I don't know what's going on with that shit. Jet Squelcher. He quit because the live action's about a black female Amuro now? Oh, wow. Yeah, no. Fuck off. That, oh my god. These folks just, it's like, no. A black female Amuro. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know if you really want to... Like, understand, Amuro is a whiny little bitch. He's like Anakin Skywalker. He's whiny. Like, through a lot of it, he is just a whiny bitch. That's why we can't have nice things. Yes, it's why we cannot have nice things. You know, the fact is that, like, Amuro is whiny. Like, the whole thing in the desert is he just straight up steals the Gundam. And the Gundam is not his property. The Gundam is Earth Federation property, and oh my lord. See, the problem also is that what they're going to do with this is, you know, they're going to make... He's still offline. They're going to basically make it so, oh, the Earth Federation are the good guys. No, they weren't. And that don't mean Zeon was the good guys. There was no good faction, only good people. And Amuro... Like, the whole point of this is Amuro and everybody inside 7 basically gets drafted into the war. Because the other thing is that... Like, because here's the problem. You're gonna... Are you still gonna have Amuro basically being autistic? Because he's... Like, one, new types are basically space autists. And, I mean, think about it. That was one of the big things. He could not really connect with people for a while. And then, like, what are they gonna do with the whole thing with Lala? How are they gonna do that? Because, like, the problem is that, you know, they want to combine 0079 Witch from Mercury and Wing, be a new story. Like, oh my god, I want a live-action adaptation of Mobile Suit Gundam. You want to do Wing. But don't combine this shit. Like, one, like, is Witch from Mercury really gonna be something that, like... I don't know. Oh, 79 doesn't sell in the... Well, yeah, I mean, I get 79 doesn't sell in the US because it's... 79 probably doesn't sell in the US because the fact is it is a bit more complicated. American media tends to like to have, you know, black and white, which is the problem. The Earth Federation isn't black and white. And you see it with shitholes. I mean, hell, the 8th MS team, you see it where, oh, wow, we got people of all the sides, both Zeon and Federation, who are literal shit stains. They're awful. They commit war crimes. Which and IBO are the best sellers in the UA? Which Pause Games Media? Seed is official 3rd selling anime all time after Pokemon. Seed? Oh, I don't like Seed. I can understand Wing. Wing was kind of the first gun. I know Wing was one of the first Gundams a lot of people saw after, you know, because it was one of the first ones on Toonami. I know that Wing was shown a lot on Toonami and Adult Swim and that kind of shit. So that one I get American people really liking. But just mix and matching all this stuff is just gonna... It's gonna piss people off because the fact is, it's like, okay, like, it just dilutes the... I feel like it dilutes the brand. Wing is made for young adults, female. I mean, I remember that. That thing was just always, I remember that was always on, Toonami. My friend actually gave me one of the things. Wing's the intro to Gundam, though G really caught me being quirky as fuck. G Gundam is awesome. So many people need to watch G Gundam. Am I high-fiving somebody? Fist bump! Woo! Love the fist bumps. I keep a picture of all the fist bumps. Not me. Zeta's your intro to when we were 5 and 89. I mean... oh yeah, no, I understand Red Animator. But I think to a lot of people, especially if you weren't into the anime scene... If you weren't into the anime scene at that time... It could be that, yeah, Wing was kind of the intro to a lot of folks when anime kind of got big in the late 90s, early 2000s. With Toonami. Then... So that... And G Gundam is just the best. If you ask normals on the street, they say IBO. IBO, I don't know what that is. I don't remember which one that is. It sounds like some weird artisanal stinky beer or some shit. I mean, I think the thing is, yeah, normies will probably say IBO. The folks who basically who grew up on like Toonami, or that was kind of their gateway into most of the anime that they saw back in the day, probably will say Wing. IBO was Adult Swim. I wouldn't know. I wanted to have a swim. Sins, how you doing? Now we fucking go. He is not yet online. I have his browser in a different, I have his page in a different... I keep jumping in the pool! You see, octolings and squidlings can't swim because I think they ate, like, one of the devil fruits. I forget which one. I think they ate, like, the inky, devil fruits. So their entire culture just cannot swim. They're marine animals and they cannot swim. But yeah, I don't know. I just, when I guess for me, the fact is that, you know, well, I saw stuff like G Gundam and all that. I was older when I got into Universal Century. And I'm just like, oh, this is what I was looking for. Like, the fact that you've got these different things. Like, yeah, like, if you look at Zeta, like, Zeta has some shit where it's like, yeah, there are some people, like, yeah, the whole, people trying to get the remnants of Xeon, and they're literally just being evil doing it. Coming to Overwatch, I really don't care about Overwatch. To be completely honest, I don't care. Overwatch is its own thing, and I never was into it. And after the whole thing with Activision Blizzard, you know, the whole May thing, and then all that, it was just like, okay, I do not give two fucks about it. Hey, JDX kid, how you doing? My looks like ass. Since I saw that trailer, I'm like, where'd the booby jiggle? No booby jiggle. Yeah, that is a tame Mai. Like, her titties just, like, they're out there, but they ain't moving. Boo. Alright, have you ever seen big old bitties with no bra? Those things jiggle all around. It's like a jello mold. That's what they do. You know, I'm like... It was peak. Well, and the thing is that by killing Overwatch 1 and, by killing Overwatch 1 when they brought Overwatch 2 back, a lot of the problems, like, people just, yeah, they were done with it. Oh, you like my my DSPolitics Restream attire? LudwigWorldOrder made this. I was like, you know, if I'm gonna do that, I need to look American. America, fuck yeah! There are a couple things where it's like, ooh, it is kind of all one layer, but you know what? It's good. I didn't pay a damn thing for it. I'll show you. Yeah, I also have, as you see, I got stripy pants. I do love that I basically, I look like I stole my, I look like I stole my jacket from a soldier in the American Revolution. I just happen to have stripy pants. Hope he covers Supreme Court. Damn. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I asked. Basically, I asked Ludwig if he could make an avatar, outfit avatar for me for Uncle Sam. So you know, Pop would restream. No, Pop's not. I honestly, I don't be surprised that we don't see Pop for a long time. I mean, he's just got new stuff to do, so you know, he got new father things he's got to be doing. So he needs to be doing that. He needs to, you know, take care of his kid. He needs to take care of Mrs. Pop. You know, all that. You gotta make sure they're all good. You know, restreaming and covering DSP can wait till later. You know, not sure, because if he doesn't, then the fact is that the kid's first word's gonna be rope. First sentence will be kill yourself. But yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Like, Bill could cover Putin's cat. Peace died. He's gonna cover some. He's gonna cover some non-talk. It is 15 after, and he has still not gotten in. He's still not started the stream yet. Jesus fucking Christ, Phil! You wanted to do this earlier. Let's fucking go. Wasting my fucking time. Like, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised that it might be a while before we see Pop stream again. You know, because if I recall correctly, like, you know, this is our first kid, so he's gonna find out the fun of, oh yeah, now you're a new parent. You're not sleeping ever. Fuck you. Besides, with that, he should be just, you know, honestly, you know, if you wanted to stream, just have him stream like Lunar or something. Have him stream Happy Things, where he just was like being chill. That's what Pop should be if he's gonna stream, he should be streaming like chill shit. Like maybe cover like the Daily Rap or something, not politics. Hunter, oh, he will definitely cover Hunter getting a pardon. My God, that is, like, that is such a bad look. Mini Pop will troll David. SMA for the future. Yeah. Hunter getting a pardon, that CEO getting shot price, celebrity bat. Yeah, that, I guarantee. Frosty Beats, I know those two are going to be on there. And probably more bashing of celebrities when it's like, ooh, another fist bump. Fist bump! It was an 11-year pardon, too. Like, it's... Like, for all the stuff where people were like, oh... You know, it's like, wow, that is... I don't... Like, I know that Trump did some questionable pardons. Like, I think Jared Kushner's dad got a pardon, if I recall correctly. Like, that kind of stuff where it's like, that's questionable. What did Hunter do? A lot of stuff. Hunter did a lot of stuff. I think the simplest answer would be crack. Can't wait for Phil to just cover gummies being political. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that Hunter Biden did. It's... Yeah, no, and Biden doing it not on like a last day I'm out bitches kind of thing. It really is kind of mask off that, you know, both parties are just corrupt as fuck. I don't have any hope that either party is going to do anything. Like, no. Like, I've looked at some of the nominees that Trump put through and I'm just like, huh? Paid over 8 with no knowledge of the oil business. I mean, that's holy shit. That sounds like something Tony Soprano would get, like a no work job, unless it reflects on my personal welfare. I mean, the the adage that all politics is local, which Phil doesn't understand, that's why he covers local stuff and nobody cares. It just means that your local stuff is going to affect you a lot more. I mean, a lot of the national stuff is going to be thing. I wonder if during that whole CEO thing, if he's also going to cover some of the decisions of medical companies. What was it, Blue Cross Blue Shield in some states, saying they will not just cover anesthesia. Oh, if it goes over a certain time, going to make the patient cover it. That is going to be an interesting that is an interesting take that they're going to do. Because gotta say, don't know that I would really agree with it, that that's a good thing. Like, but I mean, then again, I am not for, you know, healthcare companies just taking away people's benefits like that. Like, oh, you know, Nancy Pelosi sold the stock of the murder CEO 24 hours before the shooting. Wait, what? Red animated. I'm gonna need. I feel like I'm gonna need a source for that, but I'm honestly not surprised. I mostly because this seems like they are always. It's like, huh? Well, ain't that always a coinky dink? That healthcare is shitty enough. Yes, it is, Mallow. That's the problem. Healthcare's already shitty enough. Like, I don't want it to go back to what it was like 20 years ago or stuff where it's like, oh, I'm sorry, that's a pre-existing condition. We're gonna deny your heart attack medication or whatever the fuck. Like, I hated the whole pre-existing condition. That was a fucking scam to get you to... I'm being dumb. That was a scam to basically, oh yeah, we're not gonna cover anything. If you don't tell us exactly what you have, we're just gonna say it's a pre-existing condition, not help you at all, and, fuck you. More money for us. Fuck you. Yeah. It's, because the thing about it, it's not just that it sucks for the patients, it sucks for the doctors. I can't tell you how many doctors and like, medical folks I know who are just like, they got out of practice because it's like, we cannot handle the insurance company. It's bullshit. And got into different fields. Like, fuck. Especially, you know, folks I know, mental health? Holy shit. Motherfucker finally decides to turn on his goddamn webcam. Oh my god. Like, this stream just went live. I don't know that he's talking, though. No, he's still got his music. Hunter getting pardoned, and it's like, he'll make it about him though. Yeah, oh yeah, that's the thing, Red Am. He'll make it all about him. He'll always make it about him. He always makes it about himself. He's always done that. So. His title is what the topics are. Oh, social media ban, Biden's pardon, Doge, Snow White, and more. Snow White? That's not political. That's media shit. Oh my god. Like, motherfucker, no. One, you don't go and watch movies anyway. And yes, Disney live-action adaptations have been ass for a long time. That was Frosty V says textbook definition of a hit. Yeah, no. Especially, you know why, Frosty Beats? Probably because it was, oh, they're not really fully white or some. He's gonna talk about DEI shit. That's what it's gonna be, and it's a live-action Disney remake that no one gives a fuck about. But, I mean, the whole thing about Doge is that okay, naming a government agency after a meme, you know, tell me how to not tell me you don't want me to take your government agency this proposed government agency seriously without telling me you don't want to take it seriously. Doge. Yeah, I got yeah, because I have his thing up because it's the only way I can listen to it, and I mean Raw would have it as well, so I would know. Yeah, well actually, Aquasaber, I think the whole thing is that it's because he's going to rant about DEI, which, to be honest, isn't... It's marginally political, but really, like, this is more media, especially because the fact that he doesn't watch movies anymore. This isn't a motherfucker who watches movies or television media. He doesn't watch television media. So, yeah, I know, Doge is the crypto owned by Elon. I understand that. My thing is, it's supposed to be the Department of Government Efficiency, and you named it Doge. You named it after a fucking meme, which is that Shiba Inu. That was Doge. Yeah, culture war at best, and honestly, Phil, like, there's nothing, like, because here's my thing. Oh, it's a Disney live-action remake. And I don't care. Because they suck. I'm just going to say it. Disney live-actions suck. They have sucked for a while. Like, how many... tell me a Disney live-action remake that is better than the animated version. Oh, wait. The food attacks. Listen, Red Animator, I don't know anything about the food attacks. I know there's going to be people who are really devastated by that food attacks. And, you know, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are devastated by the food attacks. And I think I know somebody who is. I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck. Oh. Nope, he's still singing. God, he's so awful at singing. People seem to like Beauty and the Beast with Emma Stone. Like, that seems to be the only one. Is taxes on, like the federal the Federal Unemployment Tax Act. It's real. It taxes unemployment checks. That unemployment. Here's the problem, though. Are people getting? I don't know. I've never gotten an unemployment check. I don't know how much that is, but I mean, I know that there's a limit at a point where if you're not making a certain limit, you just don't get taxed. Like, you are so far out of the poverty line, you aren't even getting taxed. So, sorry, I literally thought it was a food tax, and I'm just like, that's an oddly specific tax for some folks. I don't know. But, like, okay, so Aquasaber, so that's one. Recently became a trillionaire. Well, the thing is, he wants to buy everything. Like, here, like, remember, Elon wanted to buy, he wants to buy, through Twitter, he wants to buy InfoWars. I think he wants to buy, I've heard of people wanting him to buy, like, MSNBC and shit like that. It's like, it would depend on the state and all that stuff, but so I don't know. Maryland, you could be on unemployment checks for 155 months. That's a lot of months. Is that your entire lifetime, or is that at a time? Because I've Lion King, Cinderella, Beast all made $1 million. It's a one time. Okay. I mean, they did well, but they weren't really, like... Uh-oh, he's live. Fuck. Oh, what the fuck is he doing? Oh my god. Look at him! Look at what he... Oh, right. You can't see him.
Here it is. This is my new setup, everyone, so please bear with me.
He was literally just...
Like, where's the mic? Where's the mic? Where's the mic? Can I unmute the mic? Where did it go? It's coming. I know it's got to be here somewhere.
How did you lose the mic?
What's up, everyone?
How did you lose the mic?
Welcome to the DSPolitics pre-show. We'll be chilling for about 10-15 minutes before we actually begin with the real show.
Oh, my God.
Which will start roughly around 7 p.m. Pacific time. It'll be about a 2-hour show tonight.
He is basically...
With many interesting topics to cover. How's everyone here on Kick tonight? How are you?
Oh, my God.
Bathe us in your robustness. That's not how it works. You have to bathe in my robustness. I can't bathe. Well, I guess bathe you? You want me to bathe you? Ugh.
Phil, like, come on.
Sync, it should
what
be
are
in
you
sync.
Doing?
Is it synced? If not, refresh your streams.
What
Let me know
is
if it's in sync
this?
or not. It should be. Doing good. Glad to hear that. What's up, Vietnamese comrade? Good evening.
Like,
I'm sure
he started late, and he has to wait until 10 o'clock my time,
like I said,
7 o'clock his time to even start.
Well, around 200 viewers.
Like,
that was always my guesstimate.
And yet his stream is supposed to start at 9:15.
Episode 4.
So 45 minutes of nothing.
I thought we'd get about 200 viewers average. And then for the first 2 weeks we had over 1,000, and I was like,
yeah, he hasn't quite. I don't think he's.
People. I'm not so
no,
sure
you
about
didn't
that.
think.
You
didn't think anything was up. You thought this is the. You had the golden goose.
What's going on? You had idiots coming by trying to, bot stuff and get me in trouble, which of course doesn't work, as we know from experience. So.
Yeah, but there's literally very few people on Kick that are in any way
ready to
his.
Chill with politics tonight, right? DSPolitics.
Chill with politics. I have never heard that.
I don't know. For the first time, I may not hit all my topics tonight because we've got like a ton. We've got, in order, the banning of social media for kids in Australia. We've got...
Don't care. I'm not Australian, sorry.
Article on my local news that was so ridiculously fear-mongering with no factual basis that I had to slam them, and I ratioed the shit out of my local news, which is pretty funny. So we'll look at that.
Another article all about him.
Fear of mass deportations in schools, whatever that means. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about the Joe Biden pardon of his son. Of course, sorry, I'm filling my mug. We're going to talk about the Joe Biden pardon of his son, and how ridiculous that was, and how everyone's going crazy about it, and what are the repercussions of it. And we're going to be talking about
people have politicized pardons for a long time, so we've
got South Korea. Of course, who could forget South Korea's martial law?
He forgot
that happened this week.
I declare martial law.
Submissions that if we get to, I'd like to get to, and then we got at the end. Last thing I want to do is watch the Snow White movie trailer with all of you and do a live react to that, because this show is not just about politics, meaning politics like in government. It's about the politics of life, social commentary, all that kind of stuff that I stay away from in my gaming content.
Why would you do that? Why would you do any of that?
Well, and I want to do that to end the show tonight. So,
all right,
this is going to be a very interesting show, to say the least. Plus, it's my first show on the new set, as you can see.
Yeah, martial law lasts not a single night. Why are we?
I have better lighting. I have a better backdrop that actually is.
Okay, here's the thing. I do want to say, does his backdrop with the blue, does it kind of remind anybody else of something? Something that he used to wear that looked really stupid when he wore it on his business cards? Doesn't it kind of look like some weird minimalist stylized thing of his Sonic hat? Forget the Sonic. Yeah, right. Yeah, it looks like the fucking Sonic hat. A thing he doesn't like wearing because he knows it makes him look stupid. Remember, he doesn't like wearing the Sonic hat because it's like it makes him look dumb. Yeah. Oh boy. All right, let's get back to
set. And I have a surprise tonight. I don't know if it'll be a surprise that I'll actually use all night or not. But yeah, pretty cool. And I have my Stream Deck here. So I'll be using my stream deck during the course of the night as well. Now, I'm just curious if I set this up or not. Let me test something. Ready?
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Well, someone's impatient to see me start the show, but apparently I did set that up, so now I know I can actually use those things.
I have that too, Phil. Oh my God. Phil just figured out how to do that. Here's the thing. I used mine as a soundboard, so you don't have to see a badly thing where it just is in the middle of this. See, I can do this.
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it. Get on with it.
I also added the God part. Like, he just has the video thing there. This man does not understand how to use this.
I don't think I set this one up, though. Hold on, let me test this. Let me know if you can hear this. Can anyone hear that? Oh, did it work?
Oh, no. No. Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, RTU Phil is finally here. Oh, my God.
Because I didn't realize that I set that up.
Phil, you make me angry, Phil!
I mean, I have my soundboard.
I forgot, but
I try not to do this.
I do all kinds of fun stuff now.
Yeah.
Jeez. I assume this is the same device that Review Tech uses. I don't know. I assume that he uses a stream deck. It has everything on it. I can record. I can transition scenes. I will not forget my intros this week. Last week I forgot my transitioning intros. I won't forget them this week because I got it all programmed here on the stream deck now. This is awesome.
And yet, he was having so much difficulty finding his microphone, meaning he doesn't have a button to push to do it. Like, here's my button. I have a button on there to my mic. Let me try that. To mute my mic. Let's say I got a cough or something. And then I can unmute it. Like, there is so much he could do that I guarantee you.
I'm very excited for tonight. What's up,
Yeah,
Michael?
it's the same sounds from the Dent box. Yes, it is.
So guys, please tonight,
Saber,
I'll see it early, and I'll see it during the show as well. Please support the stream. We got to keep the momentum going. As you know, I'm only streaming this on Kick, so there's only two groups of people who can support this stream. People watching live on Kick or people behind the scenes who can tip. If you're not on Kick,
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
On Kick. That's totally fine, but please support the stream. Let's hit the goal early. Let's hit the goal early tonight.
I don't think he's going to do Hawk to a girl.
Go ahead.
I think that's way too. That's way too recent, and I don't think he understands.
Yeah, of course, I need to get new memes
what it is that is a full-on pump and dump.
So we have to see what kind of memes we can come up with.
It's basically the same thing that Boogie did, except much
right? I think that'd be pretty cool.
larger. And oh boy, she going to prison for that shit.
How you doing? An applause sound? Why? You don't want? If I do applause, it's just gonna be like a polite clapping. I'm not gonna do a full studio audience like RTU. It's so pathetic. Do applause. Get some new memes. Let's create. How you doing?
Oh, hold on.
An applause sound? Why? You don't want? If I do applause, it's just gonna be like a polite clapping. I'm not gonna do a full studio audience like RTU.
Okay.
So pathetic.
Let's. This is for Phil finally fucking around with his stream deck, probably on stream.
Congratulations! Congratulations!
You only get 2.
I love that applause emo on Kick. It's so cool. What's up, Sarah? Hope you're all here to have a good time tonight. I know I am. Oh, I forgot to open my curtain.
Hi, Chair-kun. Like, okay, that eagle drinking is definitely probably the most accurate image on that little dent
I get a
board.
on stream deck that plays the Kick Hyperclap emote. How would I do that? You mean
How would I do that?
I would have to save it, and I would have to find a way to play it via the web or something. Not sure exactly how I can implement that. How to do emotes on here. I do video clips and stuff. But I don't know if it would just play an animation, like a GIF or something like that. I'm not sure.
A GIF. A GIF. I knew there was something wrong with this guy. He calls it a GIF. It's GIF, motherfucker. GIF. Graphical image. Graphical interchange format. GIF, like graphic. Hard G.
First contribution of the night just hit. Thank you so much. I just got a $20 tip from Mars Inhabitant. We'll be covering Pete Hegseth, Donald Trump Secretary of Defense nominee. He's a pee in his pants, fun-loving drunk who like to classify female employees into 2 groups, party girls and non-party girls. No, I will not. All these cabinet picks and things, they're not fun until they've actually been confirmed that they're actually going to have those roles. And
they're not fun. They're not fun. Still, you can. The fun part about it is looking at who he's nominated and how some of them are just like, huh, like Matt Gaetz. He's like, oh, I'm going to nominate you for Attorney General. Somebody who had a House ethics probe going on. Also, allegations that he slept with somebody underage.
That basically, they're in their positions of power and they're doing stuff. Then it will be fun to start talking about these people. But right now, just, he picked them. They're not confirmed yet. We don't know if this is going to happen. That's a waste of time. Like, seriously, that's
like, you want to know why he's saying this? It's because he doesn't know a thing about them. He has no clue who they are. Like, one, you can't confirm them until he gets inaugurated. Like, first you got to wait for the new Congress to come in, then he needs to get inaugurated, then they can confirm his cabinet picks.
Waste of time, even waste time talking about it. But all political commentators have to talk about speculative nonsense because they have nothing else to talk about. I'm gonna
like, you can talk about whether, because here's the thing, to me at least, who they pick for the cabinet is kind of a, yeah, that's the major problem with his view in politics. It isn't fun. Here's the thing, the cabinet picks are a window into the inner machinations of the enigma of the president-elect's mind. Yeah, politics isn't fun. Like,
I'm gonna cover real topics tonight. Okay, stuff that's tangible.
It's also not real. It's not real.
So thank you, Mars Inhabitant, for the first contribution of the night.
Yeah. Oh, of course, Phil doesn't know about recess appointments. Although even then, Phil, you have to wait until he gets nominated. But
$20, very nice start. Thank you for that. What do we have for dinner? Well, we were supposed to make something, but my wife came home and wasn't feeling good. She came home feeling very exhausted, and she was like, I really don't think I can cook. I need to lay down. I was like, all right, so I just ordered shawarma. I got a chicken shawarma, which was so delicious with
Bill,
rice
why don't
and a side
you
salad,
cook?
so completely, healthy stuff. And my wife.
No, recess appointments can be 30. Recess appointments can be 30 days before he takes office. Red Animator, though, if I heard, I think that they have basically said no recess appointments, because that would mean 30 days before he takes office. That's before the new Congress is even in. Like, I think the idea, if I heard, was that they weren't going to allow recess appointments for him. I kind of, yes, Kumi Connors, he's already being stupid. I honestly think it's like, no, your original thing should be, you should be voting on it. No recess appointments after that.
Right now,
it's a law from the 1790s. Yeah, but here's the thing about that, Red Animator. That law from the 1790s, here's the thing. If it's recess appointments 30 days before, that's before the current Congress convenes. That law from the 1790s does not take into account the fact that there was a constitutional amendment in 1932 that moved the inauguration day from March to January. Moved it about 6 weeks, or maybe somewhere between 6 to 8 weeks ahead. So 30, because the recess appointments could work, because the fact is the Congress was already sitting. Like, they started in January and they were already sitting and doing their stuff. This puts the cart before the horse, because the Congress is supposed to start first, because even in the 1790s, that was the most important thing. The Congress was the one they felt should have had the more power.
I'm floundering around trying to find stuff on here. I'm like, where is this? Where is this?
Look at this. Like, this is stuff you could have done.
I see. Yeah,
you could have done offline.
Stuff in the folders, because I have so many files that I don't even have anything like a folder. So right now my OBS is looking very messy. I need to take some time to invest in it, to fix it up and make it spruced up so I can use it.
Invest in it. Also,
exactly. News media,
you shouldn't be wearing your own merch.
Some of the people who already got nominated already said no, we don't want to do it, and stepped out of the running. That's what I mean. It's so dumb to freak out about it.
Well, here, the reason Gates got out was because Gates took his name out of the consideration, because the fact is, if he got nominated when you join the SSH, I don't know what you're talking about, Red Animator. I don't know what that is. I don't know. You say letters and words that don't make any sense to me. But as far as Captain Alex' new Discord, I don't know. Anyway, the thing about Matt Gaetz is the fact that if he had gotten nominated, the House was going to open that ethics report would have gone public. That might not have been good for him. And because the thing is, the House ethics, by him resigning, that ethics probe is squashed. It will never be seen in the light of day. That ethics probe might have actually found some stuff. It already went public? Oh no. Ooh. Did it go public before he announces done? Or after? Because normally the House stuff like that kind of they'll just be like, oh, you left, you're done. It's a nothing burger. I mean, also, Matt Gaetz also looks like a dude. It's like, oh, that's a dude who looks like he had a little too much plastic surgery. We dummy yet?
No,
yes, we dummy. We dummy now.
Not that kind of content creator. Not too interested in that.
Ugh. All right.
Say
Bored.
shit. Why are we talking about this? There's a criminal investigation. They're trying to find a person. How about we let everyone do their jobs, but catch the guy, then we'll get the real story, then we'll start talking about it. Why are we talking about this? What do you want to talk about? So you have no information whatsoever yet. Damn it, right? United Healthcare, how he was murdered in the streets in New York City, they got on camera and everything. And it's like, okay, what do you want to talk about? So you have no information whatsoever yet.
Look
They
at
haven't found the person
this.
who did it yet. All you're hearing is a bunch of hearsay shit. Why are we talking about this? There's a criminal investigation. They're trying to find a person. How about we let everyone do their jobs, but catch the guy, then we'll get the real story, then we'll start talking about it. Not, well,
Oh, wow. Yeah, he wants to wait. He wants to wait because it's like, I say he wants to wait.
let's
Just
start gabbing about it now
Gates.
before we even actually know what
Here's the
happened.
thing, Red Animator. Matt Gates also conversated because he was trying to get any congressman arrested for insider trading. Wasn't he also the one that basically was part of the group that kind of caused the speaker to kind of quit, and then they had like over a dozen elections? I mean, which is great. I mean, it shows the dysfunction of that party. That's a dysfunctional party then. You can't get a Speaker of the House. More chaos, the better. I mean, yeah, but Gates also just, he's skeevy. That man is just like, it kind of reminds me of the Sublime. You remember the Sublime song Date Rape? He reminds me of the one who would be the one that would put something in somebody's drink. You don't want Congress to pass bills. I mean, we're at a point where it's like I would like for them to at least try something, but I guess we're not getting
We
that.
don't know what actually happened yet.
I can understand, but I think it's because he
Here's the weird
doesn't
thing.
want to look stupid when even
I
more
have two PCs
information.
now, both with RGB lights, right?
Well,
So
since
the one
yeah,
to my right is the gaming PC, and the one to my left is the streaming capture PC. I set them both to the American flag RGBs. It's the same program, Signal RGB. The one on the right has a red fan. The actual cooler on the processor is red. The middle fan is half blue, half red. The RAM has white, red, and blue.
Oh my
like the whole flag,
God,
and the bottom fan is
who
blue, so
the
it's got a nice
hell
gradient. The one on my
cares?
left, my capture streaming PC,
leave it up to
98% of it
states.
is blue. Only the RAM has white and red on it. So the RAM is red, white, and blue. The entire rest of the PC is
The
just blue.
fact is, Red
What
Animator,
happened there?
like
Why is it that this one, the RGB is set up
that,
amazingly?
you're not
and
going
this
to
one
be able to
looks
do
crap?
that
I'm wondering
because
what happened there.
hearing this
How did
week.
it screw up?
Let's
I don't
talk
know.
about.
Maybe I can move it around.
He doesn't. I don't think he knows anything
Hold on,
about the
maybe I can mess with
Supreme Court hearing. What is the Supreme Court hearing?
Get rid of
Did
edit.
somebody die and they need to put a new
Layout.
one in? I don't know what's going on.
Oh god. So, oh yeah. Okay, hold on.
Oh, trans.
Yeah,
Wait.
I actually can totally mess with it. You can actually set separate quadrants and stuff. Look at this.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me more because
oh, no.
I'll be honest, I
motherboard you
don't
can't.
follow politics enough to know.
The RAM is set right down the middle of the flag, which is why it's
Well,
happening.
like,
Huh?
is the Supreme Court deciding on like what about trans
Yeah,
kids?
they won't let me edit.
Are they deciding whether they
Well, that's
exist or
interesting.
not? I don't know what's
Look at that.
going on.
Here they all are.
Yeah, he
That's the
bought into
motherboard.
yeah, that's the thing. He's forgotten that no one can see the RGB but him. And no one else can see the RGB but him, and nobody cares. It gets surgery and meds without parents.
For some reason they won't let the motherboard
You know
move
what?
around. That's weird. Because mother. Oh wait.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not. I don't know.
I can drop something, but I don't know.
So
what. See, I don't know how to mess with this.
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I have a number of trans friends. I don't know. I don't know.
Something's changing. Something's changing. This is why I like to mess with RGBs more. Can I move these around?
I'm just,
Looks like you can, but they don't really do much.
I don't
It doesn't
know.
really do anything.
I'm not.
It's weird.
I feel like
Yeah, it's definitely weird. Now it's pulsating.
I'm not an
this,
expert on
I
this
moved the
subject. I'm
RGB
just like,
one.
I have no idea what's, like, I don't know.
Some I can move, some I can't. This is weird. I don't even get it. All right, I'm not gonna mess around with this.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
Well,
It must be that
the thing,
they're set
Aqua
differently.
Saber,
The motherboards are
I
different,
think
and the
that
motherboard quads
I
are
wonder
set
if he
colors,
might have
which
a
is
little
weird.
bit of
I think that maybe
ADHD.
some of the fans are different color, but
I think he does have a little bit of ADHD. Yeah, Frosty, that would have been a
know what it is,
minefield to do that, but he has
Yeah.
no takes. He is so
It's the RAM.
devoid of takes. Like
He's not doing anything. I'm gonna
I'm
move all the
beginning
fans
to
around,
think
see
that
if those white and blue,
I
they're
am
not working,
beginning to
or
think
white
that
and red, none of them
he
working.
might
It's
have some ADHD. The way
all
that
stuck on blue.
he'll get like really caught up in
Weird,
something.
because I moved them all. Yet they're all
So-
stuck on blue somehow. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I'll mess around with this later and try to figure it out.
No
It's
one
something- I mean,
cares,
RGBs are
so
so
we can't
insignificant in my
see it.
setup, but it's kind of cool to get things to look good. And,
We
I
can't
would
see
like to
it.
get
No
that to
one
look
can
good. And
see
all blue. I
it.
don't know why the whole thing's blue. What's weird about it is the other ones are good. Like I tried other RGB setups and they're beautiful on there. So, all right, one more contribution came in. Ava Cowboy Rocks, how you doing? I picked one of your submissions. I actually found it very interesting.
Phil's take, let
Out of your
people
submissions,
live their
one of them I
life
wanna
as
get
long
today.
as
Not
they're
really stories,
happy.
but
I
we'll do
mean,
viewer submissions near the end, but I definitely want to get to your video if we can. I like one of the submissions a lot. Mr. Puppy Nipples did a $2.25 tip. And says,
is that a
CEO
bad
of
thing?
the insurance company. Yes, we just talked about that.
I mean,
And it's unfortunate.
I'm of the
Again, all we have is
idea
speculation
of,
and not a lot of information.
you know,
So I don't think we should cover it too much in depth tonight because there's not
people
really
have the
anything to talk
right
about besides people guessing,
as long
right?
as you don't infringe on the rights of
Bubbles, we have not doing votes,
others.
however, I'm going to open my board and we're going to begin. Okay.
Don't really give a shit. It's less of, yeah, literal ranting to non. Like, I
Alright,
mean,
so, I'm trying to
that
think.
take of let people
What
live
should we
their
even
life
start
as
on
long
here?
as they are happy is, as long as you're not
I can actually start
infringing on the rights of other people.
Build up just like I do on the first
I'm
stream.
okay. Even if the
exactly what
first
I'm
two
gonna do,
analyze.
I'll use the same intro for the first stream and then we'll start the show. All right, everyone ready? There's a I missed a sub.
Aqua Saber, I don't
Scroll up.
know.
Thank you, Rare Tricks. Rare
I
Tricks has
don't
gifted
know.
a membership or a sub. I'm sorry, Rare Tricks.
I
really
honestly,
gotta find out if there's a leaderboard or something. I can
my
just
thing
get
is,
excited missing them. That's
when
not
it comes to
Thank you so much,
that
Rare Tricks,
part,
for the first
I have no
gifted sub
idea.
of the night.
Like, I will admit, I will take
Appreciate
defense
that very,
that
very much.
I have
Thanks for the
no
early support,
idea.
everybody.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Like, I'm not a medical
Let's,
professional.
Let's get started. Everybody ready?
So
All right, everyone,
that
without
you're,
further
this
ado,
is so
it's
far
time
out
to
of my
start
league.
The
I
fourth
don't
episode
know.
ever of DSPolitics. Here we go.
Why? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Anyway, so my thing is, here's my guess. If you can't get a tattoo, or serve in the army, no. Un's 18, I don't care. That's not. That's a fine. I think that's fine. Like, my thing is, more than likely, the Supreme Court will probably bounce it to the states. I mean, that's what Phil does. Very little understanding. He'll just send out a platitude that thinks of the end-all answer. Yeah, I know that. Like, my thing is, I don't know the answer, and I know it won't solve the answer. But I'm like,
All right. Good evening,
yeah.
everyone. Phil here, broadcasting to you live. Hold on. Am I good? Okay. Broadcasting to you live from the Oval Office. You blew it! Yes, I did. I already made a big mistake. Welcome, everyone, to DS Politics, episode 4.
Why would you
December
do
5th,
that? Why would you do
2024.
any of
As you can
that?
see, I'm preparing myself for the future of the show and for the future of the country. So I got to get used to these kind of surroundings, you know.
yeah.
Step up in the
Here's
world.
the thing
You know,
about
it's funny,
that.
it's
The thing about it is, Phil, there's no need for you to actually, like, being in the Oval Office. Think of the ego that this whole thing is about. This is about his ego of, he thinks he is so much hot shit he could be in the White House and stuff like that. Like, Phil, no. It's a fine answer to have. I don't know, and I will appeal to some form of authority. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, this is something I have no experience with. I'm just gonna be like, dude, I'm gonna have, like, there needs to be subject matter experts. I don't know.
2016,
I feel
and
bad
2020
because
people
it's like,
they said, you know, maybe Phil, DSP himself should run for office. And at that time I said, you know, I don't think I'm ready for it. I'm a gamer. You know,
like, Phil, there is no way you would be the dumbest person in politics, and that is an achievement.
no, I don't think I'm cut out for that kind of stuff. But you know what's happened is in the last 4 years, things have gone a certain way in this world and in this country in particular. And I find myself now tackling.
Tell me that I hope he stole that Photoshop. I hope he stole the Photoshop of Phil, the 47th president of the United States.
The political topics, the hot topics, right? The ones that no one wants to touch with a 100-foot pole. And so maybe it is time to start preparing myself and the world. I mean, again, if Donald Trump can get elected not once, but twice, then why not Dark Side Phil? I haven't done a tenth of the
I mean, Phil,
things that he's done.
you also would actually have to pick a political party. Also, I love the fact that the RGB is, that the green screen is so bad, it's taking part of his shirt and you can see through him. You generally hear Phil's policies. Phil has no policies, though. The thing is that Phil, at any debate, would literally get destroyed because he has no policies. He'd go, like, here's the thing. Like, he couldn't even...
Yeah.
Like, listen, I almost want to say that a dead man could beat him, but I do remember that back in the day, like around early 2000s, John Ashcroft there was an election in Missouri where John Ashcroft lost to a dead man. The candidate died before the election, and John Ashcroft lost to a dead man. As the Robin Williams said, sorry, John, but the dead man scares us more than you.
I don't have any sons to pardon either on the way out. So, you know, I can't even blow it on the way out either. So there you go.
He will pardon Timbo Slice of his bankruptcy. He couldn't even edit a desk in front. Yeah, or here's the thing. He could be in front of like a backdrop, like the White House backdrop, so with microphones, so it kind of looks like he's doing a press conference. It looks like he's sitting in a gamer chair in the middle of the room. Yeah.
Very nice. All right. So welcome everyone to the show. Obviously, this is my new layout. A lot of people are like, what the heck? This is my new layout. As you can see, here's my real office. Not oval shaped, but much vastly improved and upgraded in quality since what I used to do. Now actually
It's not
filmed dead on
like
to the wall with his...
Here's the question. Why get all this stuff in the background? These panels that look like the Sonic hat. If all you're going to do is hit the boop button and have bad green screen, why don't you just buy a green screen? Pegasus, it was Phil. Hold on.
Camera, which allows it to be such a good shot that I can now use technology to do things like this. Pretty damn cool, right? So, awesome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to say thank you all.
RGB on. Hey, you know what? Now that Piece of Piece is doing his own thing and might not be back for a while, we don't even have to have him turn the RGB on or RTX on. Phil's turned RTX on for us.
Out with me in the last month. It's episode 4, so essentially this is the 1 month
kind
of closing show here of DSPolitics. I've had a great time with the show, okay? Streaming exclusively on Kick is definitely the right way to go. That way you don't get crossover with my gaming content. Like on the DSP gaming channel, we don't really talk about this show at all. It's all about gaming over there and that kind of stuff. Here, we've separated.
I did a fucking podcast and no, congratulations to Pop. I hope everything's going well and I hope
doing well. Once again,
mother and child are doing well.
The channel did much better than the old content that I was putting on that channel. Every clip I think got a minimal. Got like 400 or 500 views, some got almost 1,000 views.
And hope that Pop isn't autistically reeing at the kid for waking up, the infant for waking up too much.
This week we've got a big variety of topics, okay? We've got parliamental social media bans for teens and kids. We've got me felting my local news, ratioing them completely. We've got the Joe Barton fight, which everyone wants me to talk about. I want to talk about. I think it's going to be a huge
Hold
topic.
on, what? The what?
My local news, ratioing them completely. We've got the Joe Barton fight, which everyone wants.
The Joe what?
Felting my local news, ratioing them completely. We've got the Joe Barton fight, in which
the Joe Barton? Who's Joe Barton? Who is Joe Barton? I'm Joe Barton. I will look up Pegasus later. But Joe Barton. Joe Barton, you play Hail to the Queef.
Everyone
and like, how did that woman play that song? You don't want to know.
We've got
Joe Barton. Wake up, Joe Barton.
Man, a bunch of little random things to talk about that were submitted
Hubert
by
Zirconium, Joe Barton.
I want to say, if you are someone,
I know
who is a
Barton.
Like, member
good my God, that was like such a mush mouth. Like he is drunk. Like he is very drunk right now. You could tell he's drunk. All right, let's speed up and get back to live.
Thank you to those of you who submitted some clips for this week.
Nobody.
A bunch, and some only submitted 1 or 2. But I went through all of them. And I got a few. I got a good variety that I may or may not use because it really depends on how long we talk about all the other topics before we get to those. But we'll see. You know, I have major topics to talk about. And then
if it's another,
show, I want to do something different. As you know, up to this point, pretty much everything that I've kind of talked about on the show has been about real heavy political stuff, what politicians are doing and things like that. Tonight, I want to change it a little differently because here's why. Politics is not just laws and politicians and governments. Politics involves culture. Politics involves ways of thought and, you know, cultural differences and beliefs. And like I said, that pendulum swings back and forth, right? And at one point it was way to the one side, now it's swinging back the other way. So Snow White is getting a live action movie. And the trailer was released just a couple days ago. I would like to do a live react to the Snow White trailer with all of you.
Yeah, like,
and let's watch it together.
The thing about Sins is that when I mush mouth something, I kind of know I've done it. He is literally just drunk.
My merchandise shop is in full swing at darksidefil.shop. You can get awesome 2-sided mugs. You can get officially licensed hoodies, t-shirts.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Tote bags. Why would they need tote bags? Your fans don't read.
So order early.
Yeah, he wants to weigh in on the culture war, not politics. Yeah, like, I don't care. It's Disney live action. Again, I said I don't care.
People who are members on that channel can submit all kinds of clips.
You know what? It's late. You know what? You know what I'm caring? I'm not caring about Mufasa. I'm caring about Shadow the Hedgehog having a gun.
I know.
Taking his Second Amendment rights.
Basically, the support on that channel has dwindled a lot. A lot of people can't sue their members. Okay. I get it. Okay, but the good news is there's long form react content coming back to that channel very shortly. And this is another way that you can get be part of my content. Okay. Lastly, tonight the live.
Oh yeah. So I did look up Pegasus. That was a thing.
How can you? You can become a subscriber of this channel here on Kick. All right. Or you can gift subs to everyone on the channel. That helps a ton. Or you can tip me. A lot of people say they're interested in the show, but they just don't want to make a Kick account. They'll be watching from the wings, right? I don't know how
your love give me such a thrill, but your love don't pay my bills.
You know, it's open discussion with the audience as well as with the audience.
Jay
there.
got a
So,
shirt.
and
Oh,
let's hit the goal.
dear
Already got good.
Lord.
Started $27 off of the 150 goal.
Like,
So let's get that moving. Anyone who contributes, thank you so
I
much.
don't
for
think
getting a live
he's
shout-out.
made a whole
Okay.
lot of
Here we
money
go. We're
on
rocking. So the way the long
that.
form reacting works is very simple. I'm gonna do probably about 1 a month moving forward, depending on time. If there's more time, I'll probably do more than one. All right. People who remained ultra members of my React channel got to suggest topics. I'm going to use those topics but right now. An opportunity presented itself. So good.
Like, Oval Office, this is just his narcissism. Like,
hundreds of people spoke up on the internet and said, do it. They went nuts. Even YouTubers were like, do it. You got to do it. That's going to be.
Here's what he could have done. He could have gotten a nice blue blue curtain backdrop with like DSPolitics, and then kind of like how he has that one thing where he's like, oh, with his stroke mouth, insert dick here mouth, and you have it DSPolitics, and then just have it like still that blue kind of officially curtain thing, and then have a podium. So yeah, it looks like he's doing a press conference. That would actually look a lot better than this.
Going to be a great piece of content. So that's the very first one. And after that, I'll be more drawing upon the suggestions of the ultra members, FYI. Busty Bills, I tried to become a submission to your member, it wouldn't let me. Okay, Busty Bill, FYI, sometimes you cannot become a member for various reasons. If you're a branded account, I don't think you can become a member. It's very weird in that regard. So anyway, if you're having issues, you may want to try a different YouTube account, because then it might work.
Try a different YouTube account. Use socks.
I don't know how that works. I don't really understand the difference between a brand account and a regular account, but wish I could help you with that one. I don't know. Okay.
I don't know, but give me money.
So without further ado,
give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Yes. Without further ado, I think we'll get to our first topic of the night. Ladies and gents, let's do it here on DSPolitics.
Oh, such a corporate fucking
all right.
intro.
So our first topic of the night, by the way, I can actually move my camera now. I had this here from earlier today when I was doing gameplay, and it wasn't working, so I had to move the camera. But now I think we can just scoot it right down. There we go. Scoot it right down.
I don't care.
Okay, so our first topic of the night, ladies and gentlemen, is as I said earlier.
Nobody gives
over in Australia, they're up to some hijinks, man. The politicians over there are making some moves, but the people of Australia are kind of confused about it, and there seems to be a big difference of opinion over there about this one, so I wanted to cover it here tonight on DSPolitics, okay? So, Australian Parliament bans social media for under 16s with the world first law. That's right. They're basically saying your kids are not allowed on social media. Now, immediately when this story hit earlier in the week,
oh, that's amazing. Oh my god! Media, that's his capture card. HDMI, please scan the QR code or go to the link below for HDCP instructions. Holy shit! Cool setup, Phil.
what the hell is this? HDCP for what?
Oh, you fucked now?
Are you kidding me? First of all,
This
I
is
disabled HDCP on the
amazing.
capture device. To be clear, I turned it off. So I have no idea how this is giving me an HDCP error.
Well,
what the hell does that mean?
Because it means maybe. Oh.
There's no way that they would not allow me to have a news story on the screen. So I have no clue. What does it say? Please scan the QR code or go to the link below for detailed instructions. How about you go fuck yourself? I turned off HDCP.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, hold on. I guess first thing I'll do
Good
is
job.
I'll pause recording, because it would be pretty stupid if I kept recording there. All right, that's number one. Number two, how the hell do I get HDCP off of this device when I already did? Let me see if I can figure this out. I already disabled
Go
this
to
device
the
that device
link.
had on, and I already turned it off. So let me take a look here.
YouTube mode
I don't know if
off.
it's gonna work. It's already been used in the other device, but let's see here. So, yeah, of course, an error is going to occur because I'm using the other device. Let's see.
Oh, this has already been a gold
Here
mine.
it is.
This is amazing.
It's on again. Off. There you go. I don't know what happened, why it was on. I just turned it off. Okay, this might fix the issue. It did. Somehow it got turned back on. Don't ask me how. I legit have no idea how it got turned back on because I had it turned off. Maybe I did driver updates and stuff. It totally redid all my settings. I'm not sure. But I have it off now. Okay, so hopefully it doesn't go back on.
You did the what?
Close and redid all my settings. I'm not sure. Turned back on because I had it turned off. Somehow it got turned back on. Don't ask me how. I legit have no idea how it got turned back on because I had it turned off. Maybe I did driver updates and stuff. It totally redid all my settings. I'm not sure.
Driver settings shouldn't do that. Like, it probably, there's probably at least some point. Also, okay, love that somebody has the username Pot of Greed. Their username, their avatar better be the fucking Pot of Greed card.
Well, I have it off now. Okay, so hopefully it doesn't go back on. Then I close, and now we should be able to proceed with the show. Let's double check. That was fucking stupid. Okay, let's continue, shall we? Okay. All right, we got that sorted
YouTube
out.
mode
Let's continue.
on.
So, Australian Parliament banned social media for under 16s with the world first law. And admittedly, when this was first announced, okay, I was like, social media, like in every country, there's different kinds of social media that's prominent. Some countries only have their own internal social media and don't actually allow external social media. Others allow everything. And I was curious when they announced this law and passed it, like what's covered, right? So here it is. The law makes platforms including TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Reddit, X and Instagram liable for fines of up to 50 million Australian dollars or 33 million American dollars for systemic failures to prevent children younger than 16 from holding accounts. The Senate passed the bill on Thursday, 34 votes to 19, and the House of Representatives overwhelmingly approved it, 102 to 13. The House on Friday endorsed opposition amendments made in the Senate, making the bill law. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said the law supported parents concerned about online harms to their children. Platforms now have social responsibility to ensure the safety of our kids is a priority for them, Albanese told reporters. Now, here's the
Now
weird
he's
thing about
going to
this,
read.
okay? And this is what I don't
Because
understand.
in
and I don't
case
know
you're
if anyone's addressed
blind,
this yet.
but
So
so
at
the
least in
blind
the
man's
United
dead.
States of America, okay, there is a law in place, and that law states that these social media sites and also other sites such as YouTube, Twitch, and others, okay, they are not legally responsible for the content on them, but they are responsible for policing if things are reported. So, for example, right now, if someone were to upload a horrendous criminal act on YouTube, like a freaking murder or something, right? YouTube's not responsible for the fact that it got uploaded, but if someone reports it, YouTube is responsible for the removal of that material because it presents an illegal act in it.
I think
okay?
one of the detractors tried to get
Now, that is the
a video
law
about a guy
that has
self-deleting
prevented
off
websites
of,
from
and
being
YouTube
sued
wouldn't
into
do it.
oblivion for like 20, 30 years. It's the reason why websites can host any content and don't get in trouble. It's why YouTube allows instant uploads, why a website like Twitch allows an instant stream without reviewing
We're
your
live now,
content
so
first.
now it's
If they were
slow.
liable for the content on the sites, they would have to make sure that every piece of content is in line with the law, and therefore they probably wouldn't ever allow someone to just upload something without review first. Now imagine that. Imagine if I was going to stream on Kick tonight and Kick had to sit there and have like a 10-minute delay of when you could see me because they're sitting there watching the live stream to make sure that it's not violating US law. Okay? So that's what's always protected these companies in the US, but this is Australia, and I guess in Australia they're saying,
Australia's
hey, we do
different.
it differently, and we don't care about your
Mate, we
international
do it
laws. This is our
differently,
own internal
and I don't
law.
think DSP's
Okay?
a poofta.
So, of course, all the social media platforms immediately saying things, oh, this is a rushed, this is definitely a rushed decision. This shouldn't have, this shouldn't have happened.
Again,
Saying things, oh,
won't
this is a rushed,
put a
this is
ad
definitely
blocker
a rushed
on it.
decision. This shouldn't have.
it wants you to give him money.
Why on earth would you do this, to our companies? The social media ban legislation has been released and passed within a week. As a result, no one can confidently explain how it will work in practice. The community and platforms are in the dark about what exactly is required of them. Amendments passed on Friday bolster privacy protections. Platforms would not be allowed to compel users to provide government-issued identity documents, including passports or driver's licenses, nor could they demand digital identification through a government system. So basically what they're saying is, you can't have an account until you're older than 16, but by the way, there's also no way for you to prove how old you are. So what are they supposed to do then?
I mean, I don't know that I would trust the government,
This
this government account that's a single point of failure to have like identification stuff like that. That's
to Washington State.
That is a that is just
the
say,
Obamacare
hey,
laws when
why don't
President
you?
Obama was in power had just passed.
The
This
Obamacare
changed
law.
the entire way the healthcare system worked in America. So here's what happened. I moved from Connecticut, a state on the East Coast, to Washington, a state on the West Coast. That means I no longer qualified for the healthcare that I had in Connecticut. So I used the process. I went online. I found the information. I filled out the forms. I did everything I was supposed to do to get healthcare out here. I waited 2 months and never got a reply. So I contacted them. And they said, oh, well, actually, there's no way to properly
Oh
do
my
it right
God,
now
who
because
the
system's
hell
still in flux. We're
cares?
just getting employees in here to start working the system. So likely your application...
Yes, Phil. Like the Obamacare
Oh my God,
rollout
who
was
the
very
hell
bad.
cares?
Everybody knows that. Okay? Guess what?
We coming for you, nigga.
Sorry. My thing was dirty and I was just pushing buttons. Yeah, like why is it like this isn't even about social media and all this. Yes, the Obamacare rollout was poorly done. It was poorly done. When it started coming out. And honestly, like the Obama, like he came in, he moved in 2014. I believe that the exchanges were a little bit better back then. But I mean, part of the thing is that, if, your partner had a job, you could just be on your partner's health care. Like the idea, it's not about medical care. And you're not going to have any medical PII. This is social media. Now, I don't like the idea that they would have an account that, where, oh, you have to show this one account. I'm like, I don't like that because the fact is then that becomes a thing of that's going to get hacked. I don't like
to get
that.
healthcare in Washington has been sitting around in the system unlooked at for 2 straight months, and we don't have any personnel to do it yet. I said, what? Yeah, they passed the law for Obamacare, but they never actually put the infrastructure in for it to work. So people were just sitting around with no health care for months on end. What was I supposed to do? What if I broke my leg and I go to the hospital? I have no health insurance. I got no one to help.
Phil, how about they give you a pill and leave you at the side of the road? Hmm? Aw? Do you like that, Phil? You like that? They could do that. Like, also, it's cheap to pay for broken leg with cash than insurance. Well, and here's my thing. The thing is, he's talking about Obamacare. Here's the thing. Obamacare, like, that got through in, like, 2010. He's talking about 2014 as it, like, he is messing up the timelines here, okay? Obama got elected in 2008, and I think Obamacare got passed like late 2009, early 2010, I want to say. So you're talking 4 years later. Like when he moved to Washington, Obama was on his 2nd term. So what are you talking about? I'm pretty sure that the issues with the rollouts was like the first year or 2. So he would have already been ready. Like this makes no sense.
Help me pay for my bills. You know, that's how it was. And that's what it sounds like to me is happening with this policy. It sounds like this policy was rushed past, and all of a sudden, they're well, how do we implement it? You're not allowing us to have a way to prove someone's age, so how would this policy even work, right? Senator David Shoebridge with the Minority Greens Party said mental health experts agreed the ban could dangerously isolate many people who use social media to find support. The policy will hurt young people the most, especially in regional communities and the LGBTQI community, by cutting them off. Exemptions apply for health and educational services, including YouTube, Messenger Kids, WhatsApp, Kids Helpline, and Google Classroom. Opposition Senator Maria Kopasik said the bill was not radical but necessary. The core focus of the legislation is simple. It demands that social media companies take reasonable steps to identify and remove underage users from their platforms. This is a responsibility these companies should have been fulfilling long ago, but for too long they shirk these responsibilities in favor of profits, okay? And even have an online safety campaigner. So this woman, Sonia Ryan, her 15-year-old daughter Carly was murdered by a 50-year-old pedophile who pretended to be a teenager or pretended to be a teenager online. He described the Senate vote as a monumental moment in protecting our children from horrendous harms online. It's too late for
Oh
my daughter,
no!
and many other people
Oh
who've already
no!
suffered.
It was
So let's stand
old
together and
Derek.
embrace this together. So, you know, reading this article, all right, and we keep going because I have people from Snapchat are talking about it and everything. Basically, what it sounds to me like is
He didn't read the article.
Some of these horrible things are happening, right? Now, pedophiles are harming kids because they're impersonating younger people online, and kids are, you know, getting fooled. And awful story of this girl passed away, was murdered by a pedophile. That's terrible. Okay, so should some safeguards be in place for this kind of stuff? I would argue yes, but I mean, there's a few questions. First of all, that I have to pose here. Okay, I understand that we're in a busy world, correct? Everyone's busy. Everyone's got stuff going on. You know, parents got work and other things, but at some point, don't you think that if your kid is under 16, that you should have some control over their life? Like you should know at least who they're talking to, what they're doing. Like that's awful to me that a pedophile is, you know, murdered kids. But what kind of an environment was it that the kids were never had their online interactions reviewed by their parents to know that this was going
I mean, Phil, you do know that social media is normally on cell phones, and a lot of children have cell phones now, you know, because the idea is most people don't always have landlines in their, like when you're 16 or you're in high school, you're probably gonna want a phone. That way you can check in with your kid. Like, what the fuck? Social media is claimed to be one of the leading causes of depression and anxiety in kids right now. That is their main argument, as well as the Derek's out there. Yeah, and my thing is that Phil's like, why aren't they checking this stuff? Like, this is Phil so far in the past. Him not understanding this is on cell phones. Like, they have their own social groups. They've got, you know, their friends and all that stuff. Like, you don't have landlines anymore, Phil. You don't have, like, it's all cell phones. And social media is kind of the way that they can chat with their friends. And unfortunately, that, because of that, makes it easy for dangerous predators to impersonate them. And, you know, yeah, the fact is that, like, yeah. It's like, I don't...
on? You know, what? You know, obviously, if this is someone you've never met before, now you're meeting with a stranger from online, and the parent didn't know and isn't involved. That's a little bizarre to me. I'll be honest, I do think that parents in this modern era have shirked the vast majority of their responsibilities. It seems to be like parents now think, I have the kid.
Phil, you have no children, and nor do you have... Oh, yeah, no, and... I mean, Red Amber, I know that there's a lot of people who still have landlines, but not everybody does. And, you know, hey, you know, let's say you got like somebody who's, 15, 16 years old doing after school stuff. They might do clubs after school. You're probably going to want some kind of phone to be able to text them. You're on Jasper. No, he doesn't. That's not a kid. That's a cat. Okay? I love the cat that's in my house, but the fact is that that's not, no. That's just a cat. Yeah, this is the wrong person. He is not a parent and never will be.
And now society raises them. Throw them to the wolves. Let them go online. Let them watch TV. Let them do everything unchecked, unhindered, no discipline, no rules. What do they say? The town raises the village. It takes a village.
Joe Barden Piden. Okay, so somebody was very quick to make this Joe Barden.
To raise a kid. So just let the village raise the kid. And I'm going to go off over here and live my own life like I never had a kid. Okay? I'm sorry.
That's not how that works, Phil. The fact is that these kids have cell phones. And because of that, they have social media on that. Like, this is... You ain't buying a cat a phone. Yeah, no. Fuck, man. Cats are catty bitches. They'll just talk. Meow, 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 meow. If Phil shouldn't be talking... Considering he let Derek run free... That is true, Frosty Beats. He let Derek run free in his community for so long. And it was brought to his attention that Derek's a predator. And he didn't care. It wasn't, oh, well, my local Catholic school has a cell phone jammer. Oh, Red Animator, is that so that the choir boys can't call for help? Or so that if they try to report the sodomy, they just keep getting a dial tone?
I disagree with this. Now, we talked about this a week or two ago, how crime is rampant here in Seattle, and some of the criminals are literally 11 years old. I showed you the video of the 11-year-old with the assault
Do you
rifle
monitor
on
Jasper's
camera
internet
holding
access?
up a gas station clerk, right?
Blaming the parents is an interesting perspective, which by him saying this kind of means that, like, the fact of that girl who got, I no clue, but the school has the highest GPA now in MD. Is it because the Catholic Church is jamming the phones, or because it's a Catholic church and they're doing naughty things? I don't know. Like, yeah, Fickle the Thief says, you don't have kids, shut up. Blaming the parents. So you're basically saying, like, that's the parents' fault. Like, this makes no sense whatsoever. Like, the fact is that there's a lot of this stuff that, and especially like the TikTok challenges are bit. I was a sub teacher who used phones to cheat in school. Oh yes, I know that they use it to cheat. I'm sure they do. Believe me, back in the day, everyone could figure. Hell, we didn't have cell phones that could do that when I was a kid, but you know what they had? They had a TI-83. They put answers in those. Fuck, man.
Where's the parent? And if this is the case, if this is a parent who, is shirking their responsibility as a parent, should they not be held accountable? Your child, who you gave birth to, is committing crimes. Why are you not responsible for it?
Like, you do know that you can, like, if you're a parent, you can try to teach a kid to do right, but ultimately, it's if that kid just don't want to do right, then that kid ain't gonna do right. That's what happens. Like, I have a family PC in the living room for internet activity, give them a dumb phone for emergencies. This actually is I cured with my brain, probably, but also you should probably teach them healthy ways of social media. Don't take anybody's, don't be friends with anyone unless you know them and you've met them in real life. Phil wants to talk about Destiny's kid pulling a gun on stream. That sounds like a bad thing to do. Yeah, your child was touched, you go to jail, says Phil. This is... Whenever he does these things, it really does show his lack of empathy. The politics died after 3 streams. My God, he's arguing for kids having independence, yet if they're doing anything wrong, it's not the kid's fault. Yeah, it really... Well, Aquasaber, remember, he's all like, well, that happened a while ago. You can't hold me responsible. It's literally, if you don't catch it right then, you can't hold me responsible. He's weird.
On the flip side of that, your child is going online and unhindered, unfiltered, talking to a million people who you don't know, and now is arranging meetups with them. Doesn't that sound a little fucked up and weird? Like, at what point do parents actually start raising their kids at this time? You know what I mean? I'm confused about this. Like, when I was a kid, I did have access to the internet. Yes, there was internet. In the 90s, there was AOL Instant Messenger and stuff like that. All right, but my parents.
Dude. That is not. That is apples and oranges. The fact is that like. The fact is social media has become kind of has become basically how kids, stay together and all that. Yeah, people in China and Korea are fucked because they work an ungodly amount of hours. So watching kids sometimes ain't in the cards. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Oh yeah. AIM was pretty bad. AIM was pretty bad as well. But the fact is that it also is still different. It's still different. He thinks it's applicable to today.
Parents, until I was an adult, my parents knew how I was using it. I couldn't just use it unfiltered all day long. I had times of the day when I was allowed to use it for a set amount of time because I had other things to do. I had chores to do.
Also, you didn't do any chores, Phil. You don't do chores now. Also, the fact is, people have cell phones. They can do all that stuff. Like,
I had homework to do. I had a variety of life. I didn't just sit there on the internet talking to people all day when I was a kid. I think that's personally unhealthy
now,
for a kid to be doing. They should have in-person activity.
Okay, hold it. Arguing kids. Here's the thing.
I had a variety of life. I didn't just sit there on the internet talking to people all day when I was a kid.
Now you do it as an adult.
I think that's personally unhealthy for a kid to be doing. They should have in-person activities and things too. They shouldn't become addicted to the internet, right?
This is amazing. I love this. The fact that he's saying, they shouldn't be addicted to the internet. A dude who's addicted to the internet, who, remember, he did not fuck his wife on his wedding night. He was online fighting trolls on his wedding night. I don't think people should be on social media, any of those platforms of pedos. I think the fact is that there needs to be some, Drax, I think there needs to be some kind of social media that like maybe through the school or something, kind of like how, remember when Facebook actually, you had to have a school email account to even use Facebook? Something like that was what you kind of need. Yeah, he leaves his home once a week, banging the internet 6 days a week. Yeah. Mid to late teens when AOL came out. Yeah.
In a lot of ways, I get it. My life right now is so much on the internet because my work is on the internet. Everything is on the internet, right? Well, kids should have a variety of life, not just sitting there on the internet.
Mars and has too many latchkey kids in America is the problem. That's been a thing for decades. Even Gen X were latchkey kids.
All day, everything digital, virtual. So, when I see this immediately, we got to do something. Let's just outlaw social media. I'm like, well, wait, what would have happened? Or how could this have happened if the parents were actively involved in the lives of the kids that this is happening to? I'm confused. And of course, that's a question we can't answer. You're never gonna get the media to dig that deep into the story, right? You never will, because it's like, well, the parents are victims, the girl was a victim. You're right, they're all victims. The pedophile's the one in the wrong here. But at some point, there should have been a defense against the pedophile. There should have been multiple layers of protections for this child against the pedophile, and the line level layer is the parent. So where the fuck the parents were, I want to know. Why were they not actively protecting their daughter from this online? I don't get it. That's number one. Okay. Now, going a little further than that.
Never knew a latchkey kid till after I was an adult. I mean, I knew some.
These social media companies.
I knew a few latchkey kids.
They really do. They on a daily basis. They are getting all of the information that you're willingly and actively posting up on those sites. Facebook is the worst. Facebook, how it's meta, I guess. For 20 years, some people have been posting up daily updates, photos, geotagged pieces of information. I work here. I live here. I hang out here. I drink after work at this bar. I'm single. I'm married. I'm this. I'm that. They're giving their entire lives away on the internet. And these companies are preying on them. They're taking all that data and they are selling it off like crazy to make insane amounts of profits. Do you really think that Facebook makes money on people just using this?
Phil, I don't think that. I thought Facebook couldn't sell people's data anymore, and that's why they had to get into other things. Like selling. Oh my God, this is like. I was in an upper class neighborhood. Yeah. In some of the middle to lower class neighborhoods, you sometimes had that, especially if parents had to work long hours and stuff like that. He has completely lost the. Is allowed only in USA. Bitching at corpos again. Of course it's going to be bitching at corpos. Like, I thought the Facebook wasn't selling data, and I thought that was and I thought that's one of the reasons they had to go into like that whole metaverse shit, was because they're trying to make money, because if they aren't selling their data, they ain't making money. But I might be wrong on that. I don't know.
The site posting up updates. No, they make money on your data that you gave the site for free, and now they go have big business based off of that data. That's where their profits lie. So in regards to social media, should there be
All data is
some level
allowed to
of
be sold in the
accountability, some
USA,
level of
but not in
protection, some
EU. Is
level of
awesome.
responsibility? I
Oh,
do think
okay,
so.
right,
And
Aaron.
sadly,
No, I
do
get
feel
it now.
like this day and age is getting completely out of control. We've got people who are actively live streaming themselves on places like Twitch or Kick or
Sorry.
other committing crimes. And they just think this is content. This is for me to make it big. This is how I'm going to get noticed on the internet. And then
Just
that
take a
website that
Mallium
literally
and
just
thinks
live
he's Johnny
broadcast crime is never held
Silverhand.
accountable whatsoever for it, as if it's just fine that it happened. Or, they banned the account later. But it's like, at what point
We
will
can
there be accountability?
we
for
can
this stuff?
sell
Calm down
data
on
in the
what's going on right now.
USA.
Everyone's so desperate for attention.
We need to
Everybody's
get we need to
chasing
do
what's
that
online, okay?
TNG
Now, do I
episode, the
think
most
that social
toys.
media should have been outright banned for anyone under the age of 16. I think that's a bit harsh. And the other thing, this is what totally doesn't make sense to me. So they banned TikTok, Facebook, Snapchat, Reddit, X, and Instagram. They didn't ban Twitch. They didn't ban any video streaming service at all, actually. None of those are stream services, right? They didn't ban YouTube? Are you shitting me? YouTube, the home of Mr. Beast, arguably the most influential man on the planet towards your children. And you didn't ban that or block that. They said that was one of
I mean, obviously they don't consider video hosting sites to be social media, dude. Obviously that's the case. I think Facebook uses third parties now. I don't know.
one of their provisions that it was allowed to stay up.
Like, the idea of this is Twitch and YouTube, I don't know that I would consider social media.
Remember, it said YouTube and a bunch of others got exceptions to the rule. It's
But-
why YouTube. YouTube is 99% entertainment at this point. It really isn't used that much for informative purposes. Why would they be okay, right? So it really sounds to me like, again, this was selective legislation. I don't know, maybe particularly this girl who passed away was because she was on one of these sites. I think they said it was Facebook, actually, was the culprit there that caused this to happen, and maybe that's why. But and no, that's baloney. Someone said, oh, YouTube's not social media. Absolutely, YouTube is social media. 1,000,000% YouTube is social media. YouTube, when the first YouTube pages were created back in the day, it looked like MySpace. The entire channel page was a MySpace page, basically. You can post up daily updates. You can do video form. You can do text form. You can directly interact with your viewers and audience in comments, in posts, in chats. It's social.
That was, Phil, when YouTube went up originally, was 20 years ago. It is a video sharing site now for videos. I can watch TV shows. I can, back in my day, like, Phil, it's not 2004 again, It's 2024. You've had 20 years of not voting. Like, I'm sorry. I don't consider YouTube social media. I don't consider Twitch social media. And think about what he really is wanting to say. He really wants to say that they should be banned so that Mr. Beast could be poor. That is what he brought up, Mr. Beast, because he wants Mr. Beast to go broke. He is a man trapped in time. Like, he is, you know what he is, Frosty Beats? This is gonna be really dated. He's Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite. The future is now, old man.
Social media, 100%. It sounds like
it's not considered because Amazon and Alphabet have lobby firms and all
that.
that. Of course, that's true also.
Not just on Facebook, although I think Facebook is the biggest offender. So
anyway, but the way that he talked about that whole thing with Mr. Beast is you can tell he wants that banned so that it will hurt Mr. Beast. He wants Mr. Beast to be broke. He is so jealous of him. Of course, to him, it's 2004. Yeah.
Overall, I'm curious to see how long this stands and how it will be enforced. Because like they said, really the question mark here, this only was the 28th or 29th that it passed, so it's not even been a whole week yet, or maybe now it just hit a week. How could this possibly be enforced? Because, as they said, it doesn't seem like there's any way that they could actually prove someone's age. They're not allowing them to actually request a government ID. So how are you going to prove someone's age?
He will run for president in 12 years.
But how do you prove it? I don't know. And it doesn't seem like anyone knows. So again, it seems like, the law is well-intentioned. The law seems...
He will run in 12 years. So I'm guessing, is 12 years when he's eligible? I mean, because you only need to be 35 to be eligible. So, my thing is he has no experience. Like, he can't run a country. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I forced photo ID on everyone else, which is the problem. I wish it was 2004. That means it'd be good stuff to watch on TV still. We would also be back in the meme culture of 2004. It'd be back to Newgrounds, baby. Hey, yeah.
Seems like a lot to hold social media companies accountable. I'm for part of that, all right? But for me, I scratch my head when it comes to how...
Also, we're back in the PS2 era.
No one seems to have that answer. It seems like it was legislation that was just rushed without planning it out. Again, very reminiscent of what a lot of...
Phil, sometimes they'll put this out and then other legislation will come out that will kind of guide this. This is a very broad thing. You don't have to have every little thing already ready to go. Like, don't be autistic, Phil.
A lot of Democrats have done in the United States. Rush a law. Oh, now it's passed, but no one can actually do anything with it because no one planned on how to do it. Oh, Obamacare's passed.
Hey, you know what, Phil? Every party has done that. Has pushed a rushed out bill that doesn't always work or that have long-reaching implications.
but no one can have this healthcare for 6 months because, you know, we didn't have the infrastructure for it. For the record.
And that's a lie. Like, I'm sorry, his whole Obamacare thing is a fucking lie because the fact is Obamacare came out.
FYI, it took me, all right, almost, I think it was around 7 months to get healthcare when I moved here. I should have had it day one. It took me 7 months because their system wasn't working until like January of the next year. So anything that happened to me.
Phil? Like, this is him completely. Yeah, hey, I'm not a fan of the surveillance state. This is Phil completely missing the whole thing. Like, it probably would have had issues, but also the fact is, Phil, it wasn't just that. Even Obamacare and the ACI, the Dems are trying to get 2020 Jon Stewart because they don't want AOC. They can't have a son because he's not U.S. born. Jon Stewart won't do it. He just won't. One, I don't think Jon Stewart's going to do it because he doesn't have the experience. He said he wants to. He doesn't have the experience. That and Stewart's going to say, here's the problem. If the Dems get him, Stewart's going to say some shit that the Dems don't want to hear. He will fucking criticize them. It's a new age of politics. I know. But also, look, how old is Jon Stewart? He's in his 60s, isn't he? I want to say he is. Hold on. Let's find out. Jon Stewart, 62. Okay.
I mean, I had no healthcare.
He just said it looks a little
Isn't that
older.
neat? You know, but this is what you don't hear about. It's the same thing here. So this law's in effect. But how do you prove that anyone's a certain age? Who's going to enforce it? Is any of this thought of?
They could have
Pass
Big
law.
Mike. Who's he
It would be
going
better
to...
if the story was, oh, law's passed. Here's exactly how it's going to work. Everything's in place perfectly. Here's how it's accountability. Instead, it's like a half story.
Apparently,
That's sad.
Drex,
You don't need a story. There's also good to be done. Oh, no, actually, it's just a bunch of lawmakers who just passed it.
Dems
Stupid.
are
They didn't actually
trying to
How we know anything
convince
will actually happen,
Jon
right?
Stewart, I
So
guess, to
keep an eye
run
on
for
this.
president.
I'll be following the story.
I don't think so, Frosty
Beats.
Beats.
How they're actually going
This
to
is
enforce
my
it.
thing. And maybe, here's the thing. Mike is Michelle Obama. No. Red Animator, no. All of, like, the fact is that, one, Biden already kind of soured, I think, a lot of the Obama nostalgia. And here's the thing. You put Jon Stewart and Michelle Obama, okay, you've got a ticket that has how much experience in the executive level of politics or even the legislative branch. Like, that was the big thing about Obama in 2008 is that he didn't have a whole lot of experience. This is why he chose Joe Biden, was to balance the ticket. The balance being he didn't have the experience. Biden had the experience. And J.D. Vance was only a senator for 2 years. Right, Animator? I know, and Obama was, but here's the problem. J.D. Vance was is the vice president elect for a person who has already been president. Okay? And Frosty Beats, no, I don't think he's popular enough. This might have happened maybe in 2008 when Jon Stewart's popularity was at a zenith. It fell out 100 times. She's done with politics. Like, my thing is, Red Animator, like, J.D. Vance, like, Trump was already president, so he didn't need the experience in the vice presidential pick. You put Jon Stewart and Michelle Obama together, I guarantee you the Republicans will run that these two have no, like, Jon Stewart is a comedian. He has no experience in the political administrations. And I don't believe Michelle Obama has any of that experience as well. That's what I do. I would just go after that experience thing. They don't, what the hell are they going to do? They do that. Like, I mean, when Trump had Pence and all that stuff, who I believe was a governor of Indiana, if I recall correctly. I can't remember. The rock ones with Matthew McConaughey. You know, at this point, just get us President Camacho.
I definitely want to get more information on that when possible, and I'll let you know when I find out. Okay? Cool. All right, so by the way, we're up to 200 viewers now. Like I said, I assumed we were probably going to get roughly 200 viewers for the show once it got into full swing, and here we go. Okay? All right, well, thank you guys for chilling with me here. That was only our first story. Like I said, I don't know how many stories we're going to get to tonight, because we have a bunch of big, lengthy, chunky ones tonight, right? If a Cowboy fan, if a Cowboy Rocks, I do understand your concerns. However, it sounds like you're way behind, or you're just pasting that now because I finished my topic. Either way, I get you. Don't worry. Things will, with the long form react stuff, we're just getting into the swing of things, and we're going to start one this month and then try to do some more consistent stuff starting next year. So, okay, excellent.
Jelly
So our
Belly
first story
Becky,
done.
this is
Now, our next one's
boring.
kind of interesting. This is just,
Biden.
I had a good laugh with this one, because I'm actually involved with this one. Okay, so
Evolved.
we're ready. By the way, no additional support has come in, so there's nothing to shout out. All right, I'm going to be going until roughly 9 p.m. Maybe give or take a little later, depending on if we're in the middle of the story. So let's keep going. Thank you guys.
Give me money,
for
give
being
me
here.
money,
Please
give me
support
money,
us.
give me money,
Subs,
give me money.
Gifted subs, tips. Let's get that momentum going. We're still at the same 27 that we started with. Let's get it going and hit that goal so we can just focus on the topics for the rest of the night. Okay? All right, let's do it. Let's go on to our second topic of the night.
He doesn't need to do this every time.
So this one is so funny, all right? And as you guys know, I'm not
The
involved in
right has
drama or anything like that. I don't follow those
DeSantis.
topics. You know, that there's
I
people who are
mean,
well-versed in suggesting,
doesn't
you know,
have any
right?
viable
And
candidates.
in this case,
That's
this
been
story,
kind of the
if I literally
problem,
use this,
Drax, for a
okay,
while,
I'm
is that
Thanksgiving of all days. Or actually, this was
they
like
haven't been
30
cultivating any
and I read the
viable
story, and I'm like,
candidates.
what? Like, I couldn't even believe the story
Like,
was posted in a mainstream.
2016, it was
like,
about
this is my
Clinton, and
local
when
King Biden
Clinton
News, okay, so
didn't
here,
go,
you
they
know,
had
NBC,
no one. They had to
and
basically
I
beg
read the story,
Biden to come back.
and I had to respond. So
And then
let's zoom
Heck
through the
Kane is
story,
running in the
shall we?
USA
Emboldened
Senate,
women
soon Undertaker
accelerate
looking
threats
to
towards women after US
Congress.
election. Your body, my choice has become a rallying cry for some men mimicking a 1960s anti-abortion slogan. I'm just going to pose this to the audience tonight and to those, you know, who may be watching this clip. Did you recognize anyone making this some kind of a hot slogan right now? Have you been on social media? Have you seen videos?
Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has used that slogan. Phil, come on. Like, this is the thing. He is his thing is his finger is so far from the pulse of even the internet world that it's like, yeah, no. He's just hearing flat lines. Like, I don't see
Your body, my choice, your body, my... What are they talking about? Like, this is literally, I'm not kidding.
Yes, Mars said, your body, my choice, says gay man Nick Fuentes. In case you didn't know, apparently had some quality time with a little streamer known as Destiny. I've heard that. I heard, though, Drax, I heard that the video wasn't, like, the dick that Destiny was sucking wasn't Nick Fuentes' dick. Like, honestly, I don't give a shit. Apparently, like, from what I hear, Destiny is openly bisexual, so, okay, whatever. A bisexual man sucks dick. Film at 11? Who cares? I don't give a fuck.
I'm kidding you, one person, okay?
What was it? Was that person not consenting? Was it Destiny is non-binary? Okay. Oh, there's 60 videos with multiple people. I mean, but Fuentes is the big one that he should probably know about. It's funny for a variety of, I mean, it is, but I also find it like, I don't find it a particular newsworthy thing of just like, oh, gay man sucks dick, or a bisexual man sucks dick, film at 11. It's like, oh, who cares? Like, there's so much you can actually probably go at Destiny for. Somewhere with Turkey
Okay,
Tom.
one singular person. Okay, so let's go ahead and read their
Yeah,
article.
everyone's
Ladies
bring
of
up
the
Nick
City West began
Fuentes.
carrying cayenne pepper spray, carrying pepper spray with her around campus. Her mom ordered her and her sister a self-defense kit.
What liberal rag did you get this article from? Women say my body, my choice. Then
Including keychain spikes, a hidden knife key, and a personal alarm. Okay, guess what? They should have had that anyway. Even before the election, if your daughters are on a university campus, they should have self-defense things on them. And by the way, men should too. Because it's not a very safe world. You should have those things. It shouldn't be, oh, because Trump won the election, now I feel unsafe. It should be, you have a fucking brain, and you realize that you need self-defense stuff if you're going to be around by yourself at night, anywhere.
okay, so does that mean that when Phil was in college, he had his 2 hatchets? He's going around, I got 2 hatchets. What the fuck? Your body, my choice. If you're not part of the gay rappers, is a shitpost at best. Why are we talking about this? I don't know. Yeah, get a concealed carry permit. The fact is, I know a lot of women learn kind of the Wolverine thing, putting the the keys between the knuckles, so when you punch someone, you're gonna really do some damage. Mace or pepper spray, maybe a knife, or do concealed carry, like,
Campus included.
and if things look a little bit bad, maybe go in a group, strengthen numbers.
So immediately, this is a dumb beginning to the article. Response to the emboldened fringe of right-wing manosphere influencers. Yes, emboldened influencers like myself have come to the forefront to start with our crazy slogans and awful antics, right? For many women, these words represent a worrying harbinger of what might lie ahead as some men perceive the election results as a rebuke of reproductive rights and women's rights. By the way, do these women realize they live in Washington State, one of the top 3 most liberal states in the United States, where no one would be walking around saying or acting like that? Like, do they know where they are?
Phil? The whole thing's on the internet, and you do know, like, you can't just push a button to say, YouTube only in Washington. He's talking about Frosty because he ratioed this article with Destiny's take. Yeah. Are you a right-wing influencer, Phil?
They are. I can see if you were like in rural Americana.
Look, here's it. The phrase, your body, my choice, is largely attributed to a post on the social platform X from Nick Fuentes. Okay, I don't know how much of this other stuff is true. I do know that I believe Nick Fuentes did say that if you have sex with a woman, that makes you gay. Okay.
That's like a huge focus of, you know, conservative thought. You live in the most liberal state. What are you talking about? The fact that I feel I have to carry around pepper spray like this is sad. No, what's sad is that you've allowed yourself to be fear-mongered into doing something that normally you wouldn't do. That's all it is. You're weak-minded, and you can't take the fact that someone you don't like got voted in. You're listening to the insane, nonsensical people online who only dummies listen to, all right? Those dummies don't live where you live, so how is this an article in my local news? All right?
God. All these people coming now pretending to be right-wing makes me sick. Well, Drax, that's because, listen, Drax, they're all grifters. And there's left-wing grifters also. There's a lot of political grifters. And Phil's a political grifter. Like, Nick is not white. He is... Nick is not white, though. He's a Mexican. Nick is a Fed. I know that Ludwig kind of believes Nick's a Fed. I'm kind of thinking he might be a Fed. I mean, it would make sense as to why he kind of hasn't been... David Jaffe is a left-wing grifter. Like, here's the thing. There's a lot of left-wing and right. Politics is full of grifters. It really is. And then you'll see him flip-flop, flip-flop. Everyone knows Nick is a Fed. He's telling people to go, yeah. Oh, yeah, no. And
I've seen a very large uptick in the number of types of misogynistic rhetoric immediately after the election. What? Where? Online? With a bunch of fucking nerds online? What are you talking about? This is not happening in real life.
Nerds? If you're on social media, you're a nerd. Phil, you live online. Does that make you a nerd? Are you a nerd who took like streams to try to figure out how to put your computer together when she's like, oh, like you literally had confused unga bunga face. Nick was at Jan6 but never arrested. Keemstar's another fit. I don't know about Keemstar. Nick, I'm pretty sure basically sold out. I think anybody who was a member of America First, Nick probably sold him out to stay out of jail time. I don't even now. That's my thing. Yeah, does he know Roe v. Wade got overturned? Right, Trunks. You have to understand his brain is in gin.
There's no one in the streets saying your body, my choice. There are no men running around slapping women and treating them horribly now.
Phil, Jesus Christ, it's not gonna like. The fact is, Roe v. Wade's been overturned, and maybe in, like, this also could have been, was this taken from the AP? If it was taken from the AP, then this is good other things. But also, like,
when the election, what fucking virtual world you live in do you think is real life? Oh my God. So
Phil, you live in your own little universe. You don't live in the real world. Phil, stop banning me for nothing. I got timed out for saying internal capture cards are more professional.
Here it is. The phrase your body, my choice has been largely attributed to a post on the social platform X from Nick Fuentes, a Holocaust-denying white nationalist, far-right internet personality who dined at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club, but Trump says he knew nothing about it. Yeah, because he doesn't. Because he actually doesn't. So if you want to have great laughs, I urge you to watch Kino Casino content on Nick Fuentes. They've covered this guy very extensively, okay? I don't know that much about him, but what I know is that the guy is a laughing stock, especially this last week, as you're going to see when I respond to this news story, okay?
Oh my God.
So, the implication is that men should have control over or access to sexual
God!
That's not even what it means, is it? Actually, I don't even think that's what this post means. I mean, it's equally stupid.
The implications men should have control over or access to sex with women. I mean, I think that is stretching, but the fact is the implication is more that men should have more legislative control over women's bodies, which, yeah. No. I don't know. It's like...
Right? Like, his slogans are equally dumb to that, but I don't even think that's what he's saying, right? In his very disgusting nonsense that he says.
Like, basically,
post,
Nick said that as soon as...
The phrase spread rapidly to other social media platforms. Yes, but not because people... Oh my God, this is how dumb they are. It spread because it's so stupid. Don't you get it? That when someone like Nick Fuentes says something this extreme, he's doing it because he wants attention. He's literally saying, let me say the most extreme stupid thing so that people will now regurgitate this all over the internet and I'll get attention. So mission accomplished. You're literally writing an entire article about it, so you're giving it more exposure. His nonsense doesn't need to have any seriousness to it whatsoever. What Kino Casino does, they make fun of the guy constantly. That's exactly the extent that he should get ridicule for his stupidity.
He is, even though they basically told him that he won't take accountability for himself. Nick was pissed off with Trump throwing him under the bus. Was a probe. Yeah, like the fact is he literally called, if I remember correctly, he called the pro-Trump folks a cult, if I recall correctly. Like, the thing about it is that Nick thought because he carried so much water. I honestly think he is. I think that Nick was mad that he wasn't, that he didn't get, all this access because of doing all this stuff for Trump. He thought he should have gotten more. And Trump's a businessman. He never said he was going to give you anything.
Not actually post it up and say people are like, does it say 35 million views, but do people like it? Or do they hate it? Right? Like, what are you talking about? Do you even know? No.
It had 35 million views. That's a big number, Phil.
You're just spouting off random fucking numbers by Francis Wright's think tank. The fuck are you talking about? Huh? Look at this. Women on TikTok have reported seeing inundate their comment sections. Yes, they're trolling you. We just talked about this a few weeks ago. It's called internet trolling. It's called people want to elicit a response from a party to get attention for themselves because then they feel validated in their existence on this planet, whether it's good or bad. Internet trolling tries to elicit the bad response. You gave them the response. You're writing about it.
Phil, every time you stay late because of the trolls, we get validated. You do understand that, right? All right,
Internet trolls put this stupid fucking thing on the internet, and now you're dumb and you're regurgitating it and you're giving them the attention they want. This is exactly what happened with those nasty mean text messages that were going around weeks ago that supposedly only black people were receiving, and they saw, oh my god, it's so racist. The troll gotcha and you gave him attention. That's all this is. School districts sent notices about the language to parents. T-shirts emblazoned with the phrase were pulled off of Amazon. Oh my god. Make people disgusted and infringed upon, like things are going backwards. Nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed. We're all still here. We're all the same people. No one is trying to horribly abuse women. No one is taking women's rights away since Trump was elected. It hasn't happened. You're living in a fantasy world, and you gotta stop. You gotta wake up and smell the roses, smell the coffee, smell whatever, smell something. Stop smelling Nick Fuentes.
But you do understand, Phil, that Trump being elected could mean that he could try to champion states to have stricter abortion rights. I YouTube filtered that one out. Why would? Yeah, Drax, sometimes YouTube will filter something out, and I haven't been able to get live chat up there, but yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Basically, he was doing a lot for Kamala. Like,
Fuentes is bullshit out of his ass. Seriously. Look, online declarations for women to get back in the kitchen to repeal that. Again, where is this happening besides online trolling? This is so dumb. And they keep going. The article continues, talking about every little fucking stupid trollish action from people pretending to be conservative because they want to get a trollish reaction from women. And everyone falls for it. They're all, oh yeah, it's real, it's real. The article is literally, I'm not kidding you, keep going. Look how long this fucking article is, by the way. The entire article is fear-mongering. That's it. There's not a single actual fact. There's no story here that as a direct result of Trump becoming elected.
Phil, every stream, you fear-monger folks that the streak might be ending, and you sit on your fat ass for 45 fucking minutes waiting for people to give you money. I like Trump, but the idea that nothing has changed because he elected again is ridiculous. It really is. This is the thing about it, Frosty Beats, is because we're seeing this is politics through the lens of Phil. Nothing has changed because nothing that he is seeing has changed yet.
That men went and did horrible acts to women. There's nothing like that. It's just online posts and Nick Fuentes. That's it. So after reading this whole article, okay, I couldn't fucking believe it. This is a real, supposedly reputable news outlet, and they literally posted a giant article. Okay, I couldn't fucking believe it. This is a real, supposedly reputable.
No, we're
news. Okay, I couldn't fucking believe it. This is a real, supposedly reputable news.
Reputable. Reputable? Reputable. It doesn't sound right. Because it's reputable, not reputable. The P is part of the first syllable. Reputable. Reputable. Thinking anything Nick Catboy Fuentes should be. I mean, you shouldn't take Fuentes seriously, but the fact is that people do, and it kind of, if it became a meme, then you never heard of K5. K5 News is basically the NBC affiliate in sorry, not in Pittsburgh, in Seattle. Like,
outlet. And they literally posted a giant article of fear-mongering with no actual factual evidence to back up anything they're saying. It's just, oh, nasty online behavior. That's it.
Phil's like, where's the evidence? And yet then he watches the Keemstar documentary and it's like, it's all true, guys. I watched Detractor things of Keemstar. Everything they said is 100% true. And when people like Craig and all them say, but the stuff they did say, it's like, yeah, what they said about him is true. What they say about me is false. Because he has no fucking idea.
That's literally it. Okay, so I responded to the tweet where they posted this article up on X and proceeded to ratio the living shit out of the post itself. An entire story about a man.
That is ratioing. Okay. Yeah, Nick is literally a lolcow. He is a lolcow, but the fact is he has people still listen to his politics. I don't know. June was the authority when it came to Wingo and Boogie, but when it came to his own, suddenly questioned June's sources and methods. Yeah, Aqua Saber, it's always that. It's always that. It's like, as soon as it becomes him, no, that didn't happen, even though, yeah, he and the thing about it is, like, he talks about how, oh, Rich was a huge thing, and then mine, nobody cares. It's like, dude, he got over 1 million after you took everything. Nick almost got Kanye on the ballot. Yeah, no one cares about your local. Yeah, this is the thing. He doesn't understand. Nobody cares about his local
Hemisphere, and the only example was Nick Fuentes, someone who literally today had a sex video with liberal streamer Destiny leaked on the internet. He's a clown, and
I think that,
no one with a brain listens to him. You should not be shameful fear mongering.
like, also, are you, like, are you saying that Destiny sucking a dick is...
Now, of course,
in a leak?
the Nick Fuentes defense squad responded claiming that the video is not him, although it's still up for debate. But still, the whole point is...
It's up for debate. You said it like it was fucking fact, you retard. You goddamn... Look, it's up for debate. Phil, do you want Nick Fuentes to drop trow and get a hard on so I can get out and it's time to do the penis comparison video? Like, yeah, it's to shit on Destiny. Piggy never forgets a slight. It really is. Like, he holds so many grudges. Like, the fact that he says, oh, someone's saying it wasn't him. Well, it's up for debate. But you literally, you say it like it is fact that it was Nick Fuentes. The internet will read this schizo's reply post.
Nick Fuentes is a clown. No one's taking the man seriously. There's tons of people out there who talk conservatively about politics and culture and life who aren't clowns like Nick Fuentes. There's no reason for anyone to take him so seriously to then write a ginormous, stupid news article that's not news. It's literally all fake news. It's literally just fear-mongering bullshit. So, there's dirty ratio. In fact, this kind of article, I hate to say, is harmful, because here's why. Women may not know about Nick Fuentes. They don't need to know. He's a fucking loser, all right? He's a grifter no one. He doesn't need to exist. He doesn't need to have a following or any attention given him. A woman may now read this article and be like...
He doesn't need to exist. Wow. I didn't realize how evil the America First movement was until I watched the Kino Casino. They exposed several key figures. I only know of Catboy Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska. Those are the only two I know of. And Baked went fed and still had to do jail time. Now it's gonna be interesting to see if Trump goes to office, is he gonna just pardon all those folks?
Be like, oh my God, this is happening. Now I'm panicked. Now I have to worry about it. No, you don't. Real men aren't doing this. Real men are not doing this activity to women right now.
So Nick Fuentes is not a real man. I'll send her a PDF of. Okay. Huh. Oh, Detractor Beam joined us. Hi, Detractor Beam. How y'all doing today? We're doing Baked Informant and Bog... Oh, wait. Bog Hog? The Rage Pig was part of America First? Oh, shit. The Bog Hog. Holy shit. How you guys doing? We're a little bit behind because I keep pausing. We're in just talking about... He is talking about how he ratioed his Seattle NBC affiliate about this whole thing and talking about Destiny and Nick Fuentes sucking cock. Oh, sweetie, you looked at the Darziak list. Even I don't want to look at that. No. This is the reason the term horny on main exists. Don't be horny on main. Have a different account that you want to be horny on. Okay? Don't connect it to your main account. Sorry, you shouldn't be doing that.
Okay, we're not. We have no interest.
He was on... When he was streaming on Cozy and named his daughter after Fuentes' streaming site. This is so fucking weird.
in ruining women's lives. We have no interest in taking your
Hey,
rights away. We don't
Dreamlink.
care. You know, men who voted for Trump wanted a better life for their families and the people in our country. We saw that the last 4 years didn't go so well because the Democrats were in power and people felt that they did a poor job and they voted in Trump. That's all it is. No one said, now I own you and your body, and this doesn't exist. It's a straw man argument made by these idiotic online content creators like Nick Fuentes to try to rouse up attention for themselves to grift and make money. That's all it is. This is not, there's no real movement of this happening right now. There's no big state. When Trump won, immediately the next day, were there all people in the streets saying, yeah, now your body is my choice. No one's doing this. So we have to stop with fear mongering right now. We have to stop trying to give these people
Stop the
attention and
fear-mongering.
Stop writing articles like this, because this
Stop the fear-mongering. But give me money or I'll lose my house.
But this actually empowers him. It makes people feel like he actually has reach and power that he should not have. Stop with this bullshit. This is whoever wrote this really should be fired. I'm serious. Whoever editor approved this article should be fired. And you should get people in there who have like rational thought minds to put out real news. Not this bullshit should not exist. This should not be in mainstream media whatsoever.
You should be
It's too harmful.
fired for
Now,
writing a bad
following along
article.
With this article, there was another article in my local news.
Yeah, so Nick tweeted.
Schools are bracing for upheaval over a fear of mass deportations. Regardless of whether President Donald Trump follows through on his pledge to deport millions of immigrants, educators are bracing for upheaval. Wait, what? So here's the thing. You don't have to read the article yet. I want you to think about this. Educators are bracing for the impact of mass deportations. So are you telling me that you're aware that a lot of your students are illegal immigrants? So what are you, I mean, okay, we have laws, we have practices in the United States for a reason. We just haven't been enforcing them. We have a way that people are supposed to come to our country and become U.S. citizens. If we didn't have that process, you know what I mean, then I could understand.
Oh.
But we have this process. This is what's supposed to happen.
Yeah,
People are
I
ignoring
don't
the
know how many
process
people are
and
here.
coming in by
Wow.
millions
That's a
and
lot of
basically
people.
populating the country and getting things out of it, like government assistance programs, free schooling, things that people's taxes, U.S. citizens' taxes are paying for, you're getting for free.
Phil, you don't pay taxes. Don't act like you pay taxes. Yeah, the teachers aren't ICE. The teachers, not only are the teachers aren't ICE, but if I recall correctly, wasn't there a big issue during Trump's first term about, you know, children going into these detention centers and basically getting split from their parents? And if your parents got deported and then the kids are just here, and, you know, the idea of splitting up families like that, which is like, I'm sorry, but even if the kid's an illegal, they are just, the parents are the ones who did that, and you shouldn't be breaking up families like that. Like, no, I'm sorry, there was a big problem with that. And yes, I know Biden probably continued it because the fact is that we live in a hellscape, but the fact is, yeah, I think they're really, mass deportations normally aren't, they're just like, throw wherever. Happened under Obama too, just send the kids back with parents. Like, that's, if you're going to deport them, you deport them as a family. Don't split them apart, because then the kids will never find their parents again. And you're just villains if you do that. Like, that's just villain shit.
For free, but you didn't bother to become a citizen like the rest of us.
You
So,
couldn't tell if they
you
were a
broke the law.
family or
Now
not.
the government is saying we decided we will now enforce the law. Panic mode. Well, wait a minute. When you decided to come here illegally and you haven't taken the steps to become legal, that's the risk you took. You were hoping no one would notice.
You chose to broke the law. Live with the consequences.
There we go. I don't get to use that one that much. Live with the
People are noticing.
consequences.
People are seeing negativity around them. They're
Yeah.
seeing things.
And that's the thing, Simsa. Like, the kids didn't decide to break the law. Like, they're just following whatever the parents are doing or whatever the family's doing, you know? So, you know, if the fact is that they're going to, here's my problem is that, you know, just send the kids, like, I don't, he says, was like, we're going to deport them together. Yeah, okay. The anchor baby issues it calls the splitting half the time. The kids was the citizens, so they stay was the ruling, and you deport the parents, and you've basically, it's the letter, it's, you've done the letter of the law. Good job. You violated the spirit of the law, and you've broken a family up for, you know, this is, but here's the thing. This is how the U.S. is. If you were born in this country, you're a U.S. citizen. That is how it is. That is, I believe, part of the Constitution.
Are affecting them in
You
their
want to change
family
it? Change
as a
the
result of
Constitution.
Borders.
I don't
So
think it's
you
gonna
want
do
to blame someone. You blame the government people that let you break the law. You don't blame the people who actually want to enforce the laws that are in place. You blame the people who ignored the law. It's their fault that you felt safe coming here and getting free things that you didn't earn. These things that were free schooling, free healthcare, social assistance programs. Therefore,
Free healthcare? Free healthcare. Also, I'm sorry, Ethan Ralph's chair. Oh boy, that user must have a terrible job. Undocumented immigrants paid nearly $100 billion in federal, state, and local tax revenue in 2022. The courts take months here to figure it out. That's why they're the detention center cages. Yeah, free health care. Free, Phil? There's no free health care. Not in America. This is America. There ain't no free health care. Yeah, free healthcare to who? The kid?
For citizens. They're not just supposed to be handouts to everyone. It's you're a citizen. Schooling, free healthcare, social assistance programs. They're for citizens. They're not just supposed to be handouts to everyone. It's you're a citizen, you get that, okay? So it's pretty ridiculous to say everyone in these schools is terrified they're going to be deported. People are what? People just started ducking and hiding. You have got to be fucking what the hell? You have got to be kidding me. So when Trump got elected, the students started jumping and ducking and hiding under their desks. You actually expect me to believe that? It was like a duck and cover order, like a nuclear bomb was about to hit, and they jumped under there. They slid baseball slide under their desks.
Phil, please take an autism test. This is probably hyperbole, but it's really showing that people are scared. Why is DSP going fast? Because unfortunately, I keep pausing to laugh at him, so I keep getting further behind, and I can't stay too late or I'm gonna not get any sleep. So I will, that was a little too fast. I'm gonna put him to 1.5 to try to get him to...
Right.
This has been normal for over a decade in Cali and any Southwest state. Sorry.
If you could
Sorry, Red. You're right. That was a little too
it really
fast.
inhibits people's ability to function in society and for the kids to get an education. Well, yeah. If they're illegal immigrants who are breaking the law and getting things for free they're not supposed to get, I would think that at any moment they should be ready to have the rug pulled out from under them. That's...
Bill, you got a bankruptcy granted that you lied on the forms, which you now just say, oh, my tax attorney was the one who did that. Like, Phil, you got stuff that you should not have gotten, okay? People get... Listen, I am not a fan of illegal immigration. I'll just say this. If they get that stuff because ain't nobody caught them, well, they've beaten the system. People beat the system all the time. They cheat the system. You know? A lot of people cheat the system. Okay? You know, I'm not just going to be, you know, it's just, well, that's how it is. It's the system.
That's the risk you took. Well, now the American people say enough. Pull the rug. And now you're scared. Well, you should have been. But you should have been when you came here, too. This was all part of it. It was never, hey, just come here and infinite safety, infinite freebies. That's not how it works. But they thought it did. Why? Because those people who were in power, these Democrats that were in power, lied to them and said, open borders. So they all came running, thinking, oh, this is it. It's our chance. We're escaping horrible lives and things. It's sad that in their countries, their lives were so bad and that they thought that if they came here, they would have a better one. I feel for them. But that doesn't mean that everyone here has to pay for their happiness. That's not how life works. It never was. All right? It never was. That was never the agreement. Ever. When we set up this
Aqua
country,
Saber.
it wasn't, we will just let every single
Did they
person in
scatter
power
like
and
someone
pay
saying
their way.
Omar
No one
coming?
agreed to that. Doesn't matter if the Democrats said that's what it was. That's not what this country is. Anyway. So
Democrats never said that, Phil.
You might. If you're illegal, yes, you might be. Here's the question. Are they answering? Or when your student is actually answering that, or asking that, I hope that they're answering. Yeah, you might be, because your family's here illegally. And, you know, basically you're in violation of our laws, and you might be thrown out because you're criminals. Doesn't matter that Mr. Biden said, or President Biden said it was okay, you were still breaking the law. At any moment, the book could get clapped on you. And now it looks like it might be.
How many illegal immigrants in your gated community? Nobody owes you a living. And I'm sure if Phil will read that as only applying to illegals, but it should also apply to him. Yeah. Yeah, they're not, yeah, most of the folks, they're not from Mexico. They're coming through Central and South America. Like, the thing has been fucked up not just since Biden's been president, but this guy who has not looked at politics in years is just, he's got so much of a tiny little pea brain. He doesn't understand. The border's been an issue for decades.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I mean, there's really not all bets are off. What do you mean all bets are off? Trump wants to enforce the law. All bets are off? Well, so wait a minute. So you're admitting you gambled. You're admitting you gambled when you came here. You gambled with your lives. You gambled with your safety. You gambled with your entire family's futures when you came here and you saw, you know, to get something for free. You gambled. Well,
I mean, wow. You know, here's something. A lot of people brave a lot of things and they come into the U.S. illegally, not to just get social services, but to also work jobs to try to earn money for their family, you know? Is it legal? No. Is there the risk of deportation? Yes. But it's like, I also find that for a while, I think the legal way of getting into the country was also just a bureaucratic nightmare. Like,
well, the people here realized that all this was happening and don't want it anymore, and now what's happening is ouchies. That's what's happening.
that's just saying they're coming here legally. The asylum seeking process, part of our laws, it was being abused because the regular immigration system's backlogged. Trump stopped them from fixing. More deportation happened under Biden than Trump.
This is a very
like,
delicate
it really
issue. Well,
is
here's
him.
The problem. Here's the real problem, okay? The delicate issue is that all of these people who have come here were lied to. That's the problem. That's really
Who
the problem.
lied to them?
They were told it was okay. They were told open borders. They were told come, the land of milk and plenty.
The land of milk and plenty. Do you mean the land of plenty, the land of opportunity, or the land of milk and honey? Bill. Like Biden, I don't, the land of cum. Hi, Ice Yamamoto, how you doing? People come here because of freedom. DSP does, like, the thing is that most people who are coming here undocumented, they're not coming here just sitting and like, I want my government cheese. They're working. They're working. They're doing jobs. Sometimes shit jobs with little pay, but a lot of them are working because they send that money home. Because someone might be illegal and they will send that money home. No, that's the thing. Bill said this phrase many times when it came to CEO and golden parachutes, but got it correct. He messes up those on purpose. RS Nerd, what it is it's not that he messes it up on purpose. It's because he's that gin-brained that he doesn't listen when people correct him on things.
But that's not really what the United States is, nor is it what it was set up to be. They were
Can you elaborate what they're getting for free?
lied to by a group of people in power who had a very, very sadly exploitative and malicious agenda when they told them that. So they came here believing everything they were told, and now reality might clap them in the face.
Like, this is the thing. He really honestly thinks that oh, Biden just said open borders. I don't remember Biden saying open borders. Like, borders have been an issue. As I said, been an issue for a while. Like, unless Trump got 60% of the Hispanic vote, 52 mil, I think Hispanic people know illegal immigration is a problem. I mean, Drex, I am sure that, yeah, there is. But the fact is that, one, to find, how many illegal immigrants do you have? And what is the budget you're going to put for deportations? I don't think you're going to be able to, in 4 years, you're not going to be able to deport all the illegal immigrants that are in this country. It's not feasible.
Face. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So do I feel bad? I do feel bad that they were duped. I absolutely do. But the only people who should be held accountable are the people who lied to them. Not everyone in the country now must suffer and pay for the people who came in who never should have been here in the first place. They should have come.
They moved. Oh, they literally removed the container part of the border wall.
And again, I have to ask because again, I read the whole article. Not once here do they really say like, oh my God, the schools are clamping down for mass deportations. How many of your students are illegals? Don't you think that might be a problem? 1/3 of our students are actually illegal immigrants. Holy shit! What? That's horrible.
Why? Why is that horrible? Like, the teachers want to teach. They don't. Teachers teach. Like, listen, you don't become a teacher for the pay. You do it because a lot of people do it because they love teaching, or they have or they just feel like it's a calling to teach kids. And it's not the teacher's job to see, that our resources and taxes. I get it. Here's the thing. The way that Phil is saying it is this idea that that illegal immigrants just come in, then they just sit on the ground and wait for the government checks to roll in. And I can tell you that's not the thing. They'll come in and work. And yeah, someone will get deported and they'll come right back. That's just how it is. He complain about property taxes for it, but he'll probably forget. Like, the fact is, this is like, and I'm going to say the border wall was dumb. I'm sorry. If a giant fucking wall that we can kind of see from space didn't keep the Mongolians out of China, a border wall ain't going to keep them ain't going to keep nobody out of the U.S. Like, this is more on school boards and admittance than any illegal allowed into schools. Teachers are doing that. Yeah, they're doing their job. And the thing is that teachers who care are going to care about whether they're illegal or not. They're going to care. It did keep them out. Dude, there are many ways around. Like, no, I don't think it did, because the fact is there's always ways around these kind of things. That's the problem. You can't build a whole. You also can't build a wall when one of your big borders, like between Texas and Mexico, is a goddamn river. Where the fuck are you gonna build it? The Great Wall wasn't so great. Yeah, here's the thing. Mexico will just get some goddamn Mongolians and it'll break the wall down. I mean, that's the whole South Park thing. We want to build this wall to keep our kids safe. So they have the City Walk guy like, oh, goddamn Mongolians! Build it on our side of the river. I mean...
Is that not evidence of the problem?
Doesn't that sound like that could be an issue if the river, like, foundation-wise? I don't know. I mean, I'm not an architect, but...
I mean, what a broken system.
Like, Mal is like, I saw many in the food industry, they work their asses off. There's a lot of folks who probably just, you know, they come in legally just to be able to try to help their families. Like, yeah, it's illegal. Yeah, they're going to probably get, if they get caught, they get deported. But they're not here just to get government cheese like Phil. Because here's the thing. Phil thinks that's what they do. They have river berries, but it drowns people. You don't need a wall. Just mobilize the army to keep watch on the border. Again, that's a lot of resources. I don't know that that's a wise use of all those resources. Divert the river into California? How the hell are you going to do that, Central Todd? It runs to the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to we're going to just pick up the river. Like, we're going to get Hercules from Greek myth. And you can just pick the river up, just put it in California. There, it's over there now. Pay them anyway, might as well have them do something. I mean, and here's the thing. What about the folks who, you know, are illegal and then join the military to get a citizenship? Because some people will join the armed forces if they're illegal to get the citizenship. Never happened to Benefits Cali too much. Every time I'm been to SNAP benefits, like, it's illegals, it's a stereotype. I mean, RS Nerd, I understand that, but I don't. I think that how Phil's doing it is he really comes off like, what the fuck? Arizona would stop it if possible. Yeah.
Correct? Like, so anyway, yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous. 2 fear-mongering articles for my local news within 2 days. One of them came out on the 30th, and the other was the other one was the 29th. So back to back.
Also, AP. So let's see.
So anyway, one of them came out on the
author. Oh my God, Chicago! Holy shit! Oh my God, Phil, you are a retard. So the whole thing with the Nick Fuentes thing, because he didn't read it right, he doesn't understand that this article is not written by the folks who he wants fired. This is written by the Associated Press. They pulled an AP article and he couldn't even read it. It says Chicago. Now, last time I checked, Chicago is not in the state of Washington. Maybe Chicago decided to go west for the holidays. I don't fucking know.
On the 30th, and the other was the other one was the 29th.
Again, another AP education writer. These are from the AP. They're not local news. I hate Chicago. They send their homeless people.
So back to back, 2 fear-mongering articles. Oh no, Trump got elected. Women are now in danger because of Nick Fuentes' posts. Oh, now Trump got elected, so now all your children are getting deported. What is going on?
Bro, please just do an ounce of research other than listening to what your stupid friends say. They're scared because their students aren't illegal immigrants and Trump is going to try to deport them. Yeah, do these children even deserve an education? I hope that I want to see Phil go with this thing. That no, they don't even deserve an education. You know, I want him to go with that. Chicago, Phil corruption like Chicago in general. I mean, yeah, I mean, vote early, vote often. That was the thing. Hell, Illinois got Kennedy the election.
Where is the responsibility of news to actually cover factual stories? Like, really?
Why don't they cover the trolling of me? Hooray!
Really, this is awful that they would do this, because now, again, all this does, it creates fear-mongering. People,
He
women are
informed
afraid,
Phil as
immigrants
always.
are
I
afraid, everyone's
like the
afraid.
Chicago
Why
story
did
of a
you do
lunch lady
this?
stealing
Did you see
two
immigration agents bust
two
down the doors of
million.
the school to get
Wait,
kids?
$2
Like,
million.
wait, did this
$2
happen?
million of chicken wings?
What are we talking about? What's the purpose of this article exactly? If it's not facts, if it's not something that's happened,
That's
why
a
are we
lot of
speculating
chicken
about
wings.
Horrible horror movie fantasy shit, right? But this
Holy
didn't become
shit.
The Purge, you know, people are out in the streets murdering each other. This isn't what's happening. Stop writing these fucking articles. Get some responsible people in there to write real news, because all you're doing is you're hurting the American people when you lie to them directly about this kind of shit. You get them scared about something that's not going to happen, or very well won't happen for a long time, and maybe there will be ways to prepare for it, you know? But writing these articles is not helping a damn thing.
She only got
All it
busted
does
because
is
she had
scare people,
bone.
and it's pretty
They
disgusting,
had
quite
bones
frankly,
in them.
to see it in my local news. Okay. So,
I love when the
guys,
city celebrates
we're
the
about an hour
mob
into
with
the show.
Capone.
I want to say thank you. We got a single tip here came in, a $3 tip
Oh god, we're a half hour
from
behind.
Puffy Nipples. You think Trump's plan in mass deportation is a good idea? I didn't even say plan. That also really hurt the economy. Who do you think is going to work at a slaughter shop, roofers, picking fruits off trees? I mean, we could easily talk about that, and it would be a very lengthy discussion, but I feel like that discussion is going to come up soon if Trump goes through with this. We don't know what's going to happen yet. So I say let's save that
It's a lengthy discussion because he doesn't. You know why?
discussion for when that happens.
Because he doesn't know a thing. He doesn't have any idea. He is complete. He is like, he doesn't know what the hell. She was caught by an audit. If she covered her tracks better and didn't mean. Leave the country if she's up 2 mil. It's 2 million in chicken wings. Is she starting her own Buffalo Wild Wings?
I have a very good line of thought on that.
I have a very good line of thought. Like, if you have a good line of thought, why don't we talk about it right now, Phil?
For sure. And that's something that definitely we could do in the future, but there's just, you know, with all the stuff we're talking about tonight, with more stories coming out,
I'm
you know,
X
we
to
don't
doubting on
have
that.
a chunk of time to talk about it tonight, okay?
That's a big old X to doubt.
All right. So, folks, thanks for watching, and I'm going to split the part. This is actually just my personal archive for me to clip stuff out of. This is not archived on YouTube.
Doesn't he know
It's
Congress still has to
clip,
pass a
but
lot of the shit to
I do have to use the restroom.
even
We'll
say
use
if
the
it's
second half of our show tonight.
constitutional? Yeah,
If you
that's
don't
the
mind,
thing.
I'm going to very briefly run you guys a few funny clips of my gameplay while I go use the restroom, and then we'll come back and we'll have the second half of the show. By the way, the next one's the big one. The next story we're talking about is the Joe Biden pardon. So for those who wanted to hear about this story, that's the big one that's coming.
No,
So
you
guys,
said earlier
please
it
support
was
the stream. Again,
it was Joe
subs,
Biden.
gifted subs to the community, and tip.
Joe
Please support the stream.
Biden.
We're at $30 with about an hour to go. We've got a long way to go to hit our goal and continue with the stream.
Not with the
Tomorrow's
immigration
the
that's
reward for
except
the
for inch
stream.
only.
The next DSP tries it is tomorrow, so obviously we want this to continue.
I
Okay,
think there could still be laws and stuff like that,
here we go.
especially
Some clips while I
the
run and
whole
use the restroom
like
quickly. When I
the
come
whole
back, this is
thing
the
of
big one, the story
wanting
we've
a
been all looking
wall.
for.
You have to get
Pardon story.
funding.
I'll be right
That's
back.
a legislative thing. Thank you, Raw Phil, for Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Raw Phil, for muting it and putting music. That's, like, all right, let's. What the fuck? Oh my god, that looks terrible.
I hope so. Oh, that's really cool. My keyboard is showing red, white, and blue. This is amazing, actually. I didn't even look at my keyboard tonight, and I just looked at it, and it looks so cool.
I can't see your keyboard.
I
Nobody
don't think I'll
can.
get it. Not really, huh? I just gotta turn the effect off. Hold on.
Good job,
Keyboard
Phil.
looks like the American flag. Look at that. It really does. It's red, white, and blue.
Jeez!
Like
You
air
flunked
flowing
out of
flag.
tard school
How cool
or
is that?
something?
RGBs,
Element-
baby.
Alien
I
Enemies
know. I
Act
just
of
looked down on the keyboard, I'm
1798
like, whoa, that
gave
was
all
awesome.
pres that
That's what I
power
meant,
to
my PC
deport
over there
any
isn't looking like that.
non-citizen.
I'm like, I wonder if
Red
that's something
Animator,
that
though,
I
he's
can
gonna
do
need.
better.
Here's the problem, Red
Not
Animator.
to
He,
or anything, right? It's really not.
the
But anyway, thank you guys. We're
president,
halfway done with tonight's show.
one, the
So,
president
remaining
is going to
topics
need
include-
to.
Yes,
The fact is that a lot of that stuff he's going to need to get funding for, and the funding is always through the House of Representatives first. Like, the fact is that the Alien Enemies Act, though, also 1798. Alien, is that part of Red Animator? Is that part of the Alien and Sedition Acts that John Adams put? That's still on the books? Fuck.
the big Joe Biden pardon story. That's
Okay.
next. We're gonna cover that.
No one
And
liked
then,
the Alien Sedition Acts when they
depending
came
on
out.
time,
My
we have
thing is,
the South
he could try to
Korean,
deport,
martial
but the
law.
fact is,
We
if
have
he
an
doesn't
interesting,
have any
suggestion
money,
of a video here
do
that
it,
I believe was
he's-
Ever Cowboy fan posted up. I actually really like this one, and I do want to.
he's going to use the already funded, not guards,
and then I want to do the
National Guards.
It really depends on how long we talk about each of these topics, how many we'll get to tonight.
Here's the
okay?
thing: the National
But, I might
Guards
save
aren't
some
the
of this
National
stuff for next
Guard
week as well
in
as holdover topics, because some of these stuff is good.
I mean, the
and
National
we'll save
Guards
big
for
topics
each
to talk about next week,
state.
okay?
Does he have the ability to call the
Okay.
National Guard? And
All
he
right, we're
could
gonna
call the
continue now, guys. We're in the second half.
reserves, but I
Again,
don't know that he
If
can
you like
call the
DS
National
Politics content, please
Guard.
support it. Right now, we're at $30. The goal's 150, and the sooner we hit it, the better. So that way we don't have to worry about this final
And the
countdown kind
fact
of
is
deal,
that, like,
in a couple of
it-
well, in about an hour
or
so.
isn't National
That can only go
Guard
till a little bit after 9
also
o'clock tonight.
through
Depends
each
on how many
state,
topics
so
I'm
it's
talking about. I can
state
wrap it up
funded?
here, but,
I don't know that
you
he
let's get
has
it going,
that. That might be a
please. Some support. Let's
separation
get
of
it going. All right.
state and federal power. Commander.
All right, cool. So let's come back now.
Yeah, but I don't know. With martial law, he can.
All right, ready? We're gonna get on to our next
Aqua
topic.
Saber, this
right
is
now.
not South Korea. That one day, he is top dog in the military. I know he's top dog in the military, but if the states are funding the National
All right,
Guard,
everyone. So this
they
is the
might
big one that everyone wants me to
challenge.
talk about this week.
'Cause
I'm not
I
shocked
thought that he
at all,
couldn't send
okay?
the National
This means
Guard.
something
That he
happened
needed the
that
governors to do.
People absolutely
Like he could
positively
do
swore
the
would happen.
reserves.
Okay, President Joe Biden. Very sure
I
he will
don't
not
know.
be President Joe Biden any longer. President Donald Trump will be sworn in very soon. And
Yes,
on the way out,
we
President
know
Joe
how
Biden did
time
something
works, Phil.
that basically shocked the world. Okay, shocked the world. But before we get to it, I think what
Were
we should
you
do
shocked?
is watch a supercut. No, we're not going to watch the whole thing, but I think
I mean, Phil, you want to say shock the world? I mean, yeah, maybe if it was Fry from Futurama, I'm shocked. Well, not that shocked.
you'll get the gist of it just by watching a few seconds.
I
of
don't
this
know.
video.
I-
Ready for this? Here we go.
Presidential promise to put the law before family,
I said I abide by the jury decision. I will do that.
Barbara-
letting the world know that he will not.
Okay,
run
I-
the decision of 12 of his son's peers was
That's a bit of
absolutely-
mushroom.
and has said he wouldn't
He
pardon,
offered
his
reserves to
son if he gets
tampon
convicted.
Tim during the Summer of Love, so
Yeah,
he
but I mean,
can't call them if
He's
you
gonna be
need
pardoned by his
to
dad
use
during
that
the question
funding.
about
The president
Oh.
has ruled out pardoning his son.
Major commitment from the president, accepting the outcome of the trial and also pledging not to pardon his son.
So the challenge for him is really to continue to live up to his values when it was really personal, and he did that today.
It seems like a pretty normal, straightforward answer, but it takes new weight when we see what Trump
Okay.
is saying about the outcome of his trial. What we're hearing from other Republicans who say they don't accept the jury's verdict here in New York.
The contrast is profound. To sit there and say, well, I'm not going to intervene in the legal process and I wouldn't pardon my son. One side, Democrats and Joe Biden protecting the justice system. And on the other, Republicans and Trump protecting Trump. A current president of the
Okay,
United States.
I did take a look at it. It looks like for him to call upon the National Guard, it would have to be a congressionally sanctioned national emergency. So I think normally he's not going to be able to do that. Like maybe he could executive order a national emergency. He's pardoning Liz Cheney and Fauci next. I mean, I don't know. Red Animator, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe not. I don't know. At this point, it's a Biden. Yeah. Border is a national emergency. Yes, but the thing, Red Animator, is it has to be congressionally sanctioned. Or at least the idea of a national emergency to use those kind of powers would have to be, you have to dot the I and cross the T. You can't just use it all the time.
Has so much respect
That's-
for the law that he has said he would not pardon
For
his
national
son.
emergency,
I
he
mean,
threatened to
what-
disband
again,
Chaz
it's all
himself
about the contrast.
when the
President
Washington
Biden
government
respects
acted before
whatever the
Trump
jury
did.
decides versus
right.
Donald.
I would just like
Come
to
from
comment,
the guy
my
not.
green screen is actually better than theirs for the most part. Like if you take a look, there's
Oh, really? I mean, I can see MSNBC right through you, Phil.
real fuzzy. It looks like shit. Mine's better, and I'm just
No. You see, because I guarantee you that, like, whatever Morning Joe stuff, they actually have a green screen behind them. And they use software that they probably paid a good bit of money to do the green screen. Yours, literally, your shirt is partially translucent. Like, I have only ever seen that on a, like, meteorologist who wore green or blue that day. Yeah, like, yeah, right, like, big things. Use it for global warming. National emergency. He used it for global warming. Listen, Red Animator, I'm just saying what I saw on going for things. If Trump wants to do that, that's what's gonna happen. But
fucking schlub streamers.
we'll see.
And they're supposed to be MSNBC News, just for the record. Okay.
Donald Trump after he was convicted on 34 counts, saying the entire system is rigged against him.
Their latest attack has been that Joe Biden has politicized and weaponized the DOJ, right? That was a whole argument around Donald Trump's conviction. And this week, of course, Hunter Biden was found guilty, and Joe Biden has very clearly said he would not pardon his son, he would not commute his sentence. How stark is this difference? I mean, how can Republicans keep making this argument now that Joe Biden has really put it out there?
See,
I think we've seen enough,
this
right?
is just trying to boost his ego that his green screen's better. It really isn't.
We've been talking about how Donald Trump
His
had all these cases
OBS
against him
does not
when
do
he was
great
running for
green
president,
screen.
And a lot of people argue
We'll
that
see.
it was actually presidential election tampering, that these were weaponized cases against Donald Trump to try to get him convicted for something so that people wouldn't vote for him and all of that. It basically had the absolute opposite effect. It just did. People championed and rallied behind Trump, regardless of the fact that all these cases were going up against him. But
Casey was
very clearly
I think so. Well, remember, Drax, I don't know if you heard. Yesterday, Casey streamed.
And all the Democrats came out.
Does he think their Zoom can't do the same? Yeah, their Zoom can do the same shitty green screen.
All these crimes, right? And, so basically, with that ruling, President Biden says he's not going to intervene. He's not going to pardon his son. What a difference between Trump and Biden. That Biden says the law is ultimate and stands, unchangeable. We all must live by the rule of law. No one is immune to the law. And therefore, Hunter will be punished for his crimes. This is what people said all year. Leading up to the election, people still voted for Donald Trump. Okay? Despite all of this. All right?
Yeah,
So
he
now
moves
this
too
week,
fast. He merges with his
pretty
chair.
ridiculous. Joe Biden officially pardoned Hunter. Let me see if I can zoom in on this if they'll let me. I don't know if they will. Now, they're not letting me because it's Twitter. So I will read this to the best of my ability. Today, I signed a pardon for my son, Hunter.
I will read this to the best of my ability. Okay, that is a phrase.
The day I took office, I said that I would not interfere with the Justice Department's decision-making, and I
Yeah.
kept my word, even as I have
You
watched
get
my
off
son
of Trump's
being
dick,
selectively
like-
and unfairly prosecuted. So wait a minute.
I'm going to say this.
So I said I wouldn't interfere.
All of the
but man, my
presidents
son was, it's
abuse
so unfair how they're
pardons.
treating him.
Like,
Wait a minute. No.
they've been doing
You
that.
just said you weren't going to do it. You just admitted you said you weren't going to do it. Doesn't matter what qualifying things you say now. You already have said you're not going to do something. You now cannot go back on it, or else that's it. You have absolutely no dependability, no at all. So if someone says if you
Bill, you said for years you didn't play WWE Champions. You didn't play any mobile games. Now you've admitted it. You have none of those things as well.
right-click on this, no, nope.
Open image in new tab, dumbass.
Ah, thank you. That was very useful. Thank you so much. Who was that?
Oh my god. Someone had to tell him how to do that.
Were you dropped on your head as a kid?
He's going to pardon Hunter. That's his son. Doesn't matter that, even if he said it, it's like, yeah, Drex, even if he said it, it was like, he probably is going to do it. And it's probably going to happen. A father is going to want to protect their kid. I still think it was not a good idea, but it was what, and Biden's about to die. I mean, that is true. Biden's getting old, and I think he doesn't have that many past people like me now. The thing about this is that, yeah, you can go back through probably every president. Once they get close to leaving office, they pardon a bunch of people. And I guarantee you, there's a lot of them that look like, huh? They pardon a shitload of people. And I'm sure Trump did too. Let's not, the thing I hate about how Phil does this politics is that his political awareness literally started, it's like it's literally watching somebody who just was born, just do this. Biden is doing what any other parent would do, even if we disagree with it. Yeah, I mean, if I was in the same situation, I probably would do the same thing as well. I mean, a parent protecting their child, even if it's not the right thing, even if maybe it's not even in the best interest of the child. Hunter probably needs help, and I don't know if this is going to help him, but I understand, even if, I don't always agree with it. I'm like, I get it. I don't agree that you should have done that. If you're going to do it, don't say you're not going to do it, but it is what it is.
Was that? That was very useful. That was Vietnamese comrade. Thank you.
Heck,
Okay,
Hunter was partying with 13-year-old.
Yeah. Without aggravating factors like use in a crime, multiple purchases, or buying
Partying
a
with
weapon
13.
as a straw purchaser, People are almost never brought to trial on felony charges solely for how they filled out a gun form.
He did do some. Oh no,
This is starting to sound
Frosty
familiar.
Beats. He did some fucked up things.
Those who were late paying their
The
taxes
problem,
because of
what,
serious
that's what I'm
evictions,
saying is that
paid them
it's
back subsequently with interest and penalties.
it's really not in
or
Hunter's
creating
best
non-criminal
interest to get
resolutions. It's
pardoned.
clear that
He
Hunter was
needs
treated
help.
differently. Well,
He
soon-to-be
needs
former President
like,
Biden.
he
Usually,
fucking needs help.
people who qualify a payment to their attorney in a different way to save some money on their taxes also are not taken to trial for it and then convicted of it and become felons. Usually, they receive a slap on the wrist. That's correct.
Wow, he is still going on about this whole thing about this the hush money payment. That it wasn't that big of a deal. Like I thought it was campaign finance. I mean, Trump protected his son or stuff. Oh yeah, it was yeah, had an issue going on with him years back. I mean, this is the thing. Hunter getting pardoned for everything is not going to help Hunter. Hunter still is still an addict. Hunter needs help. And Hunter probably does need to pay for some of these crimes, but sometimes parents do things that are going to hurt their children, even in what they think is going to be the best interest. You know, I'm not surprised, but I also don't have kids, so I don't know. He's boss man treatment. Yeah, I Aqua Saber. I think that, but even boss man, like. Boss man gets in, his parents enable him, and Red Amber. I'm not saying that that's the thing. The hush money thing was a misdemeanor that was past overdue, but the DOJ found an old 1912 law to make it a felony. Yeah. Okay. Red Animator. You did just say you just brought Red Animator. Here's the problem, though. You brought up an alien act from 1798. Like, you know, I feel like you wanted to say that's an old law, but you bringing up stuff from John Adams' administration, the second president. Make it make sense, buddy. The thing is that, yeah, you could find a law for anything. I'm just showing what the news is saying. I mean, you know, it's okay. I'm not mad or anything like that. I'm not blaming. It's just, if you comb through all of the statutes, you're gonna find anything that'll get you thing. Any prosecutor will do that. Look up older laws if they really want to throw books. Yeah. So that's the thing.
Basically, what happened to Hunter is exactly what's happening to Donald Trump. It's the same exact situation. It's not even different at all. It's the same. It's called selective enforcement of the law. For some reason, they came after Hunter hard. For some reason, they came after Donald Trump hard. So why shouldn't they be treated equally?
What?
It is different because he's your son. That's the difference. If Donald Trump was your son, maybe you would care about him being treated the way he's been treated in court as well, right? That's what I mean. Like,
I don't know. I think
for those who don't know,
I just think politicians are felony if you look hard enough and bother to charge them.
Like using the crime multiple persons,
but Frosty Beats, I agree.
Like, brought to trial on felony charges solely for
most politicians have broken the law. If you bother to look hard enough.
Hardcore drug addict.
Yeah,
okay, he can't
DSP
stop.
wants.
He keeps relapsing over and over. He went to get a gun.
DSP definitely, if he could, he would get a pardon and say that he committed bankruptcy fraud. He'd say it. As he would want a pardon for what basically bankruptcy fraud. That's the thing. He would admit it. He would admit it and be like, ha, I got away with it, if he could get a pardon for it. I mean, that's just how it is.
On the gun form
I don't
says,
fucking
are
know.
you on drugs? And he said no. He lied. That's a felony. Doesn't matter if you don't get prosecuted for it. That's a felony. You lied on the federal form. That's a felony. Done. Okay?
I mean,
late paying his taxes because of serious addiction.
Also,
he didn't
this
pay his
is
taxes because he's a druggie. So he thought, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to pay taxes. I don't have to file taxes. I don't have to do nothing right. So they slapped him with, hey, well, since you didn't pay your taxes on purpose because you're a druggie and you thought that because you're part of the Biden family you didn't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Here's not only the taxes you owe plus
for somebody who is said that he was at one point an alcoholic, he really has contempt for drug addicts.
Very simple. You do the crime, you do the time. Now,
Perjury is a crime too. Yes, it is.
There's tons of people who likely do what Hunter did and don't
There's a lot of people who perjure, and technically, you know, the fraud, him putting that stuff in, that would be.
In my opinion, it shouldn't happen at all to anyone.
Yeah,
it should be equal enforcement of the law across the board. Either everyone gets treated that way, or no one gets treated that way. Not this person yes, this person no, this person yes, this person no. No, bullshit. That's not how justice is. That's not justice. That's injustice. It's essentially what it is. It's not even equality, right? So,
Phil.
Here's President Joe Biden whining about
it would be nice,
it's unfair,
but
when
you know,
that
reality
exactly
ain't about that.
Last year, okay? The charges
saying
in
it's
this case came
based
about only after
license
several of my political opponents in Congress instigated them to attack me and oppose my election. That's right. Just like the charges against Donald Trump only happened because
Andy
you, on
Andrews
your
is
side,
a
were his
97 on
political opponents,
Metacritic.
went after him. It's exactly the same.
He
They
accidentally
carefully
cheated his
negotiated a plea deal
taxes,
by the Department of
dude.
Justice, unraveled in the
I can't think of a
courtroom, with
U.S.
number of my political
president that
opponents
has
in
ever
Congress
went to
bringing
jail.
pressure on the
Drax,
process.
I don't think
The
that
plea
I don't think it
would
ever
have a
will.
reasonable resolution
Like,
of Hunter's cases. Now, I'm no legal expert, but from what I'm to
I
understand,
mean,
the plea deal
but
was a
yeah,
huge
like,
joke. It was
I
basically
brings
like
up
he
a
wouldn't be
thing.
punished at all. He just get off.
Phil
with little
lied
to no
about his
actual
taxes,
repercussions
and
of his
on those
actions.
things
He
will
would get away
say
scot-free and just be able to move on with his
under
life. That's not a
penalty
plea
of
deal.
perjury.
The plea deal is, okay,
You know?
a plea, and now I have to take perhaps a lessened punishment, but there should be a significant punishment. For what I'm to understand, it wasn't significant. Now, I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, that's fine. Call me out on it. But that's what I was told, and what I've heard is that the plea deal was kind of a joke.
I
No
mean,
reasonable person who looks at the facts of Hunter's cases can reach any other conclusion than Hunter was singled out only because he is my son, and that is wrong. Okay? And no reasonable person could look at the situation of Donald Trump, again, being dragged through the mud, being said that his case was about a hush money payment.
Dragon
It
Age
never was. It was about him
9 out
paying
of
his
10,
lawyer and
9
categorizing
to 10
it
out
as
of
a
10
different
until
payment
people
so he
got
could
their
save tax
hands
money.
on
So
it.
he did try to scam the IRS, but that was the crime. It had nothing to do with
He
hush
tried
money
to
some,
scam the
you know,
IRS.
woman in the
Phil,
adult
are you
industry, which is
sure
all
you
the
want to
news
start
reporters tried to
bashing?
ruin his reputation.
I mean,
He was
you don't
purposefully
want
singled out
anybody to
because
look at
he was the
your
presidential candidate.
tax
It's exactly
returns
the same
too.
situation, like without any difference. It's exactly the same. There's been an effort to break Hunter, who has been 5.5
Joe
years sober,
Barden
even in the
Biden.
face of unrelenting
Yeah,
attacks
stop
and selective
scamming the
prosecution. They're trying to break
IRS.
Hunter. They've tried to break me, and there's no reason
Yeah.
to stop here. Enough is enough.
Soup
My
Leyland
entire
actually,
career, I
what
have always
aboutism
been
is not an
just tell the
argument.
American
Yeah,
people the
it
truth,
is a
we
what
stand behind
about
it.
that?
There's
What
truth, I
about
believe in the
that?
justice
It's
system,
like
but just as I wrestled with this, I believe raw politics is
Biden's
effective
letter
process
isn't
and
about
lit from the
Trump,
spirits of
Phil.
justice.
No.
And once I made this decision this weekend, there was no sense in delaying it further. I hope Americans will understand why a father and a president will come to this decision. But here's the funny part about it.
That's Phil's
okay?
party, the what
His decision- that's
aboutism
page
party.
one. I don't have the official here.
You know how many people
If
who
you're
do
not
coke or
aware,
fill out a form and lie in there go
he
to
didn't just pardon Hunter for those 2 crimes that he's been convicted of and was going to go to jail for. President Biden pardoned Hunter for any potential crimes he has committed for over 11 years. Wait, what? Yes, I'm not kidding you. Biden actually changed the whole script, and instead of saying, oh, okay, I'll pardon you for the 2 crimes, he gave a blanket pardon, saying anything my son did in the last 11 years, he's now exempt from any kind of legal repercussions. Wait, what the
Hunter
hell?
is going to get
How
a
is that
big portion of his
equivalent?
father's money,
was
so he
treated
probably
unfairly
OD.
for 2 things he did.
So,
So you pardoned him for it,
unfortunately,
with no actual
Drax,
expectation or knowing that
that
anyone would
will
ever go after him
probably
ever again for
happen.
anything.
Yeah,
but then you
that's
make sure that now he's safe
that's
from prosecution for
probably
anything
going
he's
to
done
happen.
for 11
Phil
years.
wants the 16-year
What? You want to talk
16-year
about
content creator
really abuse of
pardon.
power? That's the definition.
Phil
It wasn't,
knew
oh, there's an
nothing of the
injustice, undo
crimes
the
of
injustice.
Hunter.
It was literally stretch the limits of the power that I have as president to give the most extreme presidential pardon I
Stretch?
can to make sure.
Why
that
why
no
do you
one
do
can go
the
after
stretch with the
Hunter again.
arms?
But the other
Is it
question,
going to
of
be
course,
the
what happens
giant
now
goat
is
sea of
people say,
justice?
well, what just happened? Does that mean that President Joe Biden
Hunter
is
has
actually
had-
aware that his son
Did
committed
has an
more
affair
crimes,
with his sister-in-law.
and he wants to make
Oh
sure
my
no
God.
one goes after him for those as well?
Yeah,
Probably. 'Cause if
Hunter.
not, why would he have done that?
mm,
Right? So
I don't know.
this is pretty absolutely ridiculous. Over the
my,
top.
my guess
crazy,
also is, remember,
in my opinion,
Biden
misuse of
already
power.
lost
A
a
presidential
son,
pardon
so he's
is meant to say,
probably he would
okay, listen,
like to
there's
have.
been a grave injustice in our system.
I don't think
it
he
failed,
wants.
and
He
therefore
doesn't want
I need to
Hunter in
right
jail
that
when
wrong.
he dies.
Okay. Already, it's questionable that he's only specifically decided to do this for his own son, right? Because there's lots of injustices, lots of misuse of power that has happened, but he decides only my son. Oh, by the way, and then protect him for over a decade. What? So, my honest opinion of this, okay?
Honest?
opinion
Why
is
were
very simple.
you?
This is Joe Biden's last FU to the country. Joe Biden knows he's never going to hold any kind of political, job ever again. He's done. He's too old. I mean, they just had a video of him like a day ago.
Phil-
He was at a summit with like African.
Phil, very few people go from president to another political job. You don't normally go back to the House. Like, the only one I could think of, wasn't it? Who was it? Was it Taft who became a Supreme Court justice after presidency? I can't remember. But very few people kind of Taft. Okay, it was Taft. Yeah, that's kind of the end. Yeah, they either become lobbyists. The laptop contents leaked on 4chan has proved Hunter took illegal pics.
African leaders, he was dead asleep. He was just like this, asleep at the desk. People were looking at Joe. He's like, not moving. He's asleep. He knows his career's over. He's too old. So for him,
His
he doesn't give a
career-
shit.
Well, yeah, this is the funny thing of Phil. What did you think his career was going to be? Do you think he was going to go back to the Senate? No. Once you've had the kind of power of the presidency, you don't go backwards. I think Obama took a financial position after his presidency. I mean, yeah, the fact is that there is no, this isn't a fuck you. This is my last ability to save my surviving son from life in prison. Aqua Saber, I think that is more the case. He's lost a son already. It's one of the reasons Biden didn't run in 2016, because he was not in the headspace for it. And he would prefer not to have his son in jail for life. And when he dies, he probably wants his son at least at his deathbed. You know, he's 82 plus. It's like, yeah, let him retire. Let him go to Delaware, live out the rest of his life. You know, however long or short it is, it doesn't matter.
Right? He doesn't give two
The
shits
question whether
about
pardons
anything.
apply
He's
to crimes
He's on the way
unknown
out. He
to the
doesn't need to
law.
have a good
There is a
reputation moving forward
case
for anything. So in his opinion,
law
you know what? I just
holding
wanna make
they
sure
apply
absolutely nothing gets my son.
apply to
Or maybe,
crimes
let's be
known
honest,
in the law.
if he's aware of his son's
Meth
crimes,
Bear,
he's involved in
I
any
am
way,
not a
his son gets
lawyer,
prosecuted, good to go.
so I
So
don't
feel like
know
this was a way for
if
him
this is
to cover his
thing,
own ass
but
as well as his son, and just be sure that nothing could ever come of this ever again. Right? He's going out with a bang, a giant explosion, a big rocket of fire coming out of his ass as he's walking out of the Oval Office, and this was his last thing that he wanted to do, and say screw it. Right? And the funny part was,
again,
for the
also
entire time,
remember
people
the
everyone would do
idea
it.
that
And he's
Phil
very well
doesn't
doing what
like
he's
his
doing.
father,
Let's be honest
so
here. Do you
some
really
of that
think
is
all of a
also there.
sudden, out of nowhere, that he just decided he was going to do this? No, he knew all along he was going to do this, in my opinion. He knew eventually.
Usually you have to be convicted or pardoned to
admit.
admit.
Yeah,
I do agree with you.
On the way out, nobody really cares what I do anyway.
Swimco. Yeah, normally you do have to be
really
convicted
sad
to be
about it
pardoned, but
Is that video
I don't know.
watched? All those people who
I mean,
genuinely
yes, Red
believe
Animator.
that Joe
Like,
Biden was a good
here,
person
what I
and
mean is
trustworthy
that
and had
normally
morals and
after
values.
presidency,
It's like I've
you
been saying
don't get
all
another
along. In
political
America,
job.
our politicians
You don't
are
go
up for
back
one
into
person
politics other than like
themselves.
Taft or
They're
something
supposed
like
to
that.
be
You do
public servants.
lobbying,
That's
you
the
do
whole
other
idea.
things.
The reason you become a politician in the United States is to serve the public, to do what's in the best interest of the public. Literally, what use to the
Phil, that is, oh my God. Hear this again.
a politician in the United States themselves? They're supposed to be public servants. That's the whole idea. The reason you become a politician in the United States is to serve the public, to do what's in the best interest of the public.
That is adorable. Oh, that is so adorably naive. Phil, anybody who goes into politics, a lot of times they're going to get some money. Okay? People might start out to try to help the people, but they're going to get the money. I said, during investigation, see X part. Like, I'm not a lawyer. It was my layman understanding. Yeah.
Literally, what use to the public was his pardoning of
Yeah.
his son?
Yes, Thomas Jefferson after he founded UV. Yeah.
Nothing. It was 100%
this-
self-serving, self-interest. And that
Like, Phil, you do know corruption exists. In theory, Biden could run for speaker, I think. No. Actually, no, Biden cannot run for well, for one, the Republicans hold the House. He could try to run for Speaker of the House, but you know what? There could be an interesting challenge on that. Because the Speaker of the House is third in line. If something was to happen to the president and the vice president, the Speaker of the House would become president. However, he would not be eligible. Well, no, he would be eligible because he would have another term. You're right, he would have another term. Oh, sorry. He would have another term. So it's possible he could have, but he'd have to get elected to the House. And at 82, all is left is to do ice fight Jake Paul.
that's what the problem is with our
Remember
American
having
political
Biden
system?
to force
That's what ends
Sotomayor
up
to
happening
retire to put Kamala
all
on the
time.
court.
These people just sit there.
Red Animator, he doesn't have enough time left. And remember, here's the thing. If he does that, he's not going to be... One, Obama, basically, when Scalia died, Obama didn't even try. The Republicans basically blocked Obama from being able to pick Scalia's replacement. They're like, no, we have to wait till the next person to do it. And people were like, because it could be Hillary. But, I mean, you're talking, you have like a month. There is no way. Obama didn't have the Senate. I don't think, here's the problem. I don't know they're going to be able to pull that off because do the Democrats have the Senate? Biden has 52 votes. Are filibusters not allowed in Supreme Court nominations?
There and do whatever helps
because
them to help with everyone else around them.
The
So here's an
Republicans would
entire
just
group of people, how many
filibuster
millions of
and
Americans
demand,
believe
and
Joe
therefore
Biden?
you need to
He
have
says
60
he's not-
votes.
No one's above the law. He says he's going to do what's right, and then at the way out, he goes, "Hey guys,
Oh, it doesn't?
I don't care. I'm out of here. Double fuck you," and pardons his son, and he's gone. So
I mean,
wow. So here's the truth. It's as I've been saying all along. No side is good or the real winner in this. No side is innocent. Both sides are guilty. Hunter Biden was guilty of multiple crimes. Donald Trump is guilty of crimes. Everyone should be held accountable.
last two Trump.
Everyone.
See.
Not
Well,
only
here's
Donald
the
in this
thing.
case, only
I
Hunter in
can
this
see
case.
the
Oh, now
Republicans
they get
pulling a
forgiven, they get forgiven.
filibuster
What is the wording?
to stop
for
this.
me, but not
That
for me.
is...
That's what it seems like it is here in the United
Kamala's
States.
record on the law has been
Anyone who's in
brought
this
out,
upper
and she
class
would
is
not...
1%.
fight for the Constitution one
They
bit.
always find a way to either get away from it or I'm buddy against everyone, so no one ever comes after me for it. You know, it's
with how
ridiculous.
badly
We're
they
all
did,
above
I don't
us
see
normal
Kamala
citizens
being able to
have
do that.
Completely
I
dot our
don't
I's,
know
cross our
if
T's,
he'd
and
be
do
able to do
everything
that.
perfect. Because we will always have the book thrown at us because we're normal people. But they are above us. They are this ruling godlike class of entities, not even people.
And remember,
entities
Phil got
that are
away with a
infallible.
bankruptcy.
They fail up.
Look,
They make
this is
mistakes,
the
and
whole
they still
thing.
succeed in life. They get rewarded for said mistakes with money and positions of power and all of this kind of craziness that none of us
They
will ever even
fail
get with them.
upward,
What kind
as
of a
Phil
system do we
has
set up?
failed upward.
Why
That's what
can
Alex
the
Jones
president
is
even
saying,
do
and
this?
funnily,
This is ludicrous.
he's got.
But again, here's the problem. Here's what I think too. Here's what I think will happen. All right.
Yeah,
Trump's gonna get
I
into
don't.
power. He's gonna say
Biden's
well, fuck this.
done
Because
its a
you guys
mute
came after
thought
us so
experiment.
hard, right?
I don't
Now
see.
he has in his mind the right. He thinks I'm going
Yeah,
to go
I don't
ahead
see Biden
and I'm
doing
going
that.
to pardon every January 6er. Every person who was at the Capitol that day, all pardoned, all their crimes wiped away. And he could do that. He very well could do that. It's within his power and right. Now, do I think that's correct? I don't know. Maybe some people on January 6th did commit horrendous crimes and some didn't. Maybe some did have proper prosecution and treatment and some didn't. Maybe some had the book thrown at them, right? I don't know. I'm not going to judge that. But he now has the ability to do that.
Like he's fence sitting on the whole January 6th thing.
Hey, that's wrong. Well, yeah, well,
Free
guess what?
Russell.
Trump's doing it.
He should
just for people.
probably have gotten the
They're not even
bankruptcy,
relatives.
but
Joe Biden
should have
only did it
owed
for
like.
his fucking son. That's it.
I agree, Beth
So,
Bear.
pretty
Like
hypocritical
the chapter
for you to say
7
it's
was
okay
not
for
what he
Biden
should have
to be
gotten.
president,
Chapter
he's fine, but not Trump.
13,
And now Trump
where
is
he could
literally
be on a
presidential
payment
pardons on his
plan,
whole family.
getting this stuff
If
paid
anyone in
off.
my family
He,
ever
it
did
was
crime,
within his
completely
power to
stop
pay it
you
off
guys
within
do
a
that.
few
And
years,
what can
and
anyone
he'd be
say?
good.
Joe Biden did it. He laid the
Baked
groundwork. He laid the
informant will
precedent.
get
It was
pardoned.
good for him. It's good for the next president. And the truth is, I don't believe in that at all. I don't think so at all. I don't think that should happen. I think that, again, everyone should be equal. Everyone should be treated equally. There shouldn't be
This
someone
is
governing God-like
very
class in our country.
naive.
But it just seems
And
like there
fence
is, and
sitting,
there's nothing
oh,
we
you
can do
know,
about it because of the
I'm
system
like,
that we've created for ourselves and put
the
into place.
pardons
How do
have
you stop it?
already been kind
If
of
he's president,
politicized for a long
you can't
time.
even control
Mr.
that.
Beast is
That's
meeting
the
with
other corporate
Elon
centers who could do that, not
and
us,
Vivek for
you know?
helping in Doge.
So this is a horrible situation. But I
Okay,
just want to say
Doge.
there was one thing that I did see
Still don't.
that I kind of enjoyed. And I just wanted to share with you, and not to say that I'm kissing this guy's butt, but he is a content creator on social media. And basically what happens is everyone always wants to like
He has
all
to get
year,
more money
Joe
from
Biden's
his
the best
parents.
guy. Joe
He
Biden
says
will never do
his
this. He
luck
says he's
is
not going to do it, and he does it, right?
probably.
So then what happens is all
Everyone
these
should be
fucking groups try to
evil,
clean up stuff
equal
for him.
on the
Oh, it's
Oval
fine that he
Office
did it. What are you
set.
talking
Yeah.
about? All year you kept saying Joe Biden's better than Donald Trump because he's not going to pardon Hunter. Now he pardoned Hunter. Oh, that's perfectly fine. What do you mean? No, all year that was your mantra. That was your big slogan that Joe's better than Donald because of this. Now he's exactly the same.
Fucking called
and
it
now,
back.
oh, but no, that's okay.
He
Why
said
is it
the
okay?
thing I said he would. Everyone should
I don't
just
get
be
it. So
happy.
this guy actually did a pretty good video, and
Yeah.
I just wanted to share it with you. So for those who don't know, this is Whoopi Goldberg, former comedian who now hosts this semi-political show called The View on daytime TV, and she's 1,000,000% pro-Democrat, pro-Biden, pro-Kamala.
Oh my
and,
God.
Basically, he did a little skit here.
We're talking about The View.
You know, people can say, oh, why are you doing?
Obviously, he's not really on the show. And by the way, the volume is way low. And it's maxed. What the hell? Yeah, I'm going to have to pump it up. I can barely hear it. Let's see.
Pump it up.
Here we go. I'm going to pump it up here. Ready? Okay, now it should sound much better.
Well, but that's what presidents do. They do it
Whoopi
every time they
getting
launch something.
sued by a
I'm not sure why
bakery.
the pearl clutching is happening now.
Yeah,
I can't believe this is what's freaking people out.
Well, Whoopi, I don't think people are freaking out. I think they're just having a hard time with the hypocrisy, which is no one is above the law.
What the
You remember that,
fuck?
right? Because that's the exact same line that Joe Biden, the Democrats, and the Democrat-run media
This is like
kept bombarding the American people with every time the conversation was about Trump's legal cases.
Yeah.
No one is above the law.
this
I want to
is
say it.
why am I watching
Say
this
the Biden
bad
administration is above the law.
putting this
Say
stuff
it.
in there because I
You want
don't
that
believe this guy's in the same
out
room.
of that mouth of yours.
It's true. Now, again, in this case,
How
obviously,
did Phil find
he's
this?
destroying Whoopi Goldberg, right?
This
But she's so
AI
pro-left.
not-
But the truth is, it's not just the left. It's
Oh,
the
it's
right. Both of these groups,
fake.
as long as
I
you
know
keep
it's
upper
fake. I
echelon,
know
you
that
are above
that
the
he
law.
wasn't in
Now,
there.
it
But
sure seems that way.
that was
It seems
just
like Trump's gonna get away
bad.
with everything because now he's reelected as president, and so they're
He probably
not gonna
thinks
go
it
down
was
and
real.
those cases any further, right? So
Now,
he's
let's get
probably
it
gonna
back
get
to
away with it too.
regular.
And there's really nothing that we can do about any of this. You know, it's sad. That what kind of a system is
Only
this? No, that's
unemployed
why-
lefty
we're
woman
doing
watched
pearl
The
clutching.
View,
No,
let
we're
alone
not
take a
pearl
seat.
clutching.
Nobody
You're
took.
upset
Yeah,
because you
The
literally
View's
your
been around
party
for like
an
what?
entire year said
30
this is
years,
why we're the
nobody
party
takes
to
it
vote for.
seriously.
This is why Trump is bad, and then you just did the bad thing anyway that you said you're better for and better than and would never do. How you can't understand that? I mean, the truth, she does understand it, but
Yeah.
she doesn't want to cope with it. She has to, I can't
cringe
admit
video.
that we have
Not
fault and that our party
funny.
members are flawed and that our leaders actually let us down because then
laugh.
people would lose faith in the Democratic Party and probably
Why did he?
think a little bit harder
He
about all
swayed
these
on
mantras
the
that get thrown our
y-axis.
way about, oh, the Democrats are
This-
better than
sorry, that
Republicans
was the
and all of that.
z-axis.
It's just ridiculous. It's just politics. It's just bullshit. Just like everything else. You know, it's disgusting, honestly. You don't know who in our country really is honest with the people at this point. I don't know if anyone is. You know, we're supposed to be listening to politicians, you know, people, celebrities, leaders, all these people. None of the all
Who
the agendas. Every
listens
single
to
No one's willing to just say, here's how it
celebrities?
is. Here's what's going
Who
on.
listens
Instead,
to
oh, no, this person's the
celebrities
devil,
and
this
is
person's
like,
this person's
I
above
want
the law, this
their,
person's that.
like,
And they're no better.
everybody kind of
They're
knows
all
it's
the
a
same.
celebrity. They're
So
going to have
be
their
careful.
opinion. And
You know, I think a lot of
probably
people
not
this
gonna
year,
do
we
it.
got close, very close to a brainwashing of the American people where we almost had a revoting in of this group that for the last 4 years,
Yeah, he showed
basically
AI.
really hurt our country, at least in my opinion. You know, I've been talking about
Bill
this.
does Hux.
Inflation way up, and prices
Hulkster.
way up, crime way up. Things going the very wrong direction. And people almost got brainwashed to think that Donald Trump is going to destroy everything if he's reelected because they listened to them. They listened to that, and then come to find out, Biden was a scumbag to begin with. He always had intention he was going to pardon Hunter no matter what happened. This was always
Nope,
his
yeah,
plan.
you can't
He
even
lied
try to
you all
talk to him.
along.
Sad
Stop
times.
trying to cover and sweep for him. He's a scumbag like all of those politicians. They're all bad. It's time to stop pretending like the one that you fight for is your best friend, your buddy, your dad. None of them care about you. None of them. If they did, they
Just
wouldn't be
sit
filthy
on the
rich laughing at
fence.
you as you're sitting there week to week, paycheck to paycheck, trying to make ends meet. They would
Instead
actually
of
set
giving
up a
money
system
to
help you.
me.
Haven't done that. If they didn't, maybe you should start questioning
Yeah,
why,
this is some-
instead of just listening to their rhetoric about how the
Talk
opponent
to a
is
girl.
useless.
Stop to the Gundam for the Ukraine, though.
Okay. Now,
Yeah,
we have
but
a
the
few
fact
more
is
stories
that
to
she's
cover,
in a
all
big
right?
old pumping.
And I don't know
She's
if we're
part
gonna
of a
get to
big
all
old
them, sadly.
pumping dump.
There is one clip I definitely want to cover because I actually enjoyed it. I have some shout outs to do. One thing, quick thing I have to do, I have to adjust the volume because remember I just adjusted the volume because it wasn't good there on that video, and I want to make sure that when we start listening to content again, that this doesn't blow my ears out. Here we are. Yeah.
I mean,
lower this.
I
Hold
think
on.
a little
That should be good.
bit of the
That's much
Hunter
better. So I just
Biden
wanted to do
thing,
that
I
before we
do
move
think
on.
might also have been
Okay, I have a couple shout outs to
affected
do.
by some of
I started,
Phil's
$3 tip here.
feelings about his own
Puffy
father.
Nipples, are you actually saying Trump should not be charged? You think he's not guilty? Mr. Puffy Nipples, I'm not going to answer you anymore because you don't listen to a word I say. Literally, you don't listen to a word that I say. You just put
Rewind the
words in my mouth.
stream. Rewind
I
the
literally never
stream.
said that. I just said everyone should be treated equally, and if Trump committed those crimes, then he should be treated just like anyone else who committed those crimes. Same thing with Hunter, same thing with everyone across the board. It's either everyone or no one. That's what I say. So listen up. And then I received a $30 tip. Wow, biggest tip
How
of
do
the
you
night.
handle and moderating here? If it's a political stream, should be allowed to disagree with it without your mods
So
leaning
someone took
everyone
$30
left
and
and
says,
right.
you talk about the
Ooh.
pendulum swinging.
Talk to her
with
wasn't
Trump's
even
victory being decisive
about that.
I don't
People
know
still
about that
mess with
personally.
her.
The Democrats ran a
Wait,
piss poor
wait,
campaign. I don't know how they could have won.
Wait,
Americans
she
are
wasn't
suffering,
part
Republicans
of
promised
the
change. Democrats
pump and
promised everything
dump?
staying the same. All the culture wars
Uh-oh.
speculation muddles water. That's my take. At least.
Because
Well, listen,
I
don't
thought
think
she
anyone's
was.
gonna
I
disagree
thought
with
they
you
did that
Democrats
pump
ran
and
one of the
dump
worst
that
campaigns
they
ever.
just had
That was
like.
my very first politics show. Discussed
You
that,
know,
into that in very deep detail, correct?
was
That
she
they
not
just
really
blew it.
part
They
of
were
that?
focusing on every incorrect topic.
Say
things
yes.
that no one. It was
Just say
a
yes or
common
no.
American was gonna care about,
Yeah.
you know, focusing in on.
She was just paid
things
to
that
promote
didn't
it.
affect
I
most
mean,
people.
but that's the same thing that
fringe topics,
Boogie did.
that's not gonna
Boogie
win
was
elections,
paid to
correct?
promote his
At the
own
same time.
coin. Like it is the
I think what
idea
happened again
of
was,
sell your
just to
reputation
reiterate what
for
I
a
said
pump
3
and dump.
weeks ago or a month ago,
You're
however
gonna
long it
get.
was,
It's gonna destroy
people
your
right now are hurting
reputation.
all around this country, and all they wanted to hear was, "Hey, if you elect me, I'll help you with your problems." And that's not what happened with the Democrats, right? And so what happened is people started looking at everything.
He was
in a different
laying in
way.
bed.
Why are these people who are claiming to be looking out for me in my best interest telling me to care about all these things that aren't going to help? If we vote for them and get them back in power, or keep them in power, I should say, because they didn't lose power, how is this going to benefit me and my family when they were in power and things are
Oh, it
worse?
was
I just don't get it, right?
Mark
And
Cuban.
going hand in hand with that.
Uh-oh.
If you take a look at the last couple
Oh,
of years,
man.
that entire
See-
progressive rhetoric, pushing certain agendas, pushing certain cultural changes down Americans' throats. Have you not noticed that those things are now failing? Look at video games and movies that are pushing the ultra-progressive leftist agendas. They're failing. Left, right, up, and down. They're not making money anymore. They're flop after flop after flop. So culture is changing. I don't think that Donald Trump would
Just
have
spit
won
on
this
anything,
election without
liar.
it, being honest. I don't
She
think
doesn't
so.
have
I think that
she
this
have
is
a
all
show on
these things happening
TV
together
now.
right You may not believe
Then
it,
she-
and
she
that's
got her
fine. You
bag.
can agree to disagree, but I'm seeing
Podcast
changes.
is
I'm
huge.
seeing changes from the common person who've had enough of this.
Ooh,
That, you know,
because
everything must
Red
be this one
Anime.
way now.
That's
It
the
must
thing. It
change
was
your
mostly
entire
Mark
way of
Cuban.
life and thought,
Anybody
because we're telling you
who
this is the future.
hawked that,
Says
who literally promoted that kind of
Do you
coin,
have my best interest
being it
in mind?
being Call of
Since you
Duty did
actually been in
fine.
control of everything.
Did
Culture
Spider-Man
and media,
had
the government.
leftist take?
What's happened? Prices went
Yeah,
up.
he
Taxes went
doesn't.
up. Things are worse. Crime is bad. All these things are getting worse
Crime
and worse.
bad.
So you
Bad
tell me
good.
how
Good
your
bad.
way of life you're telling me to live was better for me and my family, but we're not seeing
It's
it.
just culture
And so
war.
culture said, fuck that, and went the other way.
It-
Trump won both the popular and the electoral college vote. Both. So that tells
You do understand that most people, when they win the presidency, they win the popular vote as well. Like, it's normal. It's when they don't win the popular vote is very few times in American history through the 200 plus years of our electoral process, since like the big amendment in 1800. I mean, I want to say it's like maybe 5 times tops. I not unusual for Republicans. It's happened more often in recent memory, but the fact is, I want to say 5 times total in 200 years. I want to say that, maybe.
tells me the American people did have a wake-up call. Now, again, okay for you to disagree.
Love
That's
how
just my
Hawk
take on
to a
it. If it would've
conversation
been
was
just
more
electoral
interesting.
college,
Whatever
then maybe
Phil
there
was
would've been
talking
a
about
debate.
3 minutes
I don't
ago.
think there's
Yeah,
a debate here.
he wishes he was Craig.
Okay. Thank you so much
Red
for
Ant,
$30
he
tip. Very
does.
much
Oh,
appreciate
he's
that.
so.
I also
Phil
received
wishes
a
he
$1
was
tip
Craig.
from a troll. So I'm just gonna ignore this moron. Okay. Really gotta wonder why these trolls do it, because they know at this point I never read out their comments. I never read the body of their comments anymore. Okay. So
Thanks for the money, dummy.
We're currently at 63 bucks to support. So please support the stream if you can. Again, subs.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
30 minutes left. I'm gonna see how many stories I can cram in here. The finale is gonna be the Snow White story, because that's gonna be a good one. Okay?
No, it's not,
Okay, ready,
Phil.
guys?
You just talked about the
let's move
culture
on
war.
to our
Talk
next
about
topic.
it now.
Let's actually move on to one that
Or
is
don't
viewer
talk
submitted
about
this
it.
week. Here we go.
Craig is getting in fights with David Jaffe lately, so getting 20K plus views. Yeah. How does Phil's dent take him seriously? I'm just curious because I can't stand him for a long time.
Few episodes of DSPolitics,
See, Whitney, I mean, June
say
kind of said it.
that
Most
I
of
was
them
like
are
a
dense.
centrist or a more moderate-minded guy, but it seems like I'm always leaning towards conservative values and conservative issues and siding with Trump. I mean, listen, I don't really.
Oh, wow. Yeah. People finally called him out the fact that, he shits on the Democrats a lot, and he takes very, very weak criticisms at Trump. Like, the first two, it was like the lightest of love taps.
Really believe that. I don't really.
Aqua Saber, he always ends on something
sometimes
non-political.
my, ways of thinking do align one way or another. But in this case, a video was submitted that I want to watch with all.
To be fair, David is an idiot. I mean, he is.
I just want to watch a little bit of this. I just
He
want to
is.
see my honest.
He had
take on
trouble
this
with
video, okay?
Metroid Dread.
Here we go.
So he's a lame girl from Tennessee who would normally be passed around on frat bars in Spectrum area high school. High quality rich gentlemen.
Right here. A bunch of nerdy ass, cowardly ass white dudes with Nazi flags with masks on. Yeah, the fucking nerd circus in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, this is the same place where you guys know about the Ohio State Buckeyes. Columbus is serious about football. Ohio State Buckeyes, the Ohio State, who are national champions, right? Big college, big university.
Yeah, you better say the Ohio State when you talk about the Ohio State University.
Watching black athletes run up and down a field or a basketball court, huh? And then these fucking nerds who are probably Buckeye fans, they probably are Buckeye fans, That's why they're wearing masks. Oh yeah, that's why they're wearing masks. Because guys, those are some probably your coworkers that are marching with those Nazi flags. Those are probably your neighbors or whatever guys are going, hey man, what's up? Did you see the game? Bro, that game was awesome, bro.
Why? I don't know why he's watching TikToks.
Because they're too fucking
I don't know.
non-athletic to play real ball, right? Those are the guys that wear the paint, they're in the stands. I'm a fucking Buckeye, dude. We have the best football team in the fucking world. Hell yeah, man. Hell fucking yeah. Dude, our basketball team, dude, we're going to the Final Four, bro. We're going to the fucking Final Four, bro. Ohio State, man.
Patriot Front
Those
or
white guys, I
Feds?
don't know.
So here's what I have to say about this, because it is repetitive, and he is kind of talk a little bit in a circle about this.
Yeah.
So here's the deal.
Oh,
all right?
no, Simcoe.
Those people
This was,
marching
I think
well
he said this was submitted by a fan.
Okay, first of all, I would guarantee
Meth Bear Neon
that those
glowing.
people in the
It's
wearing
glowing
the
out
Nazi
there.
garb, the Nazi flags and all of that, they probably don't even know what the fuck that means. They probably have no clue. They actually didn't research the Nazi ideology. They don't actually know what the belief system of that party was. To them,
Wait, what?
this is
What?
like,
Wait, whoa,
hey,
whoa,
hey
whoa,
guys,
whoa,
let's
whoa,
go out and let's
hold on. Hold on. What? What? We need to go back.
people in the wearing this 100%. Okay, first of all, I would guarantee you that those people in the wearing this Nazi garb, the Nazi flags and all of that, they probably don't even know what the fuck that means. They probably
What? What? Everyone is stupid except me. That is his take is these guys don't know what Nazis are? What the fuck? Of all of the I was not expecting this take today. I wasn't. I doubt their supporters of National Socialism as an economic model. I mean, Meth Bear, yeah, but the fact that the way he's saying it is just like, oh, it designed. I don't know what it is. Like, what the fuck? How exactly Phil's going to govern? His tagline is just is this is how you do govern.
probably have no clue. They actually didn't research the Nazi ideology. They don't actually know what the belief system of that party was. To them, this is like, hey guys, let's go out and let's get noticed, right? This is our way to get attention. Okay, so to them, this is their part. This is their way. Hey,
this is not the take I expected.
In their way, this is Nazi pride parade. But I guarantee you, probably what they're really trying to say is, oh, we just don't like certain races.
There was a whole lot of things that I could think Phil could say, and what he said was none of those.
At all. They're just misinformed idiots. Probably fucking misanthropes.
Oh my
like everyone now got together on the internet. Okay, and they came together. This is the only way they can get any kind of attention or recognition in their lives is to dress up in costumes and march down the street and pretend like they actually represent this truly heinous ideology. This actually like blight on humanity.
Something that when am I listening to
is now going to scar the very human existence forever. Something that we should never forget ever happened for fear that it ever reoccur. But to them, it's party time. look, I'm wearing a Nazi costume. Look, we go, oh, look at this, we're cool, right? But the reason you can tell that they're cowards is actually, I agree with the guy who made the video here. They're wearing masks, all right? If you truly are of that ideology, if you truly believe in all those things that the Nazis believe, take the fucking mask off. Man up and tell the world how you really feel. Because if you're going to march down the street, you do it for real. You don't hide.
Pilot hats everywhere. Well, we're going to add this. Here's a little thing.
Banned. Gone. Forever.
He had the fucking selfie cam and he's recording them on his cell phone. Are you kidding me? Really? Really? You really think that's for real? This is a joke. These are a bunch, like he called them nerds. I mean, I don't know if they're nerds, but they're certainly, like I said, they're misanthropes. They're losers. These are people who, they're not looking to be productive.
Yeah, this is...
They just want attention. This is how they do this shit, okay? 100%. They go out there and they try to cause...
the last remaining Nazi in space.
Well, you made a video on them. How much you want to bet? Everybody went down the street. This was covered on the local news.
What
and this is what they want. You know, these
they're wearing a mask they probably know they don't want to...
The Nick Fuentes bullshit.
Yeah.
And the people sending the text messages to people, insulting them, saying to go to cotton fields to report...
I mean...
It's the same... We
want
attention.
Yeah, the fact is...
Attention. Here, and then they do the act. But you notice
if you're going to be someone like Richard Spencer did it, well,
this is not for real.
Being known, a lot of folks.
Columbus, Ohio is not a racist town. You know, it's not. These people are morons. They're
okay, Phil. You know, you bitched and moaned that a news article didn't give you evidence. Okay. Like I'm not saying that Columbus, Ohio is racist, but you've said a fact. What evidence do you have to back up your claim that it is not a racist town? Okay. I've never been to Columbus. I don't think it's racist, but I also have no information. So I kind of have to be like, well, I have to wait till I get more rural Ohio. Well, more rural Ohio would probably be, a lot worse. But this is...
Again, I guarantee
don't know anything.
Don't have any fathoming of what they're actually marching or for. They don't really know what the Nazi ideology is. Because if they did, they'd probably fucking be so cowardly. You know what I mean? Or maybe it's just ridiculous to me that people think this is okay to do, right? But
Ohio is a real place.
I'm not saying that I support it if they're into it. I think that they're completely stupid if they are. But I mean, we have the track record to show this ideology is awful. It should never be replicated ever again. There's no.
The bottom line is real. Is your take they're not repping hard enough? This is what he's gonna pay.
Race supremacy that will ever work. Okay, ever. It doesn't make sense in life. It's been proven scientifically. This makes no fucking sense.
Born in Parma.
No one race is better than another. Ultimately, in any way.
I don't know. I've never heard of Parma.
We've all got to learn how to coexist. We may not all end up being in love with each other at the end of the day, but we all have to learn how to peacefully coexist. That's what's best for humanity. What they're doing is the opposite. Walking down the street like a bunch of jokers, trying to get attention with their little cameras and their fake flags and all their bullshit, but they're wearing masks because they're cowards. They're not real. But people think they're fake, right?
Bill, you do know that, the Ku Klux Klan wore masks. They, I think, still do. You know? Are you saying that they didn't rep the racism hard enough? I'm having a little difficulty. Could you? You're gonna need to help me out. And yes, Swimko, Phil does know about cowardice. He is the biggest coward. Jaha's here. I'm gonna waddle away. Don't hit me. I'm an alcoholic. Ooh woo.
Maybe they think they're real, but they're not. They're not. It's like you said. These are probably people from your job or whatever. You probably know a few people like this, right? They're
the clan members,
so boring, so trite, so trivial, so meaningless that they felt like this was actually a good idea because it actually made them feel empowered and it made them feel like they meant something or they were someone because they're that much of a loser. People who are happy in life don't have to do that. You understand? If you're actually truly happy in life, you don't have to act out and do all things.
If this is Dead Space, you'd be marching with them.
Your situation is.
The events of World War II have been used to demonize.
Have awful mentalities against other people or groups or nothing. Just be happy with what you have.
VIscant wants to fight. Let's go on stage and do DX crotch chops instead. Yep.
They hate their life. So how can I get something out of it today? I'm gonna act like I'm supreme and I'm gonna walk down the street. Fucking losers. Losers. So I agree with the guy. I don't agree. Like he's like, oh, they probably cheer for the local sports team and shit.
Phil
I don't
doesn't
even
know
if
the
I
average.
because people like this are so stupid. They probably be like, oh, it can't cheer for the sports team because it has some black people on the team. That's how dumb they are. They'd be like, oh, awful. Sports have been ruined by black people. It's the dumbest thing. You know? Okay, whatever you say. But the way I see it, I agree with them on some points. I just think that you know that they're posers because of the masks. It's that simple. If they're real into it, those masks would not be on. They're a bunch of fucking losers. These people are jokes. But sadly, there are people who are not jokes.
The Klan wore masks so that you could never.
Those are the people you gotta look out for.
Like,
those are the people
so whatever they did, you couldn't identify them.
And they'll fucking do crazy action. That's the one you gotta look out for. The true dogs who aren't hiding behind the masks. Okay. All right. I actually thought that was a good submission, and just to show you, I'm
that
not
was
in line with
that was a
ultra-conservative shit at all.
submission.
Like, that stuff
Again,
is
that
out of
was a
control, in my opinion.
submission, and we got that.
Trying to see how much more time we have. Not a lot.
Yeah, I heard that Frosty Beast. He said I agree with him on some points. What the fuck?
This is hilarious.
And
Realize the president doesn't
thing
control
I
inflation,
just
it's the
can't.
Federal Reserve. All right. This guy, this person is literally trying to argue with me on every point every week, and they don't understand this is not an argument show, and that no shit, the president doesn't directly control inflation. What a dunce thing to say. Yes, I'm aware. The president is not omnipotent. He doesn't have strings and he pulls everything like the puppet master of everything in the country.
But Phil, you
And
basically
let's move on.
blamed Biden for inflation.
Let's see here.
You did blame Biden for inflation last week. Yeah.
Darn, I really wanted to cover a few of these.
It's a
but we're running out of
politics
time.
show,
Like I
but
said,
he
we probably have
won't.
about
He
20
won't
minutes left.
argue it.
So
$66. Is he gonna get
We
it?
can cover it a future date because this isn't a timely one. But I'm gonna save this one. And same thing. This one, I'm gonna apologize.
Yeah, arguments are expected
to
in
Slayer. I've been
politics.
trying to get the Slayer submission for 3 weeks, but every week we go to the timely stuff, and his is a more universal one that we could literally watch any week, and it makes sense. So I'm gonna save this one for a slow week when we have less articles to talk about. Okay, less things going on.
Good. I don't want to hear fucking
All right, I'm
Slayer
gonna quickly cover this one, and then we're gonna do the Snow White finale.
talk about his goddamn
But guys,
Singapore.
please support the stream. We have 2 more stories to go before I adjourn the show for tonight. So please support the stream now while you can. All right. Again, everything subs, gifted subs, and tips, all appreciated. Please, let's hit the goal tonight and cinch it in. Because again, once I do these 2 stories, I have to go offline, and the streak will end if we don't hit it, and that means no reward tomorrow after we earned it all week, right?
That's fear mongering, baby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
That's
our next
fear
topic
mongering
of the night.
Yeah, Slayer stuff's all about Singapore, because Slayer, I mean, he buys right into Slayer's.
One thing that I always like to say is a lot of people always complain and whine about how Americans have it with our political system. But every once in a while, we kind of get like a culture shock. And when we do, we realize that
it's K-pop and Singapore
in the
propaganda.
United States, there's always somewhere
I
where
don't
it's
know
weird
how
and confusing
K-pop
and
would be in
right?
political. Please,
There's a lot of places that are a
Simco.
lot worse than the USA. But this
I need
week,
some
I think a lot of us
Sochi.
were very shocked
Yeah,
to hear about
some Sochi
South
and some
Korea
kimchi.
and the stuff that happened over there. Like, I've never heard about South Korean politics before until this week. I didn't even know what kind of a system they had. You know, obviously we know that they're very different.
I didn't know what
from
kind of
American
system
politics
they
or American
had.
stuff, right? But let me
Oh
tell
my
you,
God,
when
this
I heard
man!
a
I
political
can't even with this
move
man.
to have martial
This is
law.
hard.
I was like, wait, what? Martial law. So to recap, CNN actually has a really good recap here of what
You
happened.
know
over the
what
course of
martial
South
law
Korea.
means, Phil?
So let's just go over it. South Korea was plunged into political chaos after President Yoon Suk Yeol's aborted attempt to declare martial law, which sparked a fierce backlash and mounting pressure for him to step down. So all of a sudden one night he says martial law is going to be enforced.
All of a sudden.
First across the country, because I feel that the political movement or opponents here are basically like communists, like they're in cahoots with North Korea. So the only way to stop them would be to put together martial law, meaning no more due process. Anyone could just be arrested and incarcerated because we have this going. Now, normally martial law would be like if there's an invasion of a country and there's soldiers storming the streets or insurrection or mass invasions or something. Not just
Yeah,
on a
he
whim, the
wonders
president
why
says,
just chat
"Oh,
argues
by the
when he
way,
says shit like that.
I
Yeah.
think that maybe the other party has been infiltrated, so martial law. Like what? Normally you're like evidence or something. You know, it says it, martial law. Holy shit. So what ended up happening was there was no way to overturn it. And
I
that's
don't.
exactly
What kind of
happened. There were
laws?
people who
They
were, I don't know,
the
in
opposite
Parliament,
of.
they rushed to vote.
He doesn't know
in an
how South
overwhelming
Korean
landslide
government
vote,
works.
overturned the martial
He
law
wants to
right
play an
away,
expert. Yeah,
and then
I
immediately
don't know
called for
South
president's
Korean law.
impeachment. Okay.
I mean,
6 opposition parties submitted a bill calling for Yoon's impeachment. The main opposition, Democratic Party, meanwhile, said it had begun formalizing treason charges against the president, as well as the defense and interior ministers. The country's largest
Treason?
union group, the members would strike till the president quits, and protesters are echoing the widespread demands for him to
Treason.
resign. Yoon's defense
Wow.
minister, chief of staff, and other top officials have submitted their resignations. So literally everyone turned on the guy. Yoon declared martial law in an extraordinary late-night address on Tuesday, accusing the Democratic Party of sympathizing with North Korea and of anti-state activities. In an overnight showdown, lawmakers forced their way past soldiers into parliament and voted to strike down the decree. Now, sounds to me like the soldiers didn't really have it in their hearts to stop these lawmakers. Because if the soldiers really did, they would have, right?
Phil, are you saying that, oh, well, you know, if they wanted to, they would have just gunned down Parliament? Like, at that point, then the president becomes a dictator. You do know that, right? Yeah, like, that is literally just, that is a coup. Like, yes, I know he was president before, but that basically becomes a full-on coup. Treason. Yeah, they say treason. Then again, you know, he is saying that the Democratic Party was sympathizing with North Korea. Yeah, soldiers don't want to be. Yeah, they don't want to be accused of murdering unarmed politicians. That's kind of like a war crime thing, I think. I think there might be a war crime. I don't know. Did Canada or Poland do it? If they did it, then it's a war crime. I don't know if they did it. But yeah, he wants South Korea to be more like North. Coups are a thing that happened in South Korea. Yeah, I know that it's. I mean, I know that, you know, I don't know how long it's actually been a democracy in South Korea, but yeah, we put dictators in there because they liked America, you know, and not like who didn't like America.
These lawmakers didn't come in with giant guns and swords and chop down the soldiers to go vote. The soldiers must have realized something really awful and you know, unprecedented is kind of happening around us, and we should let these lawmakers go in to overturn it. So I guess you have to say, in this case, hopefully the soldiers made the right decision. You know, how awful would it be if in a few years' time we actually...
I'm sorry, we need to go back and hear that again.
You have to say, in this case, hopefully the soldiers made the right decision. You know,
hopefully the soldiers made the right decision. Bill? I mean, Yoon basically said that his entire opposition political party was treasonous, and you're like, well, I hope that the right decision was not mowing them down like animals. We are getting golden takes from Phil today. Yeah, to gun basically, because if the soldiers gunned them down, it's okay. Basically their parliament's done. Yoon is a dictator, and military or otherwise, he becomes basically a dictator for life. Like, you know, yeah, that's, you know, think about it. If it was in America, if you know, a president, you know, declared martial law, and then like Congress, you know, fought their way through to overturn that law, and he's like, well, I hope that the soldiers did not shooting them. I hope they made the right decision. Like,
you know, how awful would it be if in a few years' time we actually find out that this guy was right, and actually it is, the whole country's now been infiltrated by communists, and now North Korea takes it over? Obviously, that's like a crazy fairy tale.
North Korea's gonna take, dude. North Korean soldiers go to Russia and they become fucking coomers, dude. Like, if the communists, if North Korea came to South Korea, they will see the porn, and literally the streets will run white with a coom. Like, what the fuck? Military tribunals should decide every death, dude. This is like, I'm sorry. I feel like this is like, when you accuse your entire opposition party of sympathizing with, you know, a sworn enemy, that, nah. Like, that's, I don't see that happening. Also, North Korea is, I mean, like, that's not gonna happen. Like, motherfucker, here's all I did: just throw groceries at North Korea, and they will stop worshiping Kim Jong-un. Only designated people only designated people have access to the internet. When the soldiers came to Russia, they got access to the internet and they started gooning.
That
or
probably
cooming, whatever the
again,
name
I'm not an
is.
expert on South Korean politics. I don't actually know what was going on over there. But that was just absolutely crazy.
Phil would be able to understand a lot of things if his head wasn't up his own ass.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now lawmakers are
it's this Pigroach Ouroboros
motion against this president, right? This was this morning, actually. It's Thursday night. No, this is this morning. 188 lawmakers out of 300 attended the plenary session where they reported the motion to initiate the...
But Phil, what about Fiesta salad? It's 38% off. It's only $92.40. Go get your Fiesta salad. National Assembly.
The impeachment.
I don't know. I assume that that's like a case of those things.
Think of the mindset you had when you swore into office that you would work for the people.
I look like tins you get
the Democratic
like
Party, minor
anchovies out of.
Independents have a combined 192 seats, meaning they would need the support of at least 8 members of Yoon's People Power Party to pass the motion. The motion can be put to vote as early as Friday. Kim thanked the people. Oh man, I'm really feeling like a Fiesta salad right now for some reason. I don't know about you guys, but anyway, the motion can be put to vote as early as Friday. Kim thanked the people for confronting the military and helping lawmakers get into the National Assembly building on Tuesday. When police and military
God help them if they share their cheap home-cooked droogs.
So this is just pretty insane. What really happened? Is this, I mean, let's be honest, is this guy nuts? And he's the president? Is he actually crazy? Did he actually believe that North Korean agents had infiltrated the opposition party and was about to take over his government? Is that what he legitimately believed? I don't know, but I mean, you would think if he did martial law, like, he must have believed it. What information was this man being fed?
Or that he must have believed it. Really? I happened in I mean, I would say that I mean, there's another explanation. My explanation would be he was trying to delegitimize his major opposition party and in many ways tried to dissolve parliament and give himself a lot of power. Desperate to hold on to power. I mean, you know, that sounds like, yeah, he was, I mean, you put in martial law and you could probably jail them. He was annoyed the parliament wouldn't let him do anything for months. Martial law might not be the right idea to do that, though. Stranger things have happened. Remember, 2 million Chinese agents worldwide. I mean, Frosty Beats, yeah, but North Korea?
So anyway, I'm interested to see what else is going to happen. Will he be impeached? Will he step down? What will the end of the story be? Because it's been a whirlwind few days over there. And I don't think we're actually going to get, like, the real answer yet until all this unfolds. Like, right now, we're just outsiders.
We're not going to get the real answer till everything unfolds.
Getting the full story.
Masterful.
On what actually happened over there.
Commentary,
so maybe we
Phil.
will soon. But for me, like, I watch it, I'm like, man, this was fascinating. I never thought this week I'd be talking about South Korea.
Past since 1980, 12 of 13 PMs in South Korea have been sent or jailed or impeached.
Cool.
12 of the 13
this is it.
prime ministers of wait.
And
So that okay, so Red Animator. Now it said that he was the president. So is South Korea a place that has a president and a prime minister? I know, like, Russia had a president and prime minister. I mean, I admit I don't know much about the South Korean legislative and executive branches, but 12 of the 13, if that's 12 of the 13 presidents or prime ministers in jail or impeached, that's not good. That sounds like corruption.
This one is not actual politics with politicians, but this very much
they're very current and close to businesses. Yeah,
all about culture, all about shifting. We were just talking tonight. That
it was press, not PM.
Said,
okay, gotcha,
I don't think that culture is shifting. I'm sorry, I beg to differ, and we're going to show you why. Okay, because
I mean,
by the way, can I?
Culture pendulum doesn't normally shift that quickly. It's slow, which means that Phil has been missing any pendulum swings. Oh yeah, no, I do know they're like I know Samsung is kind of in.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our final topic of the night. It is a culture wars topic.
Admitting not a political story. Yeah, mostly tied to Korea moms.
So culture wars deal, and yes, I will be covering this kind of stuff. Yes, there will be pop culture discussed on the show over time, for sure. We will be discussing these kind of topics, so I hope that you'll join me for them. All right. So final topic of the show. So guys, last chance to contribute for us to hit the goal and continue the streak tonight. Okay. So this is it. We need $84.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
So if the streak ends tonight, and I guess I'm not ordering the food for DSP Tries It tomorrow, but I hope that we can hit it. All right, so let's see what happens there during the final story. Okay, so let's do it. Final story of the night.
29 minutes.
Alrighty, folks. So
I saw the daily wrap.
The trailer, the real trailer for
martial
the
law
live action Snow White movie.
Original idea was is an incel uprising. I can't.
FYI,
I still can't over predicting along with others. He'd wait till the winner was decided to pick a side. He is such a yeah.
So what I like to do.
Oh yeah,
RS
nerd.
With all of you,
he has
I would like
no.
to respond to it. Give you my honest thoughts about it.
He has to do that because he has no side. He doesn't care about politics. He hasn't voted in 20 years.
Fair enough.
He hasn't. Sorry, he hasn't registered to vote in 20 years.
Let's go ahead and.
I don't care about.
Here we go.
This was my father's.
I don't really care about Snow White.
Fairness,
like
the Queen, changed everything.
Take him away!
Your Majesty.
What did you say?
The people need some kindness.
You know, I really don't remember you being this opinionated.
Okay. First off.
Nobody gives a shit.
All right. I forgot her name. She's the actress who played Wonder Woman, correct? And I was of the opinion that when you act as a character. Is Gal Gadot? That's her name. Thank you. Is it not apparent to everyone now that Gal Gadot cannot act? That literally she's the same person in every single movie she's ever been in.
There's a lot of actors who do that. Yes, I don't particularly care for her acting, but there's a lot of people who are. It's like, whatever.
This is Wonder Woman. This is
I'm not gonna
every
watch
character
this
she's ever
movie.
been is identical. You notice she never even tries.
She's known
to
for not
change her
being a
accent.
great actor.
Like
She
other
is
actors,
known,
like, did you
but
ever
he's
see,
acting like, oh my god,
you know,
this
the
is a
Bond
big
movies
thing. He
where the
doesn't
actors,
fucking
some of them
know.
are British, some of them are not, but they all have different accents. They change their voices.
You
You know what
know,
I mean? Or actually,
change
like
their
Jefferson
voices.
Knives Out, who the guy who's British has like an American accent. It's actually pretty good. It's convincing. In every movie she's in,
The British guy. Did you hear that?
who the guy who's British has like an American accent. It's
The guy who's British doesn't even fucking know Daniel Craig's name. Are we watching Side Strollers? We're watching DSPolitics because you know what? Because I think I hate myself.
It's actually pretty good. It's convincing. In every movie she's in, she literally doesn't
Yeah,
act.
he
She's
doesn't
just,
watch.
I'm Gal Gadot, and I just
Yeah, he doesn't watch movies. Like you can kind of tell he doesn't watch any movie. He doesn't consume any media that he doesn't monetize it. British actors always had the best American accent. Yeah, Hugh Laurie had a great American accent. Gal Gadot is good as Wonder Woman, but not in Wonder Woman 84. Wonder Woman 84 is not that great anyway. So
just get over on my name and star power. Like, what are you talking about? You're supposed to be a queen who's wicked, who's infatuated with her looks. Could you pretend to be that for the movie at all? Or are you just going to be the same exact person in every movie, the same act?
Phil, you couldn't act your way out of a wet paper bag, and I guarantee you don't know a goddamn thing about acting. Now, I just don't care for Gal Gadot, but this is a trailer, and we've seen like 22 seconds of the trailer. Like, it's obvious that this is not about her looks, but this is more about her ego. Like, obviously the queen does not like her authority being shunted by this child.
Accent that doesn't fit any of your roles. You know, the accent that didn't fit Wonder Woman either. You know, are we just going to keep pretending?
Accent didn't fit Wonder Woman? I mean, Phil? Themyscira is not a real place. Did he expect her to have an authentic Themysciran accent? I mean, the fuck. Amazonian. Simcoe. Amazonian accent. He probably expected her to sound like Jeff Bezos. That makes sense.
Like, she can act? I don't get it. I'm really at a loss at this point. Like, why does she even get a role? Why do we keep giving her money and putting her in movies? She doesn't even try. It's really, it's confusing. A million women could have.
She doesn't even try. Maybe she is trying and she's not that good.
This role better, but they had to put her in there for the star.
I remember the queen being flamboyant about her looks in the animated movie. She was a bit. She was.
Famed is thy beauty, majesty. A lovely maiden I now behold.
Is he going to say what I think he's about to say?
I look at you, and I just want to be.
Does anyone know the story of Snow White? Does anyone actually know the story? Okay, I'll tell you the story, all right? She is the queen, and she thinks she's so full of herself. Everything about her is vanity. Everything about her is about looks, okay?
And Phil knows about vanity and narcissism. Why does The Rock keep getting movies? It's all action movies. He's the same guy. Gets jealous, and he's repeating his wife's talking points. If she even points it to him. That could be the case, Bug Mechanics. Who knows? Gadot.
So she's doing everything she can to keep her youth, to keep her age, and everyone says she's the fairest in the land, okay? Then one day she asks her magic mirror, am I still the fairest in the land? And he says, no, she is, okay? Now her name in the story
heavy
is
movie.
Snow
She
White.
didn't try
You know
to
why her
even
name is
movie.
Snow White? Because the actual line from the story is because her skin was as white as snow.
Phil, was that the story or is that the Disney movie? It basically, the Disney movie, what the hell? It's not. I think Bug Mechanics is thinking that Ket complained about it and now he's doing this, which might be, although I don't think he actually listens to Ket. I think when Ket talks, it's more like wah, 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 wah. I think that this is just he decides to do culture war stuff because, oh, that's a nice thing to end it on. Like, who cares?
That's literally the line. Does her skin look as white as snow? The skin of Gal Gadot in juxtaposition to her face is lighter. So just in line with the fucking name of the story in the movie.
Is it? Is it? I mean, if you look at the the palms of her hands, maybe, but I mean, the palms of someone's hands is not the best indicator of skin tone. Like, the skin tone of the Queen and Snow White seem to be very similar. Still don't care. Old folktale says something with the skin quote. Okay, I don't know. I don't know the old folktale, but still, I don't care.
This is awful casting. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. It doesn't even follow the plot of the story at all. All right? Now, you might argue, well, I don't think that people of fairest white skin are most attractive. That's fine. You can argue that. But that's the story. That's why it's fucking called Snow White. So if you don't like the story, don't make the movie. Don't change the story for the movie. Just don't make the movie. If you don't believe that people of fair white complexion are the most attractive, then don't make the movie. That's the story of the fucking movie.
To care about at 42.
Wow.
Yeah, this is.
Amazing.
He's such a dork. I watched Cloud Atlas
don't like the message. Don't relay the message.
Off a 10 strip of the visual,
they're
and then
changing the story of the movie
so
to fit their own purposes. So now,
is it a German tale? I don't know. Maybe Brothers Grimm. I'm not exactly sure.
Snow
White is Mexican. Fake outrage. 2 years ago, they said they didn't. They don't change the story up. In the original story, Snow White was snuggled by the prince while she was in a coma. In the anime movie, changed it like Phil sure this movie too.
Right? Like, what are you
I'm planning on watching this. So
are we supposed to be
yeah.
stupid? I understand that's fantasy. You're supposed to suspend your disbelief to some extent.
Who said that? The projection side pig.
Okay, this is awful. Like this, you've ruined the entire thing already.
Okay, this is
the trailer.
Basically
right?
virtue signaling that this is
Jewish, so she's not white.
anti-DEI virtue signal bullshit. I'm like, I don't care.
The actual story is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and instead they couldn't have the word dwarf either, because apparently now somehow that's also culturally insulting to say the word dwarf. So it can't be Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It's got to be something else, just Snow White. Okay. Well, actually, I'm actually glad they didn't call it Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and you're going to see in just a couple moments here. Let's continue.
The fairest of them all.
The Queen is evil. You must flee into the woods.
Every shot is worse. Every shot of Snow White is actually worse. Like, she looks worse in every shot. Did you notice?
I mean, yeah, it's going to be bad regardless. So I don't understand why he.
Wait a minute. I thought this was live action. What are we looking at? These creatures don't look real. Are you telling me that's supposed to be realistic CGI? That looks like those aren't real creatures. That's like a cartoon. I feel like I'm watching Disney Afternoon right now. It's fucking Chippendales Rescue Rangers or Tailspin. Look how bad that looks. That CGI.
It's a magical place.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're right, Aqua. This is fake outrage. It really is.
They auto-tuned the dwarves. Did you hear that? They auto-tuned the dwarves hi-ho. Yo! Oh!
Yeah, this is.
I looked at the wrong
it's
time.
manufactured outrage. Like,
what the green earth is that?
Yeah, we get it. It's bad
shit?
CGI. I've seen worse CGI in a mainstream movie.
No, that's the reaction I'm having right now. Hold on. How do you nudge? Oh, I did.
This is.
Man, the quality is so bad that you can't even pause it and get a clear frame. It blurs the picture. Are you kidding me? This is the best they could do for the Seven Dwarves, which I wonder what they're going to call them, because again, they're going to say that dwarf.
Phil, please
is like
stop. You're actually creating a lot of backlash for yourself tonight.
Are you
You're going to
me?
get cooked
That's
on these
what
tapes.
they made
This
up
is
with
bad, rough,
dwarves?
awful.
Like, first of
They
all,
look
it begs
the
the question.
same,
Okay,
similes.
this is a live action movie, correct? Why are the dwarves CGI? It's live action. You're telling me there aren't 7 real people you could have casted in these roles?
Well,
really? You don't think that there's?
I mean, obviously, one of the things is they all look very close. Like, that's obviously Doc. I think this one's supposed to be Grumpy? I fucking forgot. I think this is definitely Doc. There's Dopey. Sleepy. I don't know what the other ones are. Yeah, like, they originally wanted some biopic and queer people. It's like, you know what? Here's the thing. It's a live-action Disney movie. Don't watch it. Whatever. He has not seen the first. It was live-action, but fans said it was bad.
There's actors out there of a smaller stature
Well,
who
of
would have
course.
loved to actually land the role of a lifetime and be in the live-action Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs movie. They would have been like, wow, this could be my big break.
If he
But they
keeps
couldn't
talking about
hire
the
someone to
audio,
do it.
you're
They
gonna
had to
get
use
triggered.
CGI. On top of that, even if you can order
Also, I go with the whole Ralphie May thing. You are not a
even if you
you are not a
argue,
dwarf
maybe
unless
there's
you're
not enough on
in
it or something.
direct
Okay, fair
possession of
enough.
a
Maybe there's not
battle
7 great
axe.
actors, like,
I don't see any battle axes here.
But did you not see the
So,
Lord of the Rings
I think they're
movies?
just
Did you
midgets
not see
with
what they did with the
attitude.
Hobbits? Did you not see what they did with the dwarves in the prequel movies of the Hobbit, where those were actually full-size people, and then they used effects and CGI to have them look like smaller people?
Yeah, and then there was that whole thing in The Hobbit where Ian McKellen got very frustrated and broke down a little bit because the fact is, having to shoot it in 3D, they couldn't do all of the optical effects, so everything was green screened, and he didn't like that. Like, I mean, Lord of the Rings, yes. But here's the thing. Lord of the Rings was also very meticulously pre-productioned out. This isn't.
Why couldn't they do that? Imagine
Like,
they got 7 actual
you
big
you
games.
do understand that doing optical things like that is not easy. You got to know what the fuck you're doing. Yeah, it doesn't look like Lord of the Rings. Also, the fact is that, like, this...
Used to be the 7 Dwarves. What an impact this movie. Imagine that. Like, fucking all different names in Hollywood could have played
Yeah,
the 7
cool
Dwarves.
story,
And
bro.
people would have been talking
Not
about this movie
fun-sized
probably in a more
people.
positive light. But instead, you couldn't get real actors. You couldn't get anyone of note. Instead, 7 CGI abominations. Look how awful they look. They're terrible looking. They're actually, I would say, they're more terrifying than anything in this movie. This is going to give kids nightmares. Modern CGI. Why was CGI 20 years ago better than what they're putting out in modern Hollywood now? Really? I feel like the movies in the 2000s were better than anything that we're seeing come out today. What happened? Technology advanced and like reverted, regressed, or maybe people just got lazy and they just let computers do half the work now. I
Yeah,
don't know what it
fans-
is, but this looks like fucking shit.
I've heard
to
they
me.
didn't cast
Does
any
it
like
not?
little people
looks
for the
awful.
Munchkins and Wicked. Sucks.
Let's
Yeah,
continue.
like little people ought
Yeah,
to be,
run for the
you know.
fucking hills. Oh my god. They look like, oh my god.
Like,
Like
it's
ages
obvious
ago,
that they're
ages and
going
ages
for the
ago,
designs of the
they
original
used to do stuff
animated.
like this. Like I remember, did you ever
It-
see? Oh yeah, the California Raisins in like the 80s and 90s.
Boomer side Phil. Like, as I said, you can see these are obviously, the CGI is designed to very much resemble the, no, that might be, I don't fucking know. What? Like, it's obvious that they're supposed to resemble the 7 Dwarfs from the animated movie. So it's Uncanny Valley, and I've seen worse Uncanny Valley. Of course, they're gonna get their bag for the next decade, until consumers demand better.
Did you
Yeah,
ever see them? Like they were claymation, okay, and that was stop motion animation. All right.
you don't know a
They look
goddamn
like
thing
that.
about
That's what they're reminding
claymation.
me of. Look up the California Raisins,
No,
and you're gonna
I
see
already
it looks like
know
that,
what they are.
claymation. That doesn't even look like CGI. It
No,
looks
they
like
don't.
40-year-old outdated tech. That's why it looks so bad. And they actually ran
Also,
all the
stop
models
motion
because
is
this
not
is the best movie
outdated.
This is what they put into the movie. Good
It
job.
can look very good if you can work on the blur. If you do something like what
What did
Phil
you think
Tippett
I
did in
was?
Go Motion,
Lovely Ghost. Is that what you
because
said?
he would use
That's supposed
that
be
to kind of
funny?
hide the,
Lovely Ghost? And look at
you
this.
know,
What is going on in
to
this
make stop motion be more, to work more in the era of film before CGI.
What's funny is like the original Snow White has like good songs, like the dwarf song, and she has a couple songs, right? So it's a good,
The
a good
dwarf
musical.
song.
Now listen to the first song that they're playing here. It sounds exactly like every other song, does it not? It sounds exactly
There's something
like
with the
every shitty
stop
pop
motion
song that you've heard in the
sequences.
last 5 to 10
Yeah,
years
JG
that's
Winnell. I
auto-tuned,
think
that
because they
you
use
don't
Go
even tell the
Motion,
artists apart from each other
it
anymore,
kept
'cause
it
they all
from
sound like the
getting
same
it
person
super
singing,
choppy or
because they've
something
all
like that. I
homogenized
can't
the
remember
fucking music
exactly
because
how
it's
that
so bad.
works, but
It's all the same shit.
it
Because now they'll
helps
have no
create,
standout
it helps
music
it
in this movie that anyone would
meld
remember,
with
because it's all gonna
the
sound exactly
with
the
the
same like all
plate
the
a
crap
little
you've
bit
heard.
more.
Look, wait a minute. Did you say the classic story? We've watched almost the entire trailer. Is there anything they haven't changed about the story? Right? By the way, we have to talk about how the story ends soon too, which I'm very interested to see what they're gonna do because you know they're gonna change it for this movie. But so the queen, who's supposed to be the fairest in the land, is Jewish and it has an accent for no reason because she can't act. The daughter, who doesn't have an accent inexplicably.
Jewish? Phil? You can Jewish. Are you sure that's what you want to say? Phil? Okay, we're going to go back and
Do because you know they're gonna change it for this story, right? Six story. We've watched almost the entire trailer. Is there anything they haven't changed about the story? Right? By the way, we have to talk about how the story ends soon too, which I'm very interested to see what they're gonna do because you know they're gonna change it for this movie. But so the queen, who's supposed to be the fairest in the land, is Jewish. And
oh, wow! Like, she's Jewish. Phil? Gal Gadot is Israeli. Her being Jewish is like, you say she's Israeli. Is she Jewish? Yeah, that's kind of what happens when you say she's Israeli. You know? Like, she's the fairest, like, just think about how he said that.
it has an accent. But so the queen, who's supposed to be the fairest in the land, is Jewish. And
Who is supposed to be the fairest in the land is Jewish. Um, are you implying something, Phil? Yes, they're not allowed to have accents. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. I've heard Sean Connery in The Hunt for Red October play a Russian submarine captain with his Scottish, not even trying with the accent. And you know what? People are like, yeah, okay. Fuck, he was in The Highlander playing an Egyptian pretending to be a Spaniard, and he had a better Scottish accent than the Frenchman trying to pretend to be a Scottish man. Like, what the fuck? I can't tell if this is mask off or leaning into the Kino audience. I don't know, but this is not good for him. Yeah, he doesn't understand the Kino jokes. Like, that sentence sounds like, she's supposed to be the fairest of the land, but she's Jewish. Like, Phil, you sure you want to do that? You want to Phil, would you like a redo on that?
It has an accent for no reason because she can't act.
I mean, there's a lot of people, like, I'm sorry, Christopher Lambert has his accent. Why does Raiden God of Thunder have a French accent? I don't fucking care. Sorry. Yeah, autism's prevented him from not understanding the Kino jokes. I think this is like just mask really coming off. Like, okay, so she has an accent. Who cares? You know? Like, okay, some people have accents. Like, this is supposed to be a fairy tale medieval world. Like, it's supposed to be, somewhere in the medieval Europe. Is she not supposed to have an accent? What if she has a German accent? Or a Spanish accent? Or perhaps a French accent? Like, and hell, like, even if you go into Great Britain, there's so many different accents. There's the RP accent, which is, what you normally hear when people talk, like what was that? The royal pronunciation, which is for the normal. You got Welsh. Hell, you've got like you're up north, you're Yorkshire, you're, even further up north. There's Welsh or Swedish. Like who knows? Okay. And listen, let's say it was Snow White in Spain. Okay, maybe not full on white, but pretty white. I don't give a shit. Like
the daughter, who doesn't have an accent inexplicably, is supposed to be fair.
I mean, Phil, I've seen casting where a father and son look nothing alike. It happens.
Than her, with skin as white as snow, but she doesn't have skin whiter than her, and she's not better looking than her, so it makes no sense.
Well, I mean, the whole thing is she doesn't look better than Gal Gadot. That is opinion. I'm just like, okay, whatever. Yeah, God forbid Cockney layman's accent. That would, dude, the queen, the evil queen has a Cockney accent. That's hilarious. This man loves wrestling. Yeah, but he doesn't know a goddamn thing about it.
Then she goes out to the woods to meet the dwarves, and the dwarves are CGI abominations. The classic story. Oh yeah, I remember that story.
Find Snow White.
Oh my god. It's so the girl I meant to be, like every Disney song. It's all gone so fucking wrong. It's just all the same. You've heard this song in 27 other movies that they just put out. The girl I meant to be? Are you kidding me? That's what
You
they came
don't
up
go
with
and see movies, Phil. Yeah, the evil queen is supposed to be the stepmother. Yeah, just like in Cinderella, it's the stepmother. The idea of the mother is dead, and, the stepmother who doesn't like them because they're not of their blood. I mean, hell, that was the whole thing in Cinderella, was that he can't suspend his belief because the actress is Jewish. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say it sounds like a mask off problem.
I'm sorry, my dear. Did I frighten you?
You know how awful that is too? Did you see that CGI? How do we go back? Oh god.
That's not CGI, though. I don't think that's CGI. I think that's makeup. Artificial rendition, Phil's not from your imagination. Yeah. Am I the one? I think this might actually be prosthetic CGI. Also, the apple. Like the apple literally looks like a skull. Okay. Yeah, it's makeup. You can it looks like Gal Gadot. It's not CGI.
I can't take it. No, I really can't take it, man.
Why? Like,
Did I frighten you?
hey, look. Did you hear? Gal Gadot didn't have her accent in that line. Almost like she had the accent in one and then took the accent off for her disguise. Like, that was literally just, it's not great makeup, but that looked like makeup.
You know how awful that is, too? Did you see that CGI? How do we go back? Oh, no.
That's not CGI.
I can't take it. No, I really can't take it, man. Are you kidding? Look how bad that looks. But again, the entire trailer is also blurry. And this is their official YouTube channel, and the trailer is that blurry. It's still blurry. I put it on enhanced bitrate. It's still blurry.
Well, Phil, it sounds like what it probably is. It's not blurry. It might be slightly out of focus. This also could be art, alternate takes. Like, why is Phil reacting to this? He's never going to the movie theater. Probably scared someone. Like, I don't know. For some reason, Orion, he likes bashing celebrities, and he likes to be part of the culture war. Like, yeah, it could be motion blur. Yeah, you know what, Simcoe? You're right. Motion blur, because the fact is, these are supposed to be seen in like 24 frames a second. Like, films are normally shown in 24 frames a second, and this is probably shown in like 60 frames a second. Yeah, he thinks it's political. It's not. I mean, and if you look at this, yeah, this isn't CGI. He can't tell the difference between CGI and makeup, which
Where is she in
is
the
like,
second scene? I want to get her. I can't get it to go to it. How do you nudge on YouTube? I just want to nudge. Oh, there we go. So what it is they wanted it to look like Gal Gadot, but then you get fooled into thinking that she's an old hag. But you can totally tell it's Gal Gadot in really crappy makeup, or probably CGI.
You said it was CGI. You said it was CGI first, Phil. Which is it? Is it bad makeup or CGI? I don't think it's great makeup, but it doesn't look CGI. It actually looks like she's there on set. Yeah, never gonna go to a movie theater. Yeah, never gonna go to a movie theater. Never gonna watch this.
CGI
I'm not gonna watch it
What they
either.
do now, the makeup's not real. What the actor acts, but they have like stuff on their.
What? What? Phil, if they're going to be doing mocap and that kind of stuff, that's in a green screen environment. You do mocap in a green screen environment where the lighting is the same, so that you get a proper rendering of their body, so that then you can make the CGI and add the lighting onto it into a blank plate. Like that, you don't do the mocap here. No, you don't do that. You do it like, no, this is like, normally you would be doing, no, I'm sorry. This is, why are we, I don't know.
And then you CGI to superimpose fake makeup on them in post. So it looks off.
It's not fake makeup. It's real makeup. It's not realistic makeup.
Awful like that does not look good in any way, and that's what they have as an excuse for special effects.
Phil
now.
thinks it's an easy
Right.
felt, but he
Comma and
looks.
period moves at one frame.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It's a live action Disney.
Truly abysmal.
Prosthetics
Truly
and
awful.
stage makeup, but it's
Wow.
yeah. It'll be prosthetics and stage makeup, but it's a close-up CGI screen show. Look like a robot with no overlays. In fact, they put dots on their face. That's all. Really? Yeah. CGI screen show. Look like a robot with no overlays. In fact, all done. But like, yeah, no, this doesn't look like, I'm looking at everything. Like, I don't see this as CGI. This looks like makeup. Maybe not great makeup, but makeup. That's what I think. I think it's makeup. Hello, Diablo, Lord of Darkness. I'm hoping we're gonna be done soon.
Oh, it's funny. Truly awful. Wow.
I frighten you.
Well, that's why. That's why it's a Red Delicious apple. You should never take Red Delicious apples. They're awful. Even if they're not magically poisoned. Bad lighting? Possibly bad lighting. I mean, part of it is how this is shot. You have the lighting here, and the cloak is hiding some of the lighting. So, so I'm not exactly sure where the lighting is coming from. I mean, this could be outside. I don't know. Like, lighting is also one of the things, but no, that's makeup. I would bet money that that's actual makeup. That's not CGI. Because the dwarves looked much more unfinished. They looked much more Uncanny Valley. This just looks like, I guess someone said stage makeup. It feels like makeup that you put on a play, not a movie.
It's truly abysmal. Truly awful. Wow.
I frighten you.
And what's funny, that's where it ends. And appropriate, that's where it ends. Because if you know the story of Snow White,
How is the politics? I'm
Snow
gonna.
White fell in
Yeah,
love with the prince. Okay.
It's not
So,
politics.
the
It's
beginning of the
just
story, he's already in love with some.
he's just mad at culture war stuff, and he's using this just as a thing.
Now, is she in a
Just
relationship with him? Has
This
she
is
gone out
old.
with him? No.
This
She's
is
just
old man
just like
yelled
all
at
these
clouds.
princesses in all these Disney movies, love at first sight. Somehow she falls in love with this prince. Okay.
No, Orion, he's always going to do them on Thursdays. Saturdays tends to be his day off, although
people think she's dead
day off
and
was
just bury
yesterday.
her,
Maybe he's having
and then
2
she's
days
gone
off. I
forever.
don't know.
But the apple just puts her to sleep, and so what they end up doing is they put her in this glass, bury her, and then she's gone forever. But the apple just puts her to sleep is that people will think she's dead and just bury her, and then she's gone forever. Now, what the queen is hoping will happen is that people will think she's dead and just bury her,
Like,
and then she's
Phil, maybe wait, does she really think that it's just going to, like, I kind of, yeah, that's a prosthetic mask with bad AI smoothing between frames, I think. I think it is a prosthetic mask. I think it's a large prosthetic mask. And there might be some either bad smoothing or bad blending between the mask and the thing. But there probably is some issues with how YouTube encodes and things like that. Like, here's the thing though, and maybe it's been a long time since I've seen Snow White, since I was a little kid. I thought the idea was the poison apple was supposed to kill her, and she just fucked it up. Like, it wasn't, she was supposed to, it was supposed to kill her, but it didn't quite kill her. Or something. I don't know. Maybe the idea was it was supposed to actually, if she ate more of it, it would kill her. I don't know. It is. Like, I kind of got the, like, the queen fucked up. Like, she didn't, or is it supposed to be that it makes her fall asleep so that you can then stab her? Like, it being, oh, she'll be asleep, seem like dead, and then they'll bury her. That seems overly convoluted. Especially when you ask the woodsman to bring her heart in a little box. You know, that seems kind of convoluted. Like, you ask a man, you know what, Kali Mal, and bring me her heart so I can eat it and gain her powers or whatever the fuck. The magic alchemy put her in a death-like state. Yeah, so I don't think she's supposed to think it's like, and for some reason there's oh, that, now I remember. Okay, I'm remembering it now. She does, after she puts the disguise on, she does check to see if there is an antidote. Because she's like, oh, she wants to double check that. And she's like, oh, true love is the only thing. Yeah, they're going to bury her, whatever. But it's not that she would be she's basically in stasis. Talking to his chat like they're little kids when he's explaining. So much of the stuff from X aren't even political. Yeah, it's
she's gone forever. But the apple just puts her to sleep. And so what they end up doing is they put her in this glass casket, which is really bizarre. And they put her like in the woods in a glass casket.
Well, the idea was that they couldn't bury her. So they basically, they put her in a glass coffin like they put Lenin. And then when she, when the prince kissed her, she, like Lenin, just got up and just must spread communism. Cake fart. Calling an actress out for being Jewish was wild, though. Yeah, that was...
The prince gets wind of this, and he goes to rescue her, and what does he do? He kisses her. Okay, so it's supposed to be the kiss of true love breaks the curse and wakes her up, and then together, I guess the queen dies. I think she falls off a cliff or something. It's a dumb thing how the queen dies, really dumb. And then that's the end. So then basically Snow White and the prince...
Bill, you do understand that Snow White was, if I recall correctly, and I might be wrong, so if I'm wrong, please somebody correct me, I believe it was late 30s, like 38. So it was G-rated, and that's during the Hays Code. So you couldn't really have her get like stabbed or anything. It was, yeah, her falling down the cliff was basically a way of, she's dead, but we don't have to show anything. It was, yes, use flashlight, it was, when he's like, I thought you were Russia. That's what we wanted you to think. And he pushes the button, it becomes USSR, like the wall immediately in Berlin pops back up. I love that episode. It's very funny.
become the new rulers of the kingdom happily ever after. But how are they going to put that into this new
No
version
gore,
of the
blood
movie
was
where
yeah, because it was the Hays Code. You couldn't do anything. No, movies like Sunset Boulevard, got away with a lot of shit by implying. Like in Sunset Boulevard, Norma Desmond probably fucked her pet monkey, which would have a lot of rules. But if you don't say it, you just imply it, they don't know. Like that's why you had film codes. Like go watch the 1941 Maltese Falcon, and you'll see when Humphrey Bogart as Sam Spade sniffs Joel Cairo's handkerchief and he smells it like lavender.
I agree, and I cannot
that's
wait
supposed to
for the
code
kids.
that he's gay.
The scene will be put in there.
37 is when the original song. Okay, I was off by a year. That's fine.
Maybe there'll be like a parchment.
But that's still within the Hays Code, because Hays Code was 33
ahead of time. That the next time that they meet, they must kiss. Right?
I keep getting Sleeping Beauty and Snow White mixed up.
Today in modern society,
yeah, because Sleeping Beauty, she turns into a dragon.
How dare that happen in any kind of modern society? And
so but also again,
stories where that happen. Was the Cinderella one too? I can't remember, but you know what I mean. Like it's the same thing. Well, that can't happen today. We've got to change the story now, right? So I don't know. So I mean, can you imagine? How
should he leave her in a coma?
I don't have the plugin to see dislikes, but this trailer. In 2 days,
this is a one-to-one animated Disney film, or the original Grimm story.
Million views.
It's a fresh take,
but only 24,000 likes. So can you imagine?
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares about likes? My God, this guy's so terminally online. What about likes? Nobody gives a shit.
How many dislikes this trailer must actually have on YouTube?
Nobody cares. One, you do understand that not everyone who watches a movie hits the like or the dislike button. Some might not care. And here's the thing. Why is he ranting about... Wait, what? Hold on.
First of all, I don't have the plugin to see dislikes. I remember, but you know what I mean? Like modern society. And so all of these fairy tale stories where that happened, was it Cinderella one too? I can't remember, but you know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing.
No, Cinderella was... the prince was smitten and had the glass slipper looking for whoever was partying it up. Active from 34 to 68. Yeah, it was a long time.
Can't happen today. That ahead of time. Oh, society, all these stories where it's like, oh, the man kissed the woman.
DSP didn't consent. Yeah, you have the, I consent. Walt Disney, I consent. DSP, I don't. Do you think you should ask somebody else?
But didn't ask ahead of time. Oh, that's awful. How dare that happen in any kind of modern society? And so all of these fairy tale stories where that happened, was it Cinderella one too? I can't remember, but you know what I mean? Like,
it's a magic spell and it's true love's kiss. Okay? It's not copping a feel. Let's tone down this thing. This isn't copping a feel or, as our president said, grabbing him by the pussy. This is a kiss from back in the day when they had different values. Okay? I mean, come on, let's not.
It's the same thing. Well, that can't happen today. We've got to change the story now.
It happened in Shrek too.
I don't know. So I mean, can you imagine?
Shrek as well.
I don't have the plugin. To
I don't know about the
sequel
to Shrek.
In 2 days has gotten over 5 million views, but only 24,000 likes. So can you imagine? Can you imagine how many?
That's a woke Hollywood.
Dislikes this trailer must actually have on YouTube. And all you got to do is scroll down 32,000 comments. And of course, people saying the comment section looks like the real magic mirror. Hey, this is an underrated comment.
The Richard Pryor show. I saw that.
CGI, $209 million for me to enjoy a comment section of a movie I will never watch. Bless you.
$209 million. That's a lot of money. And the interracial couple, back in the days, an interracial couple holding hands was verboten. Hell, I mean, fuck. Remember in Star Trek, Kirk kissing Uhura was controversial. Wait, you wouldn't want to make out with Nichelle Nichols in the 60s? She looked fine as fuck. I also have a grandma some way back who was 16 when she got married. Yeah, that was a thing back then. Like, it's just understand that those were different times and don't judge art and stories judge them by the values of the time they were made, you know?
Look at the comments. This is the most expensive roasting session in history.
This is...
I'll give Disney some credit. They left the comment section open. What's funny is the comments have more likes than the video. The video is 24,000. This comment has 31,000.
Oh my God! Who the hell?
Yes, that was the first on TV interracial kiss. Yep.
Yeah, all the views from everyone checking the dislike ratio. Watch Rachel and Disney claim this as a win.
And if I remember correctly,
yeah, and wasn't it true? I don't know if this is true. Like a year ago, didn't someone criticize her casting? Because this is what's her name, Rachel Ziegler or something. I've never seen her in anything. But didn't someone criticize the casting?
I don't know. I don't know Rachel Ziegler. I don't know what she's been in.
Skin is white as snow. And then she went and made this like crying.
I don't really know what she's done.
Right?
Roasting session. The set caught on fire several times for this movie.
Horribly miscast.
That is
horribly.
That is kind of a roasting session.
You're not directing the picture, but I mean, you're horribly miscast. You know. Anyway, so yeah, pretty ridiculous. It looks pretty bad. Not gonna lie. But the thing is, this is the tail end, right? This is the tail end of the series of Disney live-action movies that are being remade.
Imagine
and having
thinking
this
the
kind of
Disney movie is the
everything
original
on.
story.
We have to do complete
That's
reswap,
a
complete plot
that's
swap,
retarded
everything
take.
terrible CGI,
Ziegler
even though
pissed
it's
everyone
supposed to
off
be live action.
that they were
None of it makes
changing
any
the story
sense.
in general.
And
She's
again,
just
pendulum
annoying.
has swung. If you haven't noticed in the last
As I
couple
said,
years,
I have not seen
we've
any other
major
works that
flops at
she's
the
been
box
in.
office of movies
So,
like this. This could be
okay,
the
so
next one.
oh,
I don't
a
know.
celebrity says stuff.
You know, I don't know, but for me, I watch it. I'm like, here we go again. Like, if you know the original story, why would you ever want to watch this movie?
Vietnamese
You know,
comrade
I grew up.
keeps
I had the storybook.
copy and
I had
pasting the
movie on
same
VHS.
thing.
You know,
Is
I'm a fan of
Vietnamese
the original
comrade
story.
Derek?
I don't need to see their modern reinterpretation. That
It ain't
changes
the
everything.
last. We have
Right? I just
live action Moana,
it
Lilo
makes sense.
Stitch.
So anyway,
A live action Moana. We just had
yeah, it
Moana
doesn't look
2
good to me.
come
I
out.
can't tell.
That makes
It's
no
not something I'd probably
sense.
be interested in.
The book
of
does not
watching.
talk about her skin color.
But
It
not saying I
meant
didn't
to
watch
be
the, like, I
more
haven't seen the
accurate
live
to the
action
book.
Aladdin. What were all the recent ones? There's like 5
Yeah.
in the last few years.
Okay. I'm going to say this. I believe Vietnamese comrade is either a LARPer or that's Derek. Because keep fucking spamming. She said pro Palestine stuff knowing Godot was her co-star. That's a thing to do. Okay.
I haven't seen any of them. They all look awful to me. I mean,
That-
why is
that
it
is-
that there's these fads? First, everything
that
has
is,
to be literally an animated film, but then it has to be CGI,
that is
or
a-
it has to be live action.
that
If it
is a
hasn't been that
choice
yet, it
to
has
do.
be. Like we had 5 million Christmas Carols,
Especially,
and then
yeah,
we had the
because
CGI
Godot is
Christmas Carols
Israeli,
in there,
and
right? Oh,
for those who
it
don't
started animated,
remember,
it has to be
just
live action. It started live action, now it has to be animated. It's like we have to flip everything.
fun little
So then
fact.
the live action, Big Hero 6
Israel
with real
is a
actors, right?
country
But then
in
will we
which
still get
has
weird hodgepodge
mandated
CGI and real actors?
armed
It's very
service.
bizarre.
You know, basically,
But again, the
like
pendulum swings. I
18-year-olds,
am
you
not seeing
go into the
very good
military
things
for a
for
few
Snow White
years,
in
if
the
I
future.
recall
I think this is gonna be
correctly.
a flop. I get only
I believe you
44,000
still do that.
likes on this video with over 500
Like
million
one,
views. I
like
can't
2 or
imagine
3
the
years
dislike ratio. Looks like
of
I think we have another one of these
compulsory
scheduled
military
bombs
service.
on our hands. All right, folks, that is it.
So
I went
does
late 'cause I wanted to
Switzerland.
cover as many
I
stories.
mean,
Like, this week was very
Switzerland
heavy.
does. I
Last week
believe
I felt
South
like
Korea
this
does.
was heavy.
There's
I
a
didn't
number of
even
them
get
that
to a
have
couple of my
the
topics, so I'm probably going to save
that.
these for
Like,
future weeks.
but Israel's not the
I
only
do
one.
want to say
There
thank
are
you
a
to those
number
who
of them.
attended live. I really appreciate
2
you.
years.
And,
Okay.
thanks for
I
watching.
couldn't remember if
DSPolitics.
it's
So
2 or
next
3.
week, it should be same exact time and place on Thursday night.
Same,
And I hope that you'll join me for
same
more next week. All right,
Pigroach
guys?
time,
Thank you so much.
same
Thanks for watching.
Pigroach channel.
Okay, so everyone,
She
sit.
knows some Krav
We're done.
Maga because of
The
that.
stream's over. No
Service.
contributions have come in, so the streak is going to end. All right. I guess I'll do a live daily wrap once again, and if nothing comes in during that, it's literally over. I'm not going to sit here and complain.
Oh, we're
Let me
doing
see,
it again.
Oh,
We're
so I'm gonna do
doing
live
it
daily wrap. I
again.
should turn off my AI screen.
We're
Yeah,
doing
we're
it
going to do a live
again.
daily wrap, but just in case for some reason someone thought waiting till the last minute was a good idea. I
Also-
don't think it is, but this is it. If we get no contributions during the daily wrap, the streak is over. Okay?
I believe
Alright.
so. Clip
Where is
curator.
my mic? There it is.
My theory is that Vietnamese style is Derek because that was so many copy pastas. Past Trump killed the streak.
There it is. Okay.
Sorry, I read that wrong. I thought it said Trump killed the steak. And I was like, how do you do? Did you? How did you kill the steak?
Everyone ready? Okay. This moron. And here we
Pot
go.
of greed.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Thursday, the 5th of December.
Surely we can get
a full streaming
some of
day,
those
and the first day that I actually
top eyes
implemented
for
using
us
the
to
Stream
watch you
Deck in my setup.
consume.
This is a good one. Good variety of stuff today. I had fun. Let's talk about how everything went down.
I
First of
didn't-
all, on today's Level 1 podcast, there was a
So
lot of
close
tech
to the
stuff yet
100,
again, because again,
have
another
faith
new
in the
piece of
Hail
tech had
Mary
been
tip.
introduced, and I was messing around with various different things. For example, my ability
I think
now
the casino
to go live,
commands
green
have
screen
hurt
whenever
the
I
field
want. As you
perception.
can see, tonight was DSPolitics, and I was in the Oval
Unfortunate.
Office for a lot of it, which was fun. But also the ability to play various different
Stellar Blade is
clips
felted.
and the like during my shows, which is really cool that I have these new abilities now. If you
I
want to see me
mean,
mess around with it a lot,
I
earlier
can
today,
do
definitely
that
check out the show.
too.
And then we fully talked about the schedule.
You'll get nothing
a
unlike
variety of
it.
stuff with a new game coming out tomorrow and all of that. And
We
other
started
topics
Siege
as well.
mode, but
Give it a
then
look.
we
It
ended.
was a pretty good podcast. There's Q&A, all kinds of stuff, and a lot of tech stuff. Then we jumped into Stalker 2. And today in Stalker 2 was a mixed bag again. It feels like every time I play the game, it's a mixed bag.
This
There were
is
some of the parts that I was enjoying.
really
And I was
bad.
having a really good time.
This is a god-awful show.
Exploring
Man,
and
did
doing
this
stuff.
have some
But then
takes.
some of the missions started to feel samey again. And this is definitely a pattern that I'm noticing, is that a lot
Well,
of
I'm
the
sure it'll be.
gameplay
I mean,
is go over
he's
here, find this guy, go over here,
forcing
find this
OT
item,
to
go over here,
do
find this guy.
this.
I couldn't
We're
tell you
not
that I've been
going
to many
to.
locations or places in the 11
I just
plus
remember
hours I've
Phil
been
tried
playing
to
now. It just feels
pardon
all kind of
Derek
really
just like
samey.
Biden
The
did to
one
his
part that stood out
son.
was
That
in
was
that
yeah.
that field of flowers,
He
and it was just
defended.
asleep. That was
He
it. Like
defended
everything else
that
about the
guy
game was pretty much
for
identical at this
a
point.
long
It's kind of
time.
sad.
DS
I wish there was more
Politics
to it,
numbers
more
for all your
variety to the
streams
gameplay,
is in
more
your
variety to the
DM.
story, 'cause
It's
the graphics hold up, the gameplay elements are
ooh,
sound.
okay.
It's just
Hold on.
not really that riveting to me right now. Okay. So at the very end of the Stalker 2 stream today, something happened that really pissed me off. I was playing this part where there was a new enemy type introduced. It's like a small creature. It looks like a troll or something wearing almost like a pullover hoodie or something. And all of a sudden, it starts grabbing my weapons out of my hands and then firing them wildly back at me. So it steals your weapons out of your inventory. I was like, well, that's kind of unique. So I died a bunch of times trying to figure it out. Okay. And basically, someone just said I should have left the goal on the screen. I guess that's a good point because I didn't get to this yet. But
all right, give me 1 sec while I actually take a look and I'll put little Elgato up there just in case my Discord comes up, and I would prefer not to have my Discord DMs and all that kind of stuff shown live. Let me just double check. Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take a look at this real quick. All right. Boop. Past leaking private convos. Yeah, I know. Leaking DMs. The streak is over. All right. DS Politics over the week. November 14th. God, has it been that many? God. $48 in tips. 74 kick subs. So 370 or it's a total $399. Tips $79. Kick subs 34. 240. Tips 100. 13 kick subs to 161. And $61 with 1 kick sub to $65.75. That's hilarious. That's a sharp decline.
I guess I should leave the goal on the screen.
I think what's happened is that all the people who might have been LARPing and all the Kino folks were just like, this is awful.
So this
we're leaving.
creature is grabbing my gun and using it against me. I'm thinking, well, that's interesting and neat, but I didn't really understand what was going on. I ran in there to hit it, and it has a force field around it. I can't damage it. So I died. I'm like, all right, I'll try it again. So I go into the cave again to fight him. And I start to realize basically his force field is kind of like timed, like it goes on and
they're
off.
gonna
You
want
can't
Stellar
damage him
Blade.
between
He's
times
be
when
like,
he's using his
guys,
force
you should have
field.
just
The problem is he
tipped
has full
more,
telekinetic power, so
guys.
he's using your own guns against you. He's throwing items at you, and every time he hits you, it's like a big chunk of your life goes off. I'm like, oh man, this guy's actually quite a pain in the ass. So I wonder how well I'm going to do against him or whatever. So finally, after repeated attempts to beat him, I beat him. Okay, what happened is I ran behind him. I was shooting with the shotgun. He kept pulling all my weapons out, so I had to grab weapons off the ground to kill him and stuff. So I kill him. I'm like, all right, it was tough, but all right, we got it done.
I'll
I
have
start
to
looking
get
around,
a
I realized
job, John, come
every weapon that
January.
he had grabbed out of my inventory
mean,
disappeared from the game. It wasn't like he grabbed it and used it against me and it dropped and I could pick it up later. It
One,
literally
the
gets
Kino
just
folks having
snapped
the
out of
whole
existence.
thing being
Now, for those
part of
who
the
don't
King's
know,
tax
it's incredibly expensive
really
to
is fucking with
upgrade
him
weapons in the
because
game.
the fact is
So
that
it
means
pissed me off. I was like, wait, I just spent all this money to upgrade my
like
weapons.
a
and
lot
the
of
game's this
his
unpolished.
this
So
money is
basically,
only
it took me many tries,
in
but I did
his
find a way
check.
to beat him
But
without
his
losing my
check
weapons. But I
isn't
shouldn't have
gonna
had to
be
figure that
super
out. Like the
big.
game should have just
Commentary on the Snow White
in
lasting
a normal
substance.
fashion.
I don't know why people.
So,
if you want to know
yeah,
why
it drove me
people
nuts.
don't
It
like
literally
Rachel
drove me
Ziegler,
nuts.
just look at
And I raged about it or whatever.
Nerd
But I'm not
Order
gonna quit on the game.
Critical
I did figure out a
Drinker.
way to get around
They
it.
go
I
into
just wish
detail.
that wasn't like that. I wish that they put more time into polishing this. And then someone's like, yeah, so just so you know, this is the first time you encountered the enemy. There's going to be tons more of those later.
Philip is never getting a job. Yeah, no, he's
Right.
going back to
Anyway,
live with
so
mommy and daddy first.
that stream, went well, and we did hit our goal. And things continued on swimmingly. Tonight was DSPolitics, and we covered a wide variety of topics. And actually, this was one of the longer DSPolitics streams I did because I had so many topics, and I still didn't get to them all. All right, but lots of topics covered, including.
I wonder
a law in Australia
if
that outlaws
PPP
social media for
slaying
teenagers and kids,
yesterday finally
the
got
Joe
through.
Biden
I
pardon of
might have
Hunter,
been.
Me basically ratioing my own local news.
I don't really care about.
The crazy martial
I don't
law
really
and
give
attempt
two
to
shits
kind
about
of
the
overthrow the
critical
government in
drinker,
South
to be
Korea.
honest.
And I watched
Kino
the Snow White
fans were
trailer
hoping
live
Phil
now.
would do
So it
drama.
was pretty
Yeah,
good. I had a good time with it.
they were. He was
But
hoping
as
he
you
would
can
do
see,
drama, and
we
then
didn't hit
he
the goal.
just
So I just want to make
he
it abundantly
couldn't get
clear.
it. Just
We
do
didn't hit the goal,
drama.
and the streak is over. Okay. So tomorrow we start back at 0 and it resets. And it is what it is. You know, this has been coming for the last week. If you haven't noticed, there's been streams where it's to the last minute and no one contributes, and then all of a sudden there's a Hail Mary. There's no Hail Mary coming, I can tell. So it's over for the night, and tomorrow we'll start over. But this means no DSP tries it tomorrow. All right. So this means I gotta try to figure out you know, what I'm eating tomorrow, because originally I was gonna order food, but now I'm not. So I'm gonna have to figure something out. All right. So, and also, let's be honest. Okay, I don't know what's gonna happen with DSPolitics. So I've done it for you know, a month. I like the show. I think it's something different. There's variety there. It's something
DSPolitics
interesting.
is
The clips that I'm putting up on DSP Reacts are doing decently.
DSPolitics
They're actually
is
doing much better
on
views-wise than the
is
other
on
shows like
thin
Boost out there
ice.
from the DSP versus the Internet show.
I don't know Popeyes. I had
But,
Popeyes
you know,
today.
is
I had a
the show
spicy
long-term
chicken
going to work?
sandwich.
I don't know.
I
You
like
know,
the
we have around
spicy
200
chicken
consistent
sandwich.
viewers, between like
Very
250
good.
on Kick when I stream it, which I'm okay with.
Yeah,
But
no
I
stuffing
don't know
his
if this,
face
you
on
know,
camera.
This is a political
Yeah.
commentary show, like I said I would do, and I think a lot of people maybe are always expect. I said overall, I'm never going to be like extreme one way or the other. I'm just not that kind of a guy. I'm kind of more middle of the road, level minded. So in that regard, I don't know. Like right now, I like the show, but obviously now we're a month in. I think I'd like to get some feedback. I'd love to hear people's feedback. The thing is, you guys don't really get to give me feedback because I live stream it on Kick only. So I'd love to hear what do you think. You like
Popeyes
it?
mac and cheese. It depends, JG, where I get it.
Didn't get many contributions.
Some
and the thing is, it's
places
not like,
don't
it's only
do
streamed
it,
on Kick.
make
It's
it well.
true, but people can contribute via tips as well. So it's not like, oh, because he only streams it on Kick, he can only get contributions from Kick. You know,
Cerulli made a tier
Still
list
get
for
whatever, still get
DSP
the goal.
quitting
We did
things.
it
Is
2 weeks in a
politics
row,
joining the
and now
list?
tonight we didn't. So
I don't know.
it is what it is.
If he quits
thank you
DS
to those who did,
Politics, I
check
don't
out
have to
over
do
the
any of
last,
these restreams
you know,
anymore.
month. But now I think it's time to take feedback and assess and see where we want to go with the show, and we're gonna do that. All right. But in the meantime, I gotta get out of here because I actually have to edit out clips from tonight's show, and I have to use a whole new program to do it. I'm trying to use this new program called like DaVinci Resolve.
DaVinci
to edit out clips.
Resolve?
So I have to try
What
to
the
mess with
fuck is
tonight and see
that?
if I'll get a couple clips tonight and work on more over the week. 'cause I wanna be
DaVinci
here for the next hour.
Resolve?
I went late on the show because I had so many topics to go.
What the hell is
All right,
DaVinci
everyone.
Resolve?
That is it. Tomorrow we got a brand new game all day long, Marvel Rivals on the PC. I am very excited to try Marvel Rivals. I played the beta and I actually really liked it. But at the same time, this is the final product. Did they rebalance it? What about the new characters? Because there's a lot of new characters that they put in there.
I have never heard
So I'm
of
excited to try it,
this.
and I hope that you guys will join me tomorrow all day long. First and second stream, trying out various different characters, and giving it a shot and seeing if it's something good. If it is, it could be a multiplayer game that's new for our rotation.
I
think
have
the problem with
never
multiplayer I've
heard
been
of
recently is
this,
nothing's new. Street Fighter 6 is a year and a half old. Call of Duty's played out at this point. It's 2
I've
months
never
old,
heard
nothing
of
new about
this
it, so
editing
people want something
software.
fresh, right? Marvel Rivals won a poll that we put up. What do you want to see the most this week? And it was Marvel
He's
Rivals. So,
yeah.
all right.
Yes.
Ladies and
Casual
gentlemen, thanks for
nihilist.
watching the
Yes.
Daily Wrap. I
Possible
will see you
wage
all
quit.
in the morning for a full day of Marvel Rivals. And of course, like I said, tomorrow's
Little
a little
brother of
podcast. We'll probably
Adobe
set up
Premiere.
the poll for to start
You see,
nominating
here's the
games
thing,
for
Baldrick.
Marathon.
Like,
And also,
most people is
we'll
either
probably,
Premiere
talk
or
about
I
future
use
politics
Sony
this week and
Vegas.
figure out things we can do better with it. Okay.
So
Everyone, thanks. Have a good night. Peace out. See you tomorrow.
that seems
Okay. Guys,
pirate.
that's it.
Obviously,
I'm
I
out
don't.
here.
I don't
already stayed late
know.
to try to get extra stuff done, but
I don't think he pirated it. RS Nerd. I don't think he knows how. I mean, he said he spent a lot of money. Like, what was it, $5,000 or $8,000? He probably bought it. It looks like you can buy it for $235. He probably bought it. Like, I bought Sony Vegas for $25 at a Humble Bundle. Like, and fuck, man. It works. Works for what I do. Yeah. Oh, hey, a man who speaks in hands.
I'm out of time.
How you doing?
So I want to say thanks. It was a great show. I had a good time. I hope that you guys enjoyed. And that's it. I told you. Like, nothing. Guys, it's been a dead night. Most of the support came in within the first, like, half hour. So I don't.
Two new washer dryers for $2,000. Yeah.
They're not. So I don't know what to say.
Wait, 2 new
You know,
sets?
2 weeks in a row. Last week we also
Like, you
almost
bought a
lost
set and then bought another
It was a
set?
last-minute
Or
Hail
just
Mary
a
situation. It
washer
wasn't
and a
like Darkseid
dryer
Pimps
for
came in here and both bought
$2,000?
themselves. Well, Darkseid Pimps not
Hey,
here
I
tonight. He
know,
said earlier today he
SD, I
probably
know
couldn't
he
make it
put,
tonight.
he puts,
So-
like, all the big stuff he
All
puts
right,
on
guys, that's
payment
it. So
plans. I
tomorrow
know he does that.
we start over and we see what happens. It sucks that it ends just so few
Yep.
before.
He rocks back and
100 or right
forth
before
on the
Christmas
X
here,
and
but
Y
that's life,
axis.
all right? I'm out here,
Tip
everyone.
him
Have a good
so
night.
we can
I will
catch
see you
up on
all
back
tomorrow
taxes.
for Level 1 Podcast and the premiere of Marvel Rivals.
One
okay?
set installed.
All right, peace out. Have a good night,
3,000 for one set?
Wait a minute.
Holy. Did you see him? Like, he literally has no idea how to use this Stream Deck. I have a Stream Deck XL. Like, does he not know how to do it? I think the stream... I think that it's... Sins? If he says he got a magical tip or whatever between streams, or Because here's the thing, he just did the daily wrap. So it's done. When he cuts to the slideshow, wait for it. Uh-oh.
I have received nothing. I played you guys. I didn't get anything. I told you. I knew it was
Fuck
anything
you.
because it was so slow. I just felt it. So it's over.
Fuck
I'm not playing
off. You do that all the
Nothing
time.
came in. Nothing's coming in. The streak is over. It's okay. All right? Have a good... You guys were in chat. I had to tease you. All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
Stop it. Fuck off. You... And look, he's just put... It's obvious he's pressing buttons on his Steam Stream Deck and he doesn't know. Yeah, cry some more. Yeah, that has never been funny. And because that's the thing, he used to do that when he would come back from break. He'd come back from break. I received nothing. Like, and this was after, this was like sometimes right before he would do a big old beg tweet. Can't wait for tomorrow. He said he'd tip right as he hit the end and the streak continues. Here's the thing, Casual Nihilist. Nobody will buy that. Yeah, mid-credit scene nobody asked for. Is this the MCU? Yeah, he's just sitting there. Wait, is he still sitting there? Is this live? Okay. 3 minutes, 39 minutes ago. Okay. It's not live. Yeah, so think about it. He was just, yeah, he's sitting here hoping someone will do it. Yeah, he's hoping for a last minute tip. Love that slide, Raw. It's a great slide. Like, but that's the thing about it. Like, this is what it is. Like, he tweeted 5 minutes ago and said nothing about a Hail Mary tip. Yeah, and since he did a live daily wrap, to me, any tip that he got has to count for the next day. Because, like, yeah, but I mean, he'll say, oh, well, you know, I decided to count it for today. It's like, yeah, but nobody's going to believe that shit. And they're all just going to do it. Surprised he didn't fake it. The problem is that I think that as much as he would love to fake it to own the trolls, that was way too much money. I mean, that was, I mean, you're talking about what? $84? Yeah, $84 is what, yeah, well, that's the thing, SD, 1593. He is, of course, he is very, he is desperate for the streak to continue because he doesn't have anything. The streak was all about, as in his mind, you know, felting the trolls and all that and the positivity. But the fact is that it was obvious he wanted that to eclipse the vest streak, but it wasn't going to do it. Like, yeah, and he makes up the rules as he goes, and his ego basically wants to always make that. But I think part of the thing is starting to see because also we got to remember, people like OIC, they tend to come in, you know, they tend to do their contributions in waves. Like OIC will go off med and will just tip a whole lot, and then will be gone for a while, and you'll get this like long thing of him sweating. You're laughing at a man's misfortune, how dare you? And like Goofy said, I'll fucking do it again. Oh yeah, I'm laughing at a man's like, the fact is that this is a guy who man took a homeless man's money. Like, you know, Derek stole money out of his mom's purse, stole his mom's credit card to pay for Phil. Phil would never have thought, hey, you know what, I'll refund all that money back. Yeah, if you think it's funny, you're laughing. Like Emil, yeah. Like withholding until Christmas. Yeah. And remember, around Christmas time, he would always go like, oh, but people are able to go to movies so they can pay for me. I mean, think about this. He wants all these, weeks, these huge amounts of like kick subscriptions and all that. But it's like, it's literally all going into the void. Like, this isn't Twitch where they have all these Twitch subs that they can use. Eventually you're going to run out of people to gift subs to. So, but I think also with what I said, like, I wish this also had, the one thing I do also wish it had like the main views, because you could just see the views have gone downhill for Phil. Like, it was obvious. Oh yeah, the infamous the Spider-Man, yeah, I think that was the colored, was that the colored, no. Yeah, the colored pencils rant, where people are seeing Spider-Man, they're not tipping to me. The first recorded instance of going code fucking black. Like, this is gonna be hilarious, because he's like, there's no Popeyes, I don't know what to do. I mean, the fact is that, and he spent all this money because he probably thought that the kick gravy train was never going to stop. He's not getting that daily money he used to spend, like like that. You could see he spent money like it was water, so because he thought the gravy train wasn't going to end. He is probably sweating because if everything's on a payment plan, oh, he's fucked. He can't afford all this stuff. He was I mean, think about it. He bought the Elgato, which I don't think he's going to be able to return. He bought what? Then that other one. Yeah, Phil genuinely thinks God owes him an apology. I mean, think about it. What was one of the things he said? And I remember, I think I saw that in that one of the Ludwig Stone Fury videos, where if he said, well, if karma, with all that stuff for karma, I should be winning the lotto. He literally believes he is that kind of person. So, yeah, borrow money from his parents again. The casual nihilist. I don't know. I don't know that his parents are going to be able to do that. I mean, the whole 10-year plan, I believe, was because it was because I think his parents were basically gonna cut him off. Like, they weren't going to let him borrow these thousands of dollars anymore. Are affirmed payments bi-weekly or monthly? I believe affirmed payments are monthly, but don't quote me. I believe that they are monthly. You know what? Let's look. Affirm offers both monthly and bi-weekly payment options. So, all right. So Swimco, yes, to your question. Like Anley said, the only reason he tried to keep it alive so long was because he knows it gets harder and harder to start a new one. Yeah. And it's one of the things that always annoyed me is that when he would start up, he would immediately, like 2 or 3, oh, it's just the new vest streak. It's like, dude, it's 2 or 3 times in a row. Yeah, there are 2 kinds, 4 payments over 2 weeks, interest-free, or monthly. With interest. Oh, yeah, you're right. All right, paying 4 is 4 interest-free by... Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm looking at this. Yeah, interest-free, he'd have to pay it in 2 months. Or with interest monthly. If he keeps taking money from Linda, he won't have an inheritance. He'll be upset with that. Once again, current DSP... Well, and my thing is that eventually I think Dave is going to put his foot down. I think if he goes again, Dave is going to put his foot down and say no. Because remember, something that I remember when he talked about asking for money and all that, was that one of the things that was interesting, his father walked out of the room. Talk about the no approval, or no parental approval and all that. His 10-year plan is he's finally saved enough money to take Cat on vacation. You know that 1,700 will be 3,200 with probably 3,200 with monthly payments. Yeah, that's the thing about interest, especially for the cheap stuff. It fucks you up. You have no interest for larger things they have priced in interest. Like, he's fucked up. He is completely fucked up because if he doesn't get it, we are probably going to see, if you don't do it, I will lose my house. We will probably get, again, the save the house and that kind of stuff. That's when you know, yeah, he put everything on a firm. He's fucked. But this is, like, again, like, looking at those numbers, you can really see how far everything fell. Because part of it was everyone could tell these were just, you know, I want to be a moderate, but I want to suck Trump's dick all the time because he wants to, he can't afford, in his mind, well, what if one of his whales is liberal? He has offended whales before. I mean, you know, the Dutch brothers, even though I think one of them is still pay pigging for him, he did offend them, and they didn't want anything to do with him for a while. So, yeah, that's gonna be a big problem for him. And need to be on the winning side. Yeah, his ego. I do think Aqua Saber. A lot of it is his ego wouldn't allow him to just pick a side. Like, okay, you're gonna pick Kamala. You're gonna pick Trump. You pick a side. Oh, my side lost. Okay, because here's the thing. Even if your side loses, a political commentator can then be like, okay, why did this person lose? Let's take a look at things. What did we miss? You know, just because, oh, okay, guess what? The meteorologist said it was going to rain today and it didn't. Doesn't mean they can be like, they can learn from that. You learn from your mistakes. He couldn't pick a side in South Korea. Yeah, he couldn't pick a side on that one where it's like I don't know a whole lot about it, but it sounds like a blatant power grab and a attempt to delegitimize the opposition government or the opposition party. So that, at least that's how I interpreted it. And I mean, I admit I might be wrong, but I don't believe that the entire South Korean opposition party is controlled by North Korea. That sounds like a boogeyman. Chunk is a dumb fuck, but at least he can say why Kamala was bad pick for Dems and why she lost. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, Bill can't even do that. He has, because he doesn't know how. So, but it is late, and I have to get up early in the morning. So, I will do that. So, yeah, you can't pick a favorite food and you think he's gonna pick a side. Yeah, that's true. Well, I like, this is a nice chill song. But time go. I thank you all for coming out. Thank Detractor Beam for doing a raid. And I do hope that you all have a good time. And thank you. I appreciate you all coming out and staying. And even if you didn't, if you found me annoying, I'm glad you spent at least a short amount of your time here. I do appreciate it. Thank you all. Have a good one.
What is up, everyone? Hello, and welcome. Only mic was on. It's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello. Turn it up. Turn up my neck phones. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. What's up, Jamie? Yo. Good to see you here today. Are you ready for this? Yo. You know what time it is. Yes, Jay. It's time to go. Shout out to Almighty Frogga from Guadalajara, Acapulco. I'm cruising in my blue Corolla. I need that money to be a high roller. Trapped and made and controller. She's crying downstairs, so I have to console her. Swimsuit model with eating disorder. Spent $200 on a DoorDash order. Yo, just a fucking crook with a fucking crooked jaw. False flagging out channel with my puppy dog. I committed fraud, and I got low teeth. I'm a low teeth god. False flagging, mundane maggot. Phil's fat. Phil's a faggot. Phil's a loser. Phil's a beggar. Arnold. Phil's a nigger. Right? How do you say? Brunel's it? let us continue. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance to save the best streak. I'm going full mask off. It's not that deep. It's 3 a.m. and I can't sleep. I got 2 big bills coming next week. One more chance left to blow. You ready? 8 time go. 8 time flow. Flow. They thought I fell off. No. Like a prime D rose, I'd be dunking on these hoes. Turn you into T-card, striking a T-pose. So let me tell you now what the story is. They call me DSP. Notorious. I'm cruising and wrenching, fast and furious with my homie Pastor Eric Miller.
He's quite curious. They don't have nearly what it takes to be a man. And since I took their manhood, that's mine now, so I ain't giving it back.
My trolls are always watching me, waiting for another disaster stream. They won't even give me a piece of peace or like a whole fucking team locking onto my stream like a detractor beam. I can't get rid of night sober. I'm losing my mind and I'm losing supporters. Detractors are bending me over. Just another knot in this Ludwig world order. And now I'm seeing so much clearer as I sit here staring into Dark Dave's mirror and all of my fears and all that I see. The raw DSP, bottom feeder, cult leader. It's 3 a.m. and I still can't sleep. I guess this is all I will ever be. This is just how time flows. Until it time go.
It's gonna take years of effort to try to dig myself out of this fucking hole. It really is. And it sucks. I hope that someday I'll get out of it. I don't know if I ever will. I may be living month to month, paycheck to paycheck, begging for fucking tips and shit on stream for the rest of my life.
Like, it's been tough. You know, my life has